right. All right. We are live. I think. Yeah. What's up, everybody? We are live. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Welcome in, everybody. Damn, you guys. Oh, that was so close, Dino. That was fucking close. It was like almost at the same time, bro. Shout out to Moonstruck, first coming over there on Twitch. Shout out to Gretchen, first coming over there on YouTube. Was it yeah, I think it was you. I think it was Gretchen that sent the $3.11 that I didn't call out. At the end of the last stream, I saw it and I was like, Gretchen, if you're still here, thank you for the 311. I didn't know if you were still here, so I was like, okay, I'll shout it out next time. What's up, everybody? Dino, Moonstruck, Ducko, what's up? Pocket Volcano, Phoebe. Who else we got in here? Kara, how you doing? We got Virum, Look Bovine, Rick Larson. How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome in, welcome in. I wasn't. Oh yeah. If you go to the last stream and go to like the last few minutes, you'll hear it. You'll hear me say it. I'm ready for some debates today. Hell yeah. I'm gonna try to get on Santana's live real quick, and try to debate some people over there, and then we're gonna host our own live. Drink water, Moonstruck. Drink water. Let's go. Consider me shouted out. Yeah, there you go. Whew. Alright, we feeling good today, y'all? We feeling good. So are we all on Big Beautiful Obituary Watch? Yeah, okay. I've seen the pictures, guys. I've seen the pictures. It's insane. Ooh. All right. You set up everything. I'm gonna jump on over to Santana's. I texted him. I don't think he sees my text because he's streaming. But we're gonna try to get on his live, and then see if we can debate a couple MAGAs. And then we're gonna host our own. We'll debate the MAGAs, and let's keep it fucking going tonight. It's gonna be a great night. I'm still mad you were in that Incels live 2 nights ago that says Trump was the best president in his lifetime. That shit was funny. Were y'all there last night where I was debating that guy about whether women should vote? And it was just like, what was his name? Richard? Oh my god, he got obliterated. That was so bad. I made him fucking run. He was so confident, like debating somebody who didn't know. They were like, yeah, I guess I can see where you're coming from. He's like, men are this, men are that, yada yada. You can't destroy the argument. It's a forced doctrine. It's a perfect argument. And I'm like, bro, let me up and cook this guy. I came up and yeah, that was fun. He's gonna get real angry about the questions about his health too. Oh yeah. Let's see if the Trump supporters treat his health the same way they treated Biden's. Snuck into the hospital for a pacemaker installation. Yeah. He's got an announcement tomorrow at 2. I think he's either signing an executive order demanding voter ID and or deploying troops to Chicago. It's fucking insane. Alright, set up everything. I don't know why my Twitch doesn't show that I'm live, but in Restream it shows that I'm live. It's really weird. Let me refresh. There we go. Okay, that's good. I gotta add a couple new mods on YouTube too. YouTube is growing, so Brilliant's been doing pretty well. I'm gonna probably add somebody who's a mod over on Twitch over there. I'll think about it. Is the double doing it? There are weekends at burning Trump, I swear. It doesn't matter. The EO is blatantly unconstitutional. Yeah. Is he dead? I mean, it looks like a fucking double of this guy. A stroke, maybe. Unamused moniker, thank you so much for getting us started for tonight with the 2 months prime resub. Thank you so much. Unamused moniker, shout out. Thank you so much. I might join this restart. What the fuck happened to my audio? Oh, there we go. You guys hear me? Yes. Okay. Cool. Cool. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna do a full live. I'm gonna hop on Santana's live, and then I'm gonna host my own live. I have a friend whose dog straight up ate rat poison twice and was still going. What the fuck? I can check in on YouTube too. Or for Santana stream? To help mod. Oh, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. All right, let's see what Santana's up to. Let's see.
I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the
That's his intro music. Okay, I'm gonna silence that so I don't get DMCA'd. Yeah. Rage baiting might finally bring something positive. Did anyone see the weird memorandum vid the White House posted before 2 p.m.? Memorandum. Alright. I was just Santana Z2. Okay. Let me see if he'll let me join. Well, let me see if he's still playing the music.
sparring.
Guys, we understand the MAGA sensitive. They're soft. They have big feelings tonight. So I need you guys locked in for me. Tap the screen. Protect the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 100,000 likes. Right? I was challenging you guys to a million likes tonight, and we were at about 400,000 before that happened. So I'm gonna give you credit for the 400,000. But I need you guys locked in. Let's go ahead and get this thing up to 100,000 really quick, and let's get another 6,000 to round that out. What up, Carbon?
What's up? What's up? What's up? How you doing today?
Good. Good. Listen, they're super sensitive today.
Oh, they're
super sensitive today.
And you know what? I keep adding to my list of things that conservatives are soft about. I got 15 different things now.
It's a lot. American, what is that? American Edits? Are you a Trump supporter?
Nah, but I wanted to say I'm a huge fan.
It's too loud. Let me turn it down a little bit.
Okay, I appreciate you. Thanks so much, guys. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. We are only looking for some debates. Everyone lock in for me. Send your daily hobby. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1 cent goals. If we can actually knock that out, that would be wonderful. Carbon, are you hanging out?
I'm chilling.
Perfect. Guys, if you don't know, this is Carbon. Carbon says a lot. And when Carbon says, Carbon actually does, right? So if you don't know Carbon, 1, give him a follow. 2, let's take care of Carbon while he's hanging out with me. This is my African brother. Yes. African brother from another mother. So make sure we are gifting Carbon, taking care of Carbon. Mods, can we get Carbon's pay links rolling in the poll so we can go ahead and show Carbon some love? Guys, do all the wonderful things. Carbon, listen. This is Fred. Fred is above you. Fred and I were just talking.
How you doing tonight,
Fred?
Yeah,
I gave him the name Fred.
Yeah, how you doing?
Doing fantastic. So another day, another dollar.
Yeah. Fred, Carbon, Fred was just talking about, like, I was proving how he was a hypocrite, right? How he has these double standards. He was talking about, for some reason, the Biden administration allowed these quote-unquote illegals into the country and gave them amnesty, even though he couldn't actually name one. And then I actually... I'm sorry?
Work permits. He allowed, and also a 10 million out of the 10 million, 5 million out of the 10 million illegal crossings, 5 million were amnesty. So they're in the country legally through amnesty.
Yeah, again, you can't give me an actual case. You're just actually spouting shit that you can't substantiate. I would love to take any type of source. I literally named all 3 different scenarios where Donald Trump has brought criminals into the United States and then gave them shelter. Hey, Carbon, this guy tried to say that El Chapo's family is not a crime syndicate. He tried to say they weren't a crime family.
Not everyone in that family is a criminal.
The guy who built the tunnel under out the prison? That's him, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. That's stereotypical, saying everyone is a criminal in someone's family. I would say that descendants of the Bundy family, that doesn't make them necessarily criminal. I'd say that descendants.
You said the descendants. We're not talking about descendants. We're talking about the immediate family. Listen, the only bigger crime family that I know is the Trump family. But I digress. We're going to go more into it because you were literally just going on some type of tangent talking about policies, right? We got away from that and you were telling me about a quote unquote policy. I said, name something that a policy that Donald Trump has passed that overwhelmingly benefits most Americans. You said ICE, funding ICE, which is not true. And you started to talk about, you started talking about immigration and blah, 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 blah. Hey, can you tell me how is it that deporting working class people who actually add billions of dollars to the economy, who just came here looking for a better life, because the United States has a habit of destabilizing other countries. How is it a bad thing to give them a pathway to citizenship when literally it costs more to fund this deportation effort that's not going successfully?
Because these immigrants, they lower wages for native-born Americans. You can see this in George Boros's study.
That's not true. You keep citing this one economist. I'm sorry, you keep citing this one person, but literally all the other data goes against that.
No, this is a Princeton economist, George Boros. He wrote multiple books. It's literally the gold standard for immigration economist. So he's not just some random economist. He's one of the best immigration economists that in our century. And he's stating that all native workers will get about a 3% lower wage, and high school dropouts will get about an 8% lower wage.
I'm sorry, is this a long-term or short-term effect?
short-term run, and then when it comes to long-term, it says about 1% on all native workers and about 4% on high school dropouts.
Wait, so I'm talking about wage effects. So some
Yeah.
studies
Hey,
some
bro is
studies show like
literally-
a very short-term wage effects, but long-term an increase in productivity and long-term an increase in wages. What explains that?
Bro is literally spouting the information from the Heritage Foundation. Like
It's
this is
George
literally
Soros
the
is
Heritage
not-
the Heritage
George
the Heritage
Soros is not
Foundation.
a
No.
Heritage Foundation.
The Heritage Foundation actually did a quote unquote study on this very thing. Crackdown on illegal immigration would raise wages for lower income Americans, and they did a point by point breakdown, actually citing the different things that you literally.
You saying the Heritage Foundation doesn't disprove my point. Search up George Soros. That's not the source I gave you.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm looking at other sources, right? That vehemently go against what you say. Whether we talk about the immigration research, initiative that talks about how immigrants add to the economy. Yes, we understand that.
What about the Center of Immigration Studies? I can give you also sources. Let's
Sure.
use
How
top
about that?
gold
Because
standard
again,
sources.
I have also educationworkforce.house.gov. I mean, they literally talk about how that immigration does not. Impacting.
What about the
Impacting
fair study?
undocumented immigrants would not actually raise the wages for. Listen, I
Are
think
these
you're a
gold
little bit
standard-
confused.
Are these a
think
gold
you're a little bit
standard
confused.
source? Is this considered a gold standard source like George Soros?
Who makes George Burrows? Okay, let me look this up. Give me a second here. Give me a second, because you're saying George Burrows.
George
I don't need to
Borjas.
spell it. I can spell it. And you said he was a Princeton economist?
Harvard or Princeton, one of the elite universities. I don't know exactly.
And what, like you said, he's an economist.
He is an immigration economist.
Do 45, 47. 45, 47. All right, so looking here, so I see that he published The Effect of Immigration on the Economic Growth. What are you citing specifically?
We Wanted Workers, his book, We Wanted Workers. And then you can search up, I can give you quotes and you can kind of, a lot of articles will have some of those quotes.
Professor of Economics and Social Policy, received his PhD in economics.
Hold on a second. You know what's funny? So this study that I just cited literally actually contradicts that. The first line in the abstract says immigration has a positive effect on productivity and economic growth.
Yes, GDP will rise about 0.2 to 0.4% with immigration numbers currently. But when it comes to wage growth, that doesn't necessarily correlate wage growth or purchasing power or housing power or car power.
Sure.
Do you support a minimum wage?
Yeah.
And you support strong labor unionization?
I support laborers having bargaining power, yes. And they would have more bargaining power without these companies hiring foreign workers, whether that be in China or importing them and hiring them through
like,
legal
so
means.
if we have like a minimum wage for people who are not immigrants, they were born here, right, and a higher minimum wage, right, then you're not allowing like companies to exploit based off low wages and like you're like
No,
there are
they
some
would-
studies
they
that
still hire
show
illegal
excuse me
workers. A lot of
so
illegal
there are
workers
some
are
studies
under
that
the
show
table.
lower
Hey
wages in the
Fred,
short
do you not
term.
hear Carbon speaking?
No,
There's
because
some-
that's the claim I'm making. He's
Anyway,
saying
so
no.
there are
hey,
some
hey
studies-
Fred, can you let him finish first?
Fine, I'll let him finish.
Yeah, the meta-analyses show that there's like a mixed effect with respect to wages. Most of them show there's like a long-term increase in wages. Some show there's like a short-term decrease in wages. Right? It's not really like it's not really conclusive, but nonetheless, let's just like grant for the sake of argument that there is some sort of short-term decrease in wages. Right? well, then you're just advocating for like, I don't see how that's an argument against immigration. I see how that's like an argument for strengthening the wages of the workers who are here, right? I don't see how that's an argument against immigration. Why would anybody be motivated to decrease immigration based off of those grounds?
Also, the thing that bothers me is that for some reason you think that just because the labor force is quote unquote shrunk, that there's going to be an uptick in the actual pay to everyday Americans. We understand that since the Reagan administration, where trickle-down economics was put in effect, there has been a lack of investment in companies into their people. And we can even look most recently to when Donald Trump passed the TCJA, and instead of companies actually investing in their people, instead of them actually raising wages, when they got these tax cuts, they literally paid out their C-level executives. They did stock buybacks. They didn't actually do anything as far as taking care of their. They didn't do anything as far as taking care of their employees. So just because you actually shrink the labor pool does not mean that you're going to increase pay.
Verizon gave out $1,000 bonuses to each employee. Apple raised.
Verizon has been giving out bonuses way before that. I used to work for Verizon. They give out not only. Verizon not only gives out yearly bonus, but they give out incentive bonuses as well. So that's not surprising because Verizon has a standard of doing that. That's not something that they just did because Trump tax cuts. Like literally, Verizon Wireless has a standard of giving those bonuses.
Yeah, most of those wages, most of those tax rate cuts went to corporate C-suites who then reinvested back in the stock. The only reason Apple became a $1 trillion company in 2018 is because they bought like I think it was like $300 million worth of their stock buyback, and they gave like only a small percentage to the workers. Like this is just what's expected under capital. Like you're having these large corporations just turn themselves into trillionaires and increase their stock buybacks, which benefits themselves and their investors because the C-suite, their compensation is tied to the stock price, right?
Well, first of all, I wasn't even talking about tax cuts in the beginning. I was mentioning immigration. And what I was saying,
the reason why I parlayed there is because hold on. I want to make sure you understand how we got there, because the reason why we went to tax cuts is specifically because you have this premise that actually shrinking the labor force will increase wages when we have history of corporations getting additional funds and not investing in their people. That's the premise behind why we said that.
But them getting additional funds doesn't deal with bargaining power. If you don't allow these companies to hire foreign workers or import illegal immigrants, that means the native-born population will have more bargaining power because there will be less available labor. So that means that if a strike would be more prevalent for like a company like Walmart, if they can't hire either software developers in India or they can't import retail workers from Guatemala or Mexico.
Sure, Donald Trump
native-born Americans will have more bargaining power if they don't have to deal with foreign.
Donald Trump is a union buster. He's literally a union buster. Donald Trump sat on a Twitter space live and laughed with the richest man on earth about busting up unions. You think he gives a shit about a union and people having any type of fair wages? Donald Trump has a history of not paying people. He weasels out of paying people. He's been sued so many times by contractors that he hired that he did not pay. So you having some type of thought process that he's going to do anything that would actually benefit workers, as soon as he gets the opportunity, he's going to screw workers over again because that's what he does. That's not true. Like literally, you think giving the power to Donald Trump has done multiple things to weaken unions. So even if this would actually happen, right? Even if this actual workforce was shrunk by deportation, Donald Trump is pro-corporation and he's going to give them all the bargaining power and leverage. It's not something that would happen.
But undoubtedly the policy would give them more bargaining power. If all these corporations, if all these people go on strike, right, and Walmart doesn't have these people that have specialized jobs or specialized acts, what is Walmart going to do? How are they going to employ people? They're going to have to raise wages if people go on strike. For example, when pilots go on strike, at times wages get significantly raised because it's harder to import or find pilots. When it comes to these jobs,
you're talking about specialized positions
even when it
versus
comes to
talking about people
retail
that work at
jobs.
No, stop it.
Yes,
Stop it. You
even
can't
when it
compare a
comes to
pilot
retail
to
jobs.
someone that works at Walmart. That's disingenuous, Fred.
Even when it comes to retail jobs, if there's a less labor force, if there isn't as much, unemployment, these corporations will be forced to pay people more.
Okay, Fred, do me a favor. Name the last time that a retail force went on strike and was able to make significant gains.
They haven't been able to do that since the 80s because what happens when
what happened in the 80s?
80s and 90s with all these free trade.
No. What happened in the 80s?
Trickle down economics and free trade.
Exactly. Fucking trickle down economics. We literally have already talked about this. It's the premise that if you give to the ultra wealthy, then they're going to somehow take care of the people below them, and they don't do that.
They don't do that because they have pathways when it comes to illegal immigration and when it comes to free trade agreements. There is a correlation. After trickle-down economics, you had free trade, and what happened? All these corporations moved all its manufacturing plants, and then when the president, like under Clinton, started to relax some of the immigration laws, they also hired illegal immigrants in hospitality and other industries. That's exactly what happens. You give them trickle-down economics, and then you give them outs, so they don't have to pay the workers. That's why trickle-down economics doesn't work.
Sure. Let me read a couple of these off real quick, and then I got a question for Carbon. Right. W's in the chat for Will Anderson over on the Tube, who sent a $4.99 YouTube super chat to say, doing good things, brother. Listen, I'm trying. I appreciate you so much. W's in the chat for Will. Thank you so much for that donation. W's in the chat for Just Alpha. Do you have a Discord server? I would love to join. Yes, if you're a member over on YouTube or if you're a subscriber over on TikTok, you get access to the Discord. Not only do you get access to the Discord, but you get access to a fast pass to join the panel with late nights. You get access to what's called a tag me in. It's a 5-minute slot where you get to come up here and sparring and actually help me debate. You also get access to a my question when I'm hosting brunch with my creator. You get a priority to come up and actually ask your favorite creator your question. Get a bunch of really cool emotes, and you get access to the Discord. So if you're not a subscriber, go ahead and grab a subscription. If you're over on YouTube, go ahead and become a member. That's how you get into the Discord. And also, W's in the chat for Ellie, who sent a $5 YouTube super chat to say thank you for untangling this stuff and help people learn. Ellie, thank you so much for that donation, and thank you for being amazing. Guys, if anyone would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. Over on YouTube, you can send a YouTube super chat, also, don't forget about Carbon. Carbon is here. His pay links are running in the link tree in the bio. And also, let's make sure we're gifting them. Carbon, question for you.
Yeah, man.
Question for you. So this guy is talking about how... Fuck, what was the question? This guy was talking about how giving the actual workforce would... giving them more power would actually give them the ability to negotiate. Question for you. Carbon, do you remember what Donald Trump's stance is when it comes to undocumented immigrants in the service industry, specifically how he said that he was going after undocumented immigrants that were farm workers, but something kind of shifted. You remember that?
Yeah, he said something about, I think he said it had something to do with exclusion, some sort of exception for them, right?
He gave exceptions when it came to
Something like
hospitality and our agriculture.
It's interesting how that's a lot of where undocumented immigrants work too.
Yeah, but also he's giving these corporations time because these $150 billion to ICE will be used. I guarantee you by the midterms, they will start deportations when it comes to agriculture.
I thought it was going to happen right after he won the election and then assumed president. Now it's going to be
a lot of the funding for ICE doesn't get kicked in until 2026. A lot of the funding for ICE and the big beautiful bill doesn't really get kicked in until 2026. That's when a lot of the funding will get.
So he said specifically out of his mouth that the reason why he's granting these exceptions is because he's waiting for funding from ICE. Is that your position?
He didn't say that specifically, but that's what's
Okay,
going to
so
happen.
why are you saying that?
Because why do you think ICE is getting $150
That's a question.
billion?
Why do you believe that that's Donald Trump's intentions?
Because that's what Donald Trump ran on. The most of Americans do support mass deportation. That's going to help.
Okay, if Donald Trump ran on it,
That's
and
not
then
true. Yes.
after he runs on it, it goes back and says, actually, we're going to exclude some farmers and things like that. You're making an inference that the reason why he went back on that is because he's waiting on funding. I'm asking you how you're making that inference.
Because he doesn't have the funding currently, and also I don't know if he wants mass deportation.
Hey, thanks
so
for the galaxy. Let's
either
go.
For the
Sam.
midterm.
Yeah, either way,
Or near the
you're
midterm.
saying
I
that
don't
he's either lying then or he's lying now.
So yeah, but I truly believe that deportations in the agriculture and hospitality will happen, because just like you said, that's where most illegal immigrants work. How else are we gonna have mass deportations without?
Yeah, like
deportations
I
and
agree. Like, he was
hospitality?
probably planning on that because he's an idiot, right? So when he comes in and then he decides and people start seeing the mass deportations start to happen, a lot of those business leaders probably talked to him and probably gave him some quid pro quo, issued their concerns, and then all of a sudden he changed his mind with respect to specific industries, right? How is that not
Why would
Also,
he
hold on.
still-
I
Why would he
just want to
still
call
keep
this
the
out. I
position
just
for
want to call
100?
this out. I just want to call this out. This was a Pew Research study that was completed. Only about 32% of Americans actually support mass deportation. The rest of Americans either
What
favor
about the
none.
NBC poll? What's most of the polling on the LA riots? Look at the.
What does that have to do with mass deportation?
That's a
I can give you.
deflection.
I can give you other polling numbers that
That's
shows.
absolutely not only a deflection, but like again, that has nothing to do with. It does not contradict the actual Pew Research Center and the fact that they do this study on a daily basis for multiple things, and it talks about how most Americans are in favor for some deportation, but not mass deportation. Again, you said majority of Americans are in favor of mass deportation, and that's not true. And then also there was another study that was completed. Exactly. But also there was another study that was completed by PBS, and they took a look at the actual this was on July the 1st. They took a look at what was happening with Trump and deportation, and 54% of Americans said that Donald Trump is going too far in his deportation efforts. So not only did the majority of Americans not support mass deportation, the majority of Americans today feel like Donald Trump is doing too much.
I can give you an Axios source. Even in Pew
Sure,
Research,
what's the Axios source?
Axios source, April 2024.
I just gave you a Pew Research that was from March of 2025, and then I also gave you a PBS research that was from July of 2025. So how about you go find something that's more up to date, like more this year? You're pulling something from 2024. I gave you two sources from 2025 that's recent.
Again, what cities are they polling in? What I need to read the poll myself.
Okay, go look at it. But while you're looking at that, also give me something that substantiates the claims that you made.
So about 1/3 of U.S. adults say all immigrants in the U.S. illegally should be deported, and half say some. So 52%.
Wait, no. Again, I don't want you just to babble off stuff and then you don't have anywhere. Like, I don't want you pulling it out your bum, right? Like, I need to know, one, where are you pulling it from? And two, is it reflective of the current time that we're in, not pre-election?
Even if you read the Pew Research, it said 52% of people believe that illegal immigrants that have committed nonviolent crimes should still be deported.
Sorry, what was the name of the study?
Pew Americans' Views on Deportations. 52% of people believe that illegal immigrants that committed nonviolent crimes should be deported.
Yeah. That's actually them answering additional questions. That's them answering additional questions. That does not mean that's the overall premise. You're looking at the same thing that I'm looking at. So yes, there's multiple questions as far as, do you think that they should be deported for this reason or that reason, right? They have committed violent crimes, committed non-violent crimes, arrived in the country in the last 4 years, have a job,
There's multiple
our parents
phone
of
numbers.
children that are unborn in the United States came to the United States as a child and are married to U.S. citizens. And it goes from that, and that ranking from highest to lowest. This is how they actually, these were the questions that were asked that helped them make the determination as far as that breakdown that I said only 32% actually want mass deportation. So stop trying to cherry pick something from the overall
if everyone
feedback.
Was illegal, if they believe in
Hey, Fred.
illegal immigrants that committed nonviolent crimes, that would be mass deportations. You know that, right?
Fred, why did you just try to cherry pick something from my source?
Because your source says married to a U.S. citizen. That means
sure,
that
but my source, you literally tried to cherry pick a number from my source that you thought would make your point while not actually engaging with the overall premise of the source. Why would you do that?
Because if you were to deport people who have committed a nonviolent crime, that would be mass deportations. That's in favor of mass deportation.
Hey, Carbon.
When it comes to married to U.S.
Hey, Carbon, if I give you a source and you actually just pick out one point from the source, not even the overall synopsis of the source, but some like underlining factor of the source, and you try to build an argument around that, is that called a straw man?
That's not a straw man, because would that not be mass deportations? Carbon. Would that not be mass
would that
deportation
be a straw man?
if you were to deport
straw man cherry picking
violent crimes? That would be mass deportation. That would be millions of people.
Because
guess what? Crossing the border illegally
is
a misdemeanor.
Hey, Fred.
So that would be considered illegal. That would be mass deportation.
This is crashing out.
Hey, Fred. My source doesn't say what you wanted to say. My source validates what I said. Go find your own source. Get your grubby hands off my source.
I'm reading your source because you know you have no point.
And it's not validating what you're saying, Fred.
If 52% of people want people who are deported that committed nonviolent crimes, that would be considered mass deportation because crossing the border illegally is a misdemeanor. So they'd all be considered mass deportations. Hey,
Fred, you said that the majority of Americans want mass deportation. That's what you said, right?
Yes. Is 52% a majority?
Wait. So you said the majority of Americans want mass deportation.
Yes.
Right? You didn't say that the majority of Americans want mass deportation of non-violent criminals. That's not what you said. Because again, only 32% of all Americans want mass deportation. They want them all. You lie, Fred. Stop trying to cherry pick my argument, my source. It doesn't validate what you said.
If they are married to a U.S. citizen, that would make them a naturalized citizen. These questions aren't right. I'm looking at the questions that make logical sense.
Okay, hey, Fred, how about you go get your own source to prove what you said? Because my source isn't proving what you said.
I gave you my source and you said, no, it has to be.
Because it was from 2024.
I'll give you a 2025 source right now.
Sure, go ahead. Guys, while Fred tries to continue to demonstrate what he knows, do all the wonderful things, right? W's in the chat for Kevin, who sent $1 donation, said, ask Fred for, I am. Yes. I'm going to do that, Kevin. I'm going to hold off, but I'm not going to do it yet. W's in the chat for Kevin, guys. Thank you so much for that donation. And also, W's in the chat for Alex, who sent a super chat to say, I normally listen to Dean and only know about you in passing from when you visit the streams. Do you have a similar style? I'm me. As a matter of fact, I'm him, right? Like, listen, Alex, sit back and enjoy the ride. I promise you it's a fucking roller coaster. Not even gonna hold you. Carbon, am I lying?
Ain't lying.
W's in the chat for Alex. Thank you so much for that super chat, guys. If you'd like to support the live, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the tube and you want to support, you can send a super chat. And guys, again, take care of Carbon. I know we're gifting, but his pay links are running in the poll, and I know they're in the bio, and I have not heard him say thank you to anyone yet. Guys, someone take care of my guy Carbon. What are we doing?
I got you a New York Times source from 2025. Support for Trump's policies exceeds support for Trump. A new poll found the public is sympathetic to the president-elect's plans to deport migrants and reduce Americans' presence overseas. So they have a poll right here that shows that 55% strongly or somewhat support Trump's mass deportations. New York Times.
Got it right here from January.
That's 2025. That's 2025. You said 2025.
So question for you, Fred, if you don't mind, and also this is behind a paywall, so fuck that, right? I can't even validate what you're saying. I'm not going behind this paywall, right? So like there's that. But also question for you. When was Trump actually sworn into office?
January 20th.
Okay, and when is that article from?
I want to say.
Not want to say. I can see it, so I know you can see it. Be specific.
No, I don't. I don't. Just tell me right now. I can't see it right now.
January 18th.
January 18th. Yeah.
This article was written before Trump was even in office, bud.
Yeah, and then there's like this.
Literally before he was in office.
So there's like this honeymoon effect that happens after every president like wins an election, where they become they become very popular, like 50 to 55% will just support them. Like this happened after Biden won the election in 2020. This happened after Trump won the election in 2016, and happened after Trump. I mean, it just keeps happening after every election. Once you win an election, there's like a sizable shift of Americans who kind of shift in your favor a little bit for a honeymoon period for about maybe 6 to 8 months. That usually happens, and it starts to wane off sometimes around spring or summer of that next year after they assume office. So this tends to happen, right? So things that candidate tends to support, people tend to support that thing. They tend to support that thing that candidate ran on, and then they just sour and go back to their default after roughly around summer, after seeing that president in office and actually be able to perform. So so it's expected. Like you didn't see these kind of things right after Joe Biden won, right? After Joe Biden won, you saw, give a pathway to citizenship. Those kind of policies are popular, right? So you're gonna have to exclude that kind of data and then try to see if it's consistent.
Give me a 2020 polling that showed most Americans favored amnesty. I would love to see that. Give me a policy.
I don't really care about a 2020 polling. I don't.
Well, he brought it up. Give me a
Alethea, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, by the way. Pop off Carbon. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Let's go. W's in the chat. I don't really care about a 2020 polling. What I would like to actually find out, hey, why do you think that in January 18th of 2025, that the reflection on Donald Trump's deportation policies was looked at in a positive view, but then March and July of 2025, the view completely shifted to a negative view. Why do you think
You're
that?
giving me one Pew Research that's not even accurate, by the way.
I gave you multiple things. I gave you multiple things. I didn't just give you the one Pew Research. I told you about the PBS article. I gave you the Pew Research. I can give you multiple studies, but again, answer the question.
That I don't think so. I can give you polls right now.
No. Answer the question.
Why people are souring on it? Because I don't think that polling information is accurate. I actually trust New York Times more than I would trust PBS.
New York Times is just reporting on a poll.
Well,
it's also behind a paywall, slap nuts, so you're not going to be able to get away with that one.
What'd you say?
I said it's also behind a paywall, slap nuts, so you're not going to be able to get away with that.
You don't have the New York Times?
No, why would I pay for the New York Times? No.
I feel like if you're in the politics, you should get the New York Times.
Yeah, I don't need to get the New York Times. I have AP News, Political, BBC, Al Jazeera. I have Ground News. I have NPR, PBS. I have a lot of sources. I also know how to actually look information up. I'm not paying for shit. You must be out your goddamn mind if you think. Anyway, there's also another great article that's broken down by Economic Policy Institute that actually talks about how Donald Trump deportation agenda will destroy millions of jobs, right? And this is from July of 2025. There's multiple sources that continue to talk about not only how unfavorable this is, but how negatively impacting this is. But yet you haven't been able to quote anything, any type of source of anything since Donald Trump has had power and was actually implementing his hateful rhetoric.
Well, I'd say, why would he get elected then? If the majority of them, and also you're giving these poll numbers are skewed. They're completely wrong. They're inaccurate.
Gallup. So Gallup is not a reliable source, for example.
No, Gallup is not a reliable source.
Gallup is not.
Gallup-
Even though
By
they're
what? Wait. By what? But what? Hold on. Stop. Fred. By what measure are you saying that Gallup is not a reliable source?
Because look at their numbers from 2024 to 2025, it skewed that much. It went from 68% supporting mass deportations to 32 not, or 38 not.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Okay, you're saying it's ridiculous is not an argument. Do you have? Okay, so do you have? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know why you're over talking me. Right. So you looked at.
Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it doesn't make sense. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
No way
You're saying it doesn't make sense. That's just going to
Right.
be an argument from incredulity, right? I don't want an argument from incredulity. I want you to show me other trackers who have data that's inconsistent with Gallup's polling. I'm looking at the chart right now, and Gallup's polling does show there was a sharp increase in 2024, of course, right before the election, where people had their like record highs in supporting those deportations. And then after Donald Trump assumes office and he starts doing deportations, it goes back to the default, right? So you're going to have to explain why that happened. Now, if you want to say that that's just bullshit, right, then I want you to give me a few other trackers from 2000, let's say 2020, all the way through now to 2025 that show an inconsistency with this and show that Gallup is probably one of the only pollsters that show this stark decrease in these views. Do you have trackers like that?
Hold on real quick before he says anything. Carbon, you said, wait, one second, Fred. Carbon, you said what?
What?
You said something about an inconsistent. No, I know fucking inconsistent.
Oh, argument. Yeah, it's an argument from incredulity, saying it doesn't make sense or I don't know why.
Say the word again. Wait. Say the word again, Carbon.
Argument from incredulity.
Hey, Carbon.
Okay, well, check this out. Though. First of all, you throwing too many big words at me. Okay, now because I don't understand them, I'm gonna take them as disrespect.
You know what, Santana? I'll tell you something that you do understand.
What, Carbon? Watch your mouth and help me close out this debate.
Ellie, thank you for the $5 cash app saying spreading facts. Thank you so much, Ellie, and also LT Beast. Thank you for the $2 super chat over on YouTube. Mago, thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. So that is an argument from incredulity. Basically, I don't know, therefore it's wrong. Right? That's the argument you gave me. So what I want you to give me, Maga, somewhat genius, right? Semi-genius, or Fred, right? I want you to give me other trackers over time that do not show this stark decrease. Go ahead.
You said use 2020 numbers that show that.
No, just show other trackers through 2015. I'm sorry, I gave you that as an example. It could be from 2000 because the Gallup one goes all the way back from 2016. So I just want you to show me studies that go all the way up until like summer of this year that do not show that stark decrease over time.
All right, give me a second.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Also, W's in the chat. Fucking W's in the chat for let me get back here. W's in the chat for Daniel. Daniel, you're fucking awesome. Daniel sent a $4 donation. Say New York Times subscription is actually extremely valuable. Here's your first month sub. Daniel, thank you. I'll do it. W's in the chat for Daniel for that $4 donation to get me a New York Times subscription. Guys, again, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links are in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Everything's appreciated. If you're over on the tube and you want to support, you can send a super chat, and I will read that off. Hey, make sure you guys are liking the stream over on the tube as well. And guys, please do not forget about my African brother Carbon. Make sure we're taking care of him. Make sure we're hitting his pay links. It's running in the poll in the bio. Make sure we show him some love, because he's up here ice skating uphill with me as we talk to Fred.
And just to remind everybody what Fred's homework is. He's saying the Gallup poll showing that there was a spike in Americans' preferred rate of immigration and things like that. Their views on immigration, there was a spike, a record spike in 2024, and that spike has since been resolved back to default. Now, Fred is saying that that's bullshit, right? And so he's going to have to show, his homework is to show other trackers over time that do not show this trend all the way through mid-2025. Did you find that source?
I couldn't find. I could find it through early 2025. I couldn't find it through mid 2025.
Yeah, so
But just because
the Gallup
polling
poll shows that spike in early 2025. So that's just going to be consistent with the Gallup poll.
But my thing is, it's like Trump ran on immigration. Trump won the election on immigration. You're telling me the numbers skewed from 68 to 38?
No, I'm not telling you that. Gallup is telling you that. The numbers are telling you that. Yeah, also, Americans are telling you that. They're viewing Americans. They're polling Americans. Americans are telling you that.
So, you know why, though? Would you like to know why, Fred?
So if polling numbers during the election...
Fred, that was a question. That was a direct question for you. Would you like to know why?
Why?
Because Donald Trump actually started doing the hateful shit, and people realized, oh, man, this is fucked up. Right, because Donald Trump said that he was going to get all the criminals out of the country. He said when he ran on mass deportation, he talked about getting criminals out of the country. And listen, whether you are a sucker that fell hook, line, and sinker, a lot of people believe that he was going to actually target criminals. But then they started losing their minds when Donald Trump started showing up at churches, and well, not Trump specifically, but I started showing up at churches and schools and court hearings and actually deporting people that actually contribute to their community that they didn't realize. I'm still speaking. They didn't realize were undocumented immigrants. They started losing their minds when the people that they actually knew were affected because they didn't think the people that they wanted to harm were going to be people that they actually cared about. And once they realized the people that they cared about are also the people that were going to be harmed, they was like, ooh, I fucked up. Like, that's what happened. That's why there was such a huge shift in it, is because you know how many Trump supporters I've spoken to who said, well, he said that he was going to get all the criminals out. And not everyone tries to twist themselves into a pretzel like you and say, well, technically they're all criminals when they cross the border. No, literally they understand that Donald Trump told them that he was getting all the bad people out. And really what it is, he's just getting everybody out.
So why in your own Pew Research, and I got to go after one, but why in your own Pew Research that said that 52% of people believe?
Sir, this is Wendy's, not an airport. If you're saying you got to go, just leave. I literally don't need to know about your departure. Also, I have not enjoyed my time with you, so why would I give you a closing argument?
A big special shout out to Sergeant for the $2 over on YouTube. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Happy Labor Day, workers of the world unite. Thank you so much, Sergeant. I appreciate that.
I know that's right. Also, W's in the chat for Lindsay, who sent a $10 donation saying, reporting for duty, friend. What up, Lindsay? You are fucking awesome. I appreciate you so much. Guys, we don't have anybody in the box. We don't have anybody in the box. Trump supporters, they're a bunch of bitches. Fuck it, I said it. Yeah. SAWFT, soft. They're soft. MAGA is unalive. Listen, this is the thing, right? Carbon, how much time do you have?
I got some time.
Got some time? Chad, if I hit one more restart, will you guys come back? I'll be back. I need to see at least 800 yeses if you will come back. If I hit a restart, will you come back?
800 yeses. Let's go.
I'm writing all your names down. I hope you guys know that I have an eidetic memory. Like a fucking supercomputer. I'm like the Rob of the left. If you know, you know. Massive fucking W's in the chat for Carol. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Carol. Carol sent $100 donation, 50 for me and 50 for my African brother Carbon. She said give 50 to Carbon. I'm going to say, whatever. Massive W's in the chat for Carol. Carol, thank you so much for that donation. You are freaking awesome. I will send that over to Carbon as well. Also, massive W's in the chat for Alex, who sent another $5 donation. Said, since you have a moment, what's your opinion on democratic socialism? I'm big on democratic control in the workplace. Carbon, do you want to go first? Because I'm just going to say based, but I can expand it.
Yeah, some people. Yeah, some people. I. There's like people when they say like democratic socialism, some people take that to be the more Bernie Sanders type. But it seems like that viewer looks like he's
That's
taking
not
it
far
more.
enough for me.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm more of a Bernie guy. Bernie politics, social democracy, or like Sweden.
I lean
Norway.
way further than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a good start. Listen, I'm not a goddamn commie just yet. But like this whole capitalism shit
80s.
is not good. Listen. This whole capitalism thing is not good. But like no, I think that's a progressive stance to take, especially because like moderate Republicans tend to hold the Democratic Party back. I do think that democratic socialism has a bit of a talking point. I think that it needs to hit that next gear, right, and do more. But I trend towards more left. I believe in the things, right? So there's
The
that.
things, yeah. Speaking of capitalism, by the way, Lindsay, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you, Lindsay. Put a $10 over on Venmo. Reporting for duty here too, new friend. Thank you so much, Lindsay. I appreciate you for your support.
Hey, Lindsay is so based. All right, guys, I'm gonna hit a quick restart, and you all promise it. Listen, if I do this restart and like you guys don't come right back, I'll never stream again.
There you go.
I said it. If every one of you don't come right back, if every single one of you don't come right back, I'll never stream again. You promise? Okay. Yes, I am dramatic.
He gets 0 views when he comes back.
And yes, and yes, Carbon will be back too. At least Carbon will be back.
I'll be back.
At least Carbon will be back. I know that one. I am, Kay. God darn it. W's in the chat for Ellie, who sent a $2 super chat to say, we need to move past capitalistic system, bruh. The only way, I agree. I fucking agree. All right, we're going to hit a quick restart. YouTube, let me find somebody for you to watch real quick. Who want to go send you guys to see someone real quick. And then, all right, I'll be right back. Who want to go send you guys?
Okay. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Listen to some music. If it plays.
Show me the one whose safety
Okay.
such destruction.
All right. We ready? All right. Let's get back in here.
Stepping up in there, you hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Stepping, don't you wanna spar? Sparring with Santana.
Oh, I
Listen. This song is
Got the
cool,
LA
but
vibe
it's
too.
listen, it's ranked number 3 out of all 3 of my songs. Have you ever heard Brunch with My Creator?
Nah.
Before you leave, I'll play it for you. Brunch with My Creator is a fucking bop. Not even gonna hold you. Brunch with My Creator is an absolute bop. Guys, if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Jimothy Trump, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. We are only looking for debates. Guys, please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. What up, Swan? Guys, Carbon, you know what I've realized about Trump supporters? They're hypocrites.
Very much.
They're hypocrites.
And why are
right?
they hypocrites?
Well, they're hypocrites because when they talk about things like all rights, right? It's not all rights. It's not all rights because 6.7. What are you talking about? Hey, Boeing, get back up here. Boeing, are you a Trump supporter? I saw you in the request first, and then you ran. Get back up here. Get back up here. They talk about all rights, but for some reason, they actually only care about like 2A, but then at the same time, don't think that undocumented immigrants should get access to their rights as far as due process. They talk about whose bodies matter because they don't want to wear masks and get vaccinated, but for some reason they want to control women's bodies. They talk about protecting kids because they don't want men in women's spaces, but then has a predator as a president and who protects PDF files.
Yep.
They're also so emotional. They called us snowflakes while continuing to crash out every fucking day on this app. Every day.
Yeah, they got
every day.
These are the same people who said it was an attack on men to change Mr. Potato Head to Potato Head, right? Like, these
Also,
are the people that
they
crashed
were
out
mad-
at male cheerleaders for the Vikings, Santana.
They were also mad that the green M&M got changed and they took the heels off the green M&M. It's weird. They're weird. They got upset about that. And last but not least, listen, they talked about quote unquote Sleepy Joe, right? They love talking about quote unquote Sleepy Joe, but then at the same time, they won't talk about Crypt Keeper Don. Because Carbon, I don't know if you've seen him lately, but he does not look good.
My man he's probably peeing in a mason jar at this point.
I don't know that reference, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Anyway, guys, keep tapping the screen again. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. Listen, I'm gonna let this person up. I can't even really call this person like a Trump supporter anymore. I mean, I guess we'll bring him in for a second, but like, he doesn't even necessarily qualify as a Trump supporter anymore. If he loads, there we go.
Me?
Yeah, you don't really fall in that category anymore.
Santana, I don't know. I think you're being a little bit nicer to me than you're supposed to be.
No, I mean, like, I understand that you have, like, quote-unquote conservative policies, and, ideal policies and all this other stuff, but, like, I don't know if I could fully call you a hypocrite, but, whatever. Carbon, have you talked to Dr. Julio?
I've never... no, I don't think so.
Okay, all right. I'll let you and Carbon go at it, because, again, I don't know. You don't really fit the bill for me. Sorry. You don't get that label anymore. Is it because I demonstrate that I'm disillusioned with the MAGA movement? Is that what it is? That, and also, I mean, like, again, you showed that you had some integrity when you actually, you spoke truth, and so you're not a cultist, and that's a little bit tough for me. Like, I get it. You're unskinny. It's Lou Facts. That's what we call him on Clubhouse. But the problem is, yeah, that's an interesting character. That's a funny. Yeah, it is. But no, I mean, the thing with Trump, right? I do believe there are a lot of people. Now, let me preface this by saying, I will always hold Trump accountable because I hold all politicians accountable. But the thing that I have noticed with a lot of people that are just so damn pro MAGA, right? Is that they have this severely high inability to call out Trump when he does something that is just flat out objectively wrong. For example, his defunding of medical research is
is insane to me. Also, the fact that he allowed the United States government to purchase a 10% ownership stake in Intel.
Oh, that was wild.
Well, that gets, now I can't get into the, I'm not going to, this is your live, Santana, so of course I can't get into why I have a severe problem with that, because that gets into religious implications and things of that nature. I can't talk about that, but that was insane. That is literally a different form of Obamacare being mandated, which is what Trump was against. It is. Anytime that the government attempts to regulate, well, here's what I mean. The Obamacare mandate that was struck down by the Supreme Court was an attempt. Trump's argument was that it was an attempt by the U.S. government / Congress specifically to regulate commerce. He disagreed with that. The mandate was struck down. By allowing the government to gain private ownership of the largest chip, I believe the largest, if not one of the largest chip manufacturers in the world, it's
only behind NVIDIA, I think.
Yeah, definitely one of the. Yeah. So you're right, Santana. You're right. So the second largest. You're right. That I disagree. I don't like that. I don't like government. I don't like any excessive government interference in the market in any capacity. So and now Trump he tried to justify it by saying, well, we don't have rights to the information and blah blah blah. Also, the thing about Trump that I don't like, he put a ban on the regulation of AI for 10 years. I think that's
from the bill.
No, they took that out of the BBB.
Say that again.
That didn't get passed. They took that out.
That was out?
Yeah. He tried to,
I thought it was in there. Okay.
No. They got it out of the BBB.
Okay, good. Well, then that's one part of the BBB that actually is beautiful. They took that out. That I'll stand. But no, I mean, I think with the whole 2A and the protect the kids thing, I think I'm as pro Second Amendment as anybody.
I am too, right? I'm actually a card toting 2A member, right?
Same.
But like, what are we even talking about, man? Protect the babies.
Well, that's the thing about, I'm for that as well. The problem is, and I did a video on this a couple days ago, Santana. I think the problem with AB is more of a trust issue.
No. When I say the babies, I mean kids in school. Like I know AB is a whole different thing, but I'm talking about like the kids in school. When you talk about mass unaliving.
Oh yeah. I'm all for it. Let me tell you something. If I ever get to be president in 20 years, I would mandate. I wouldn't mandate it. I would do the same thing that the mayor of Kennesaw in Georgia did. He passed a law that said all males over 21 have to own a firearm. But of course, he doesn't enforce the law. He doesn't enforce it. But there is a very, very, very low crime rate in the city of Kennesaw where the majority of men do own a firearm. There's a negative correlation between the presence of firearms and the commission of crime. You can look that up across the country. But when it comes to, I did want to touch on the.
Well, hold on one second. W's in the chat for Elaine, who sent a $5 donation. Say, never been in politics, but y'all make it so fun, and I'm learning so much. All I knew before you guys was fuck Donald Trump, and keep it up. Absolutely. Listen, I'm glad that you're here with me, right? Because like I think that I always say this, if you enjoy the information, education, and entertainment, please consider donating. And I think the only way that we can get any type of real information across is by having some type of entertainment factor. That's why I do the backgrounds. That's why I have, the soundboard and the introduction, and, I make jokes and all this other stuff. Like, you have to be able to engage with people and meet them where they are, especially if you're trying to actually push out any type of real information in a sea of disinformation. So I'm happy to hear that you actually are, receptive to this. So thank you. Also, W's in the chat for Alex over on the tube, who sent a $10 super chat to say Idea US, a social programs from Norway. I agree. Freedom loving country of the US and a social warmth of Italy. I don't know about Italy. I've kind of heard some things. The workers protected, free and loving. Yes, I'm slacking off from work. Listen, I don't never do shit at work. Anyway, W's in the chat. Thank you guys so much. Again, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. Over on the tube, you can send a super chat, and I will go ahead and read that out. Listen, Dr. Julia, I know you were about to say something, but I think before I do, I have to make a formal introduction for you and Carbon, and also anyone in the chat that may not exactly know who you are, because I think if I say this, Carbon is probably going to recognize who you are immediately, and I think that's going to spark a bit of a conversation. Carbon, did you see the Surrounded Jubilee, the 20 black conservatives?
There was the recent one, right?
Yep.
I've only seen clips. I haven't seen the entire thing.
Did you see the guy that was preaching, and then Amanda was like, "You can't raise your voice at me," and da 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 da, and it was like, "Oh, it's fuck ACAB all day."
Oh, I haven't seen that one. That was him.
You didn't see Dr. Julio?
No, I haven't seen that one.
I watched the whole thing, and it's funny. And I will give you credit. Like, at least you were like someone that stood out, because there was a lot more that happened, but those clips aren't circulating. But Dr. Julio, that's him. That's him. He was one of the 20 black conservatives in the Jubilee Surrounded.
Okay. Have any of your views changed since you got on that show?
No, they've only gotten more solidified. To be quite honest with you, they've only gotten more solidified. I think I was not sitting across from a liberal. I was sitting across from a self-described radical. And
she did say that multiple times. She made sure you knew that she was a radical.
Yeah. You know, my definition of radical is different than Amanda's. You know, but it was an interesting conversation. I'll say that it was definitely an interesting one.
Anywho, Dr. Julio.
You know, but I think that, again, I think one of the things that we need to see, you know, when you look at there is a level of hypocrisy that I have seen out of the Trump administration that has pissed me off to no end.
Wait, hold on now. If you're going to be up here, you got to be an op. You can't keep agreeing with us.
No, mind you, I'm prefacing this by saying, to be honest with you, understanding how flawed he is, I still would have voted for him over Kamala Harris. I'm not changing
Which
that.
Still doesn't make sense, because he's not doing the things that you voted for him. I get the things that you voted for him on, but he's not doing it.
Well, actually, Santana, there is one piece of this that he is doing. I'm hoping to see if Brendan Carr follows through with this, because he's now the chair of the FCC, which is revising Section 230.
Oh, I remember you talking.
Right,
yeah. You can have it, Carbon.
Yeah, so if Brendan Carr is able to revise Section 230 and give us a chronological algorithm, and force companies like TikTok, YouTube, Instagram to give us that chronological algorithm as a choice, and also be transparent about their algorithm in general. If he can pass that, then I'd be like, all right, you still didn't give me my damn Epstein files. You still didn't take the audit of Fort Knox like you promised. You still didn't do everything, but that's a win, you know. So that's why he would have still taken my vote.
Wait, so I'm sorry, you said you want Donald Trump, you want the government to force private corporations to do what again? Via Section 230?
What I want the government to do is to force private corporations that operate in the information square, which is the public sector now. You should give us a algorithmic transparency law, which would simply force companies to reveal how they curate content for us. And I'm talking about Instagram, Facebook. This is not just exclusive to TikTok, by the way. The United States of America, we are now in a position where social media has become the public square. As such, it should not be, just because you're a private corporation, you should not be able to usurp the freedom of speech or modify or restrict someone's ability to have the same access, the equivalent access to an audience. That I've never been for that.
Yeah, so,
you're
saying you're not for those things, but I'm trying to look for an argument. What I'm asking for is an argument for why the government should be involved.
Because the government, as of right now, corporations have the ability, and when I say corporations in this case, I'm talking about TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. They have the ability to moderate or curate content with very, very high amounts of non-liability for whether or not they censor or moderate or take down content on a whim. It's very arbitrary. And I think that the federal government should step in and revise Section 230 of the U.S. Digital Communications Act so that when you act like a publisher instead of acting completely neutral, and this was exposed with the Twitter files and things like that, where Twitter was, people at Twitter were paid and told to take down posts that were anti-this, anti-that. I think that should be changed fundamentally. I think the freedom of speech should not stop at the internet.
Yeah, well, you're saying freedom of speech.
Real quick, just a quick second. Okay. Just an FYI, YouTube, I just put up a poll. Check out the poll and let me know what you think. There's 326 people hanging out on the tube. Lock in on that poll for me. I'm letting you make that decision. Anyway, go ahead, Carbon.
Yeah. So you said it's part of the public square. So I don't see how that's like people optionally go onto those websites and those apps, right? You don't have to have TikTok on your phone. You don't have to have Twitter on your phone. You choose to go on there, and then you choose to express yourself and the ways that you're allowed to express yourself. Those private companies, whether you disagree or agree with their policies or not, they have the ability to curate their content, just like you, as somebody who's on their platform, has the ability to curate your content, right? So it just seems like I don't see the principal distinction for why the government wouldn't just come in as a private user of that platform and then demand that you yourself give transparency of how you curate your content when people are on your specific page. I don't see why it would only have to be relegated to social media, right? Because there's a lot of different public squares, right? There's places where you can get information about the world. There's libraries. So now it seems to be that libraries have to give like some sort of government overreach where they have to say, well, it's a certain type of library where like certain books are allowed, but they don't allow like Yahtzee books promoting Yahtzeeism in their libraries, and so they have to give that information to the government. That seems to be an encroachment on an individual liberty of a company, whether you like it or not. We can just agree that some companies are like BS, right? I don't like what Elon Musk did to Twitter. Twitter seems to be a Yahtzee space, but it's worse to have the government come. I don't use Twitter like that anymore. I don't look at it for news anymore. You used to be able to go on Twitter and then the trending would just be the news, like it'll be the top journalist. It's not like that anymore. It lost that after Elon Musk took over. I don't think that's a government problem. I think that's a platform problem. We should change the platform, right? That seems to be like, I'm on the left, but that seems to be something that conservatives generally agree with,
Well, what I'm saying is that, the freedom of speech and expression in the 21st century, first of all, the Digital Communications Act was written in the 60s or the 70s. It was written, put it this way, it was written prior to the existence of the internet. My only argument is that because information can be disseminated faster and in ways that were not around when that law was written, we should simply update the law to reflect that the 21st century, and people have the right, in my opinion, regardless of viewpoint, to have the same equivalent access to an audience. It is well documented that TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook curates people's algorithms and downplays or suppresses people's content based purely on political viewpoint. There are 17 court cases just off the top of my head I could point to that prove this. I simply want everyone to have, regardless of viewpoint, the same access to an audience. So I'm not telling these companies to change anything that they're doing. Simply offer all users the ability to opt out of content moderation entirely. That's all I'm asking.
Let me ask you this.
One second.
Oh, I gotta shout out this Activisa. Thank you so much for the $8 super chat. Carbon, thank you for being here. Also, could you ask Santana if he got my super chat? Activista baby, thank you so much for the $8.
Activista. W's in the chat for Erica, who sent a $4.99 YouTube super chat. Let's see, Activista. I don't see it. Hold on. Oh yeah, I did. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I did. I hearted it, but I didn't read it out. Said thank you for being the facts man. Listen, I try to. Like, you got to hold them accountable, and you got to make sure that they're willing to bring facts. If they don't, then like, what are we even doing? W's in the chat for Activista. Thank you so much for that $10 super chat. Listen, YouTube, we have 78 votes. Look at the poll, and once we get to 100 votes, we're gonna make a decision. So if you have not voted yet over on YouTube, go ahead and get your vote in. Once we hit 100 votes, we're going to close the poll, and that will be the decision. Also, guys, if you'd like to support the live, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. Also, if you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat. And don't forget about my African brother here, Carbon. Make sure we're taking care of him. Guys, let's get him over 1,000 coins. He should be over 1,000 coins already. I know we had to do a quick little flip reset, right? But let's make sure we're taking care of Carbon, and also hit those pay links for him. They're running in the poll in the bio. Carbon, you were just about to say something.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask him, like, I don't see why this would only apply to social media companies and not like news organizations and like individual content creators. Why wouldn't an individual content creator, like for example, maybe like a YouTuber or maybe a TikTok live streamer, right? Why wouldn't we also have to report to the government? Let's say when we're debating or covering some news article or something like that. It seems like I would be forced. I would just like I wouldn't be able to like have these conversations, right? Like because I'd have to like because when I host lives about debating conservatives, right? I only want conservative voices out, right? So I'm actually selecting against conservatives, and that's obvious. Nobody has a problem with that. I don't want like liberals coming up and like talking to me about like those kind of things unless they're like co-hosts. So it seems like I'm biasing conservatives in my feed, right? And I'm biasing what people see on my feed, which is conservative versus liberal content, right? And it seems like I would have to report that to the government. It seems like
I think you're busy what I'm saying. All I'm speaking of, Carbon, is
the cool thing, whatever that was.
Yeah, I'm only speaking to Carbon of whatever. You are an individual creator. I'm talking about the hosting platform. All I'm simply saying is that whatever platform you're hosting your content on should give you the widest amount of reach at baseline possible. Because this is the United States of America and the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, which is the freedom of speech and expression. And if we live in a world currently where political viewpoints are suppressed and this is documented, I simply think that should be changed.
Okay, regardless, so let's say somebody wants
what your viewpoint is. I think that the public square should allow you
guys. One second. Julio, you getting cooked over on YouTube. Not even gonna hold you. Not even gonna hold you. Like they are. Like first of all, YouTube is built different. Like I don't know how much you engage with YouTube.
I got 3,000 subs on YouTube. I know what.
Oh, that's cute.
So here's a question I have for you.
That's cute. I got 7,200. Sophie said, "Dude, mad that people's algorithm don't include him. That's all. He's thinking about being suppressed."
So let me ask you this.
Hold on. Also, we did a poll. And the question was, do we want to keep Dr. Julio or find someone else? And the answer was no, F that, find someone better, or yes, let him kick it. And with 45% of the vote was, let him kick it. 54% of the vote said, no, you got to go. And not only that, like people have been sending super chat saying that you got to go as well, Julio. Like they said you were born. I ain't even gonna let. Listen, that ain't me. It's the people. I'm a man of the people. I gotta oblige. Like this is what they asked for. I gotta get the people what they want. Dr. Julio, I appreciate you.
Bye.
Sorry. W's in the chat for Jazz, who sent a $5 super chat to say, nice job, Santana. As always, keep fighting for all of us. Listen, I have no other choice. I really appreciate you so much. Absolutely. Also, W's in the chat for Erica, who said, I forgot the message. Technology stay kicking my AWS. Anywho, Julio gots to go. W's in the chat for all the gifters, guys. Again, if you'd like to support the live, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're over on the tube and you want to support live, you can do so with a super chat. And also, again, Carbon, right here. Make sure we're taking care of Carbon. Make sure we're hitting his pay links. Make sure we're giving. Guys, let's get him over 2K, right? He's at 1.32. Let's get him over 2K. Be like baboons. Are you a Trump supporter?
Not baboons. No, I'm not.
You're not? Okay. All right. I'm going to drop you down. I appreciate you. Not even going to lie. I thought we was about to get into some racist shit. thought we was about to get into some racist shit. Not even going to lie. And chat. The next time somebody come in here with like some racist shit, got something for them.
Uh-oh.
Fuck it, I'm gonna show you guys real quick since nobody's requesting. You know what happened when you... Hey, they sent a fucking starship.
Holy
Let's go.
shit.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Listen.
Start shit.
Listen. Not even gonna hold you. The next time one of these white nationalists come in here with the racist shit, next time they come in here with the racist shit, when you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. I want to make sure everyone understands that, especially when you come into like my live and you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Actually, I might not even be able to show you. Look, the background is like, L's in the chat for fucking TikTok. It's just spinning. Let me show you this, just so you guys know I'm not, BSing. Hold on. Look at this. Just spinning. It won't let me load my background. Oh, hold on. There we go. It won't let me load the background.
L. Sergeant Peppery, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Appreciate you.
But you know what I might be able to do?
Santana Inception.
All right. Next time someone decides they want to play stupid games, right? With some racist shit.
Oh shit.
Oh, you can't see it.
Yeah,
you can't see it. Damn it.
I know what it is though. The lips.
Next time we play stupid games, you're gonna win stupid prizes. Just an FYI. Just an FYI. Trump supporters, where are we?
Where y'all at?
Yes, Carbon does have a Twitch. Carbon, what's your Twitch?
Same name. Carbon Says over there on Twitch. We're live on Twitch and YouTube right now. We're growing that. I think within about a week, what we're gonna do is before we start our debate lives, we're gonna be doing reacts solely on Twitch. That's gonna be the place where we cover the news, politics, and things like that before we launch up our debates.
Carbon, I think I won. I think I fucking won MAGA. Like,
yeah, we converted all of them, huh?
Well, they've been ducking me for a long time. Like, we know that they're a bunch of bitches, right? I mean, that's what it really comes. Hey, Amber, what's going on, friend? Oh, guys, we're halfway through the gift gold, little kissy hearts. Who's that? Hey, Jay Wan. Yeah, we already know that MAGA's a bunch of bitches. They're soft, right? They're sensitive. They don't really have any type of substance. I was on Parker's Live the other night, and this guy was saying, "Oh, you guys can't bother me like I did time in jail, and I'm not sensitive, and blah 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 blah. You can't make me crash out." I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah." Hold on, why is that messing up? Anyway, he was like, "Yeah." I said, "Oh, okay." I said, "Hey, what are your pronouns?" He lost his shit. When I tell you he crashed so hard, like he lost it when I said, "What are your pronouns?"
What's up?
What's up,
Austin, are you a Trump supporter?
For the follow.
I am a Trump supporter, and I remember Carbon from another live I was debating. Soft as MF, I know.
What?
Did you come up here to fangirl?
Talking about, spanking is abuse. Yeah, you remember, don't you, Carbon?
Yeah, but
you think
fangirl?
No.
Did you want to? Wait, did you want to?
You calling us hypocrites is hypocritical. You realize that, right?
Listen. We're not going to talk about those type of spankings. We can talk about the spanking I'm about to deliver to you. Hey, Austin, why are you all such hypocrites?
The fact that you calling us hypocrites makes you hypocritical is hilarious to me.
How so?
Because in everything you argue about goes right back onto your own arguments.
Sure, substantiate that.
Let's see. One in which Carbon was talking about how we're soft when he's the softest.
Hold on. Wait. Is this Carbon's live or is this Santana?
No,
live?
but Carbon's here to support you, so.
Sure. Is this Carbon's live
part
or is
of
this Santana?
Oh, we're all hypocrites.
Hey.
Yeah, wait. How are we hypocrites?
Austin, lock in.
We still haven't given the argument.
Yeah. Is this Carbon's live or is this Santana live?
I got one. You're saying we're so emotional, right? Mm-hmm. But you're taking up time to argue this, meaning you're the emotional one.
That's called a logical. That's logical.
No, it's called being a hypocrite.
When you debate,
Because if you weren't emotional about this, you wouldn't
hold
take
on
time
one
out of your day
second.
as a grown
Austin,
man to
just
debate
to-
this.
people like you.
Austin, just to make sure I have this premise right, you're saying that I'm emotional because I engage in debates
About people being emotional, yeah. Because you can't,
the debate isn't
ignore
about
it.
people being
Well, you know what,
emotional. The
Santana?
debate
You know
is
what,
about-
Being
Santana?
hypocrites.
You know what, Santana?
And you're
He
saying
might
we're
be
so
right.
emotional.
You know what, Santana? He might actually be right because you know what? Whenever I destroy people like this, whenever you destroy people like this, we do get a little rush of dopamine when we see them
We do.
cower with
Carbon,
the
I
tail
destroyed
between their
you,
legs.
and you
Don't
know
we?
it.
Don't we know?
We
Don't
do.
we do that? Yeah, it's a little.
Carbon,
It's a
I
little bit.
destroyed you, and you know
Yeah,
it.
So
you
hold
don't- I
on.
don't
All
even
right,
know who
listen.
you are, my guy.
Austin,
I promise
Carbon,
you,
you know I destroyed
Austin,
you.
hey,
Side-
hey, bud, hey, listen, I think you got me fucked up. Okay, so this is the thing about this. This is sparring with Santana, right? And I know you see my African brother Carbon right here, and you're probably thinking, man, he's cute. I'm gonna come up here and try to get me.
Oh yeah, he's a fine-looking gentleman.
Sure, I know, but listen, this is my house, right? So first and foremost, take your shoes off and don't disrespect my carpet, right?
Oh, 100%.
With that being said,
I feel you.
with that being said, I'm going to speak first, and then you can speak, right?
Yes, sir.
So your premise was that I am emotional because I am debating about quote unquote people being emotional.
Yeah.
But I think you're missing the premise of the actual debate. The debate is about people being hypocritical,
Yeah.
and the points are how they are hypocritical. So I'm not debating about people being emotional. I'm saying that this is one of the reasons why I say that they're hypocritical. You don't see the distinction?
Oh wait, so we're hypocrites because we call you emotional.
No, you're hypocrites. Okay, let me run through this for you real quick, bud. So you're hypocrites because people on the right say not all rights, right? So they actually support their right for 2A and their pew-pews, while at the same time saying undocumented immigrants should not have rights to due process. That's hypocrisy. People on the right
They don't have the
are
right to come here
hypocrites.
legally.
Hey, can you exemplify any type of emotional regulation and let me run through my points?
Oh yeah, you're right. My bad.
Thank you. With that being said, people on the right talk about whose body matters. They get upset when people say you need to wear a mask or you need to get vaccinated, but at the same time, for some reason, want to control women's right to bodily autonomy when getting ABs. People on the right scream that they want to protect kids and keep men out of women's spaces, but at the same time, voted for a predator who protects PDF files in every single
Wait, can you
instance he
repeat the
can.
first point you made about wearing masks and getting vaccinated? That's the left side, not the right side. That's all the liberals and the conservatives.
You guys,
I mean,
you
not
guys,
conservatives, but all the liberals. Sorry,
you're a liberal.
I'm not liberal.
You're not a liberal. Are you sure about that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't speak on opinion and emotion. I speak on
Sure.
facts.
Sure. Okay. So cool. Question for you. Do you believe in in individual rights?
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Do you believe in civil liberties?
Can you define that, or
Yeah.
what you mean when you say that?
Well, just more so the actual right to any type of living without, oppression.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Without certain restrictions. Cool.
Yeah. Mhm.
Do you believe in democracy, like having the ability to actually vote for who you want to represent you?
Yeah.
Do you believe in free enterprise, capitalism, making the shmoney?
Hmm.
You're a liberal.
I'm not a liberal.
That's literally the definition of a liberal. You
I'm not a
guys
liberal. I
try
don't speak on opinion and emotion. I
Yeah,
speak on
again,
facts.
Well, if
listen,
you spoke
bud.
on facts, you
That's
wouldn't-
that's the actual definition of being a liberal.
Right. And Carbon,
So
if you spoke
maybe
on facts,
should
you would
actually-
voted for Trump.
Maybe
vote
you
for
should
pedophile,
actually.
sorry.
Hey, Austin.
He's not a
listen.
pedophile. You have no proof.
Yeah, I can show you.
Austin, you
Tell
got
me.
one more
Tell
time,
me.
Austin. Hey, I don't know what the fuck is going on right now, but Austin, you got one more time to disrespect me in my house before you take that long walk down the Green Mile. Like literally, I'm sitting here talking to you, and you're trying to engage, and you're showing how emotional you are right now because Carbon is literally doing the rope-a-dope.
You're right.
You can't concentrate on what I'm saying because you're so emotionally locked in and invested in Carbon.
No, you're right.
Carbon
You're
has
right.
had you hooked since you got up here.
Absolutely,
You're
yeah.
proving the background.
I let my emotions do the best of me.
You did. It's
Yeah.
okay. It happens. You guys are emotional.
Exactly.
So-
We're human beings.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So, like I said, just to revisit this point, right, as far as whose body matters, I said you guys protest and say you don't want to do things like wearing masks and getting vaccinated.
Oh, 100%.
While at the same time saying women should not have the right to bodily autonomy and being able to get ABs. That's the hypocrisy. See, right there, that's hypocrisy. You don't think that's hypocrisy.
You want to debate on ABs?
No, I want to debate on your hypocrisy. How can you have double standards for certain things? Why is it that the things only apply to you and not to everyone?
Well, that's not true. When we say we don't want to get vaccinated, it's because vaccines have killed lots of people.
Unalive. Vaccinations actually reduce the
yeah, that's what you were told.
Sure, I hear you. But the premise of not wanting to get vaccinated is that you don't want someone to tell you what to do with your body, right?
That's what the data shows, because they don't include all the unalive that weren't.
Austin, answer the question for me, bud. The premise is you don't want to be forced to get vaccinated because you don't want someone to tell you to do with your body, right?
No, I don't want to get vaccinated because it might unalive me and it might have bad side effects.
Because you don't want someone to tell you that you have to do this with your body.
No,
right?
Because of the side effects that come with it.
Because
I'd be fine with taking it if there wasn't side effects.
Austin, are you going to be disingenuous as well?
Oh, I'm just speaking the truth.
No, you're being disingenuous because...
How am I being disingenuous?
Because there's no actual proven evidence that vaccinations lead to unalivement.
Hundreds of countless unalives that weren't explained happened during the pandemic when people were getting vaccinated, including my grandma.
Yeah, my grandmother passed away during the pandemic as well, and it wasn't because of vaccination. It was because slapnuts like you, who actually would not do the right things, and she had something else. People unalive because they were immunocompromised from other factors, and people were unwilling to actually protect other people.
You guys are regurgitating all of what the government has told us. All of what the government has made you believe.
Okay, listen.
You're just falling under. You're just falling the simple lies.
I'm sorry, do you have any empirical research or studies that have been peer reviewed that shows that
the countless
I don't know why you're over talking me. I don't know why you're over talking me, Austin. I'm going to ask the question again, okay? Do you have any empirical research or studies that shows and supports your view that if somebody was vaccinated, they're more likely to unalive than if they were to get COVID-19? Do you have any studies for that?
Hundreds of countless unalives after the vaccine was given. Yeah. And they mandated this lockdown.
Don't just talk about it. Actually cite your source.
It's basically just your average cold.
Give the name of the
and they made us wear masks and vaccines because they want to control us.
Austin,
the government.
Austin, listen.
See, this is feelings, right?
It is. You're crashing. You're literally crashing. Carbon has you twisted.
Yeah, I'm getting pissed because you.
Yeah, because you're emotional.
It makes me mad when people don't see.
Because you guys have big feelings.
Because you're
snowflakes. Because you're snowflakes. Listen.
You're being manipulated.
Austin.
That's why I'm mad.
Austin. Stop. Austin. This is what I'm going to say. We're going to have a respectful conversation. We're not going to interrupt. We're going to finish our points. We're going to cite our sources. And the next crash out that you have, Austin, you prove my point, and there's no point of you actually being up here anymore. So try to keep the fifis and your tum-tums in check. Okay?
You know you're wrong. You know you're all wrong.
Listen.
I'm sorry, what was that source?
I don't care. Drop me.
See, there it is. You crash out all the time because you're such a sensitive. You're such a sensitive man child.
Drop me. Go for it.
Right there.
Yeah, I bet you would like that, wouldn't you?
I will. I will. I have no issues with getting him out of here. Like, I don't understand why he thought that he was the star of the show. Like, you literally proved the background. You literally proved the background. All you do is exhibit weakness in every single way. And he got reported for misinformation. Good thing I got him out of here before that happened. Like, what are we even doing? W's in the chat for Devana, who sent a $3.49 YouTube. I'm sorry, $3.49 donation to say, thank you so much for what you do. I'm Canadian, and I know it doesn't affect me as much as it does down south. It does. Listen, the things that Trump is doing absolutely affects you, and I'm sorry that it does. Which is why you didn't have a choice in dealing with this, and you're still being affected for it. It said, but still, it does inevitably continue educating these douchebags. I'm trying. They're a bunch of slap nuts, right? So that's that. W's in the chat. Thank you so much. Guys, if you like to support the live, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the tube and want to send a super chat, I will read that out and make sure we're taking care of my brother Carbon while he's here. Making MAGA crash out. Carbon, what the was that?
It's listen, I'm a masochist. I subject myself to these people all the time, A little bit of pain never hurt nobody.
Hold on. So that just popped up again for misinformation, but I think that just popped up twice, but he's already gone. I don't know. Kay, what do you think? I got that same one twice for misinformation, but he was already gone. So let me know.
It's happened to me before. I usually just like if I don't see like when you know how you swipe to the right or swipe to the left, have like if it doesn't have like a warning there, I just keep going. But sometimes I go based off my gut and just restart sometime.
Yeah. Just Brooks, are you a Trump supporter? Just Brooks, are you a Trump supporter? Just Brooke going once. Just Brooke going twice.
Oh, he lied about his age. Oh, he's 17. Austin.
Hey, don't say that out loud. I hate Lewis. Are you a Trump supporter? I hate Lewis. Are you a Trump supporter?
Ain't nobody here today?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, and they're gone. MAGA's defeated. They're literally defeated. They're literally defeated. They have no substance, nothing to offer.
Directory.
Like, what are we even doing anymore? W's in the chat for Bread Knight, who sent $1 donation saying, just got here, hope your night is going well. They've been crashing all night, friend. If you just got here, you've missed the most amount of crash outs. And even Carbon, the last guy, I'm blaming that on Carbon. Carbon made him crash. So there's that. That's what happened. It's been wild tonight.
Yeah, just ask him for a source and then, just put your feet on the table and just watch him crash out.
Yeah. Somebody said, what's the YouTube's? It's Santana Speaks. Santana Speaks over on the tube. Santana Speaks over on the tube. Listen, not gonna lie. I think that it's calling it time.
Yeah.
I think it's time to call it. They're not gonna come up because they are a bunch of babies.
Yeah.
A bunch of babies. But chat, before we go, would you like to hear, is there anyone in the chat on the TikToks or over on the tube who has not heard the Brunch with My Creator song?
Oh, I haven't heard this.
Put a 7 if you have not heard the Brunch with My Creator song. Also, W's in the chat for Kylie, who sent a $25 donation saying, taking down one MAGA at a time. Listen, actually, I took them down like 15 at a time. They can't handle me. I took out a whole swarm of them. A whole infestation of MAGA. I took them all down. All right. So you guys want to hear it?
I think they want to hear it.
I don't think they want to hear it.
I think they want to hear it, Santana.
Battery 40%.
I saw someone say no.
Yeah, I put their name down. I'm keeping track.
Holy shit. All right. Let's do it. And then we're going to get out of here. Just because it's my favorite song, we'll close with this one. Ready? Let's get it.
Brunch with my creator, yeah. We're just having some fun. Relax, sharing the moments when the cameras are done. The real you, real love, no filter, no show. She Grab a plate, take a sip, and let's unwind. Tell me what's really on your mind. Beyond the likes and the crazy trends, what's the story you don't post to your friends? No scripts, no filters, just you. What makes you laugh? What you've been through? The ups, the downs, the highs, the lows. Angeles. Talk it all before the moment goes. No spotlight stress, just your real side. No highlight reel, just the truth inside. What's the dream you keep tucked away? What keeps you grounded at the end of the day? See, this ain't for the clout or the fame. It's for the soul behind the name. So come on in, let the people see the human like you and me. Brunch with my creator, we're just having some fun. Just relax, sharing the moments when the cameras are done. The real you, real life, no filter, no show. Seat at a table, let the world know. Brunch with my creator, can you see? It's the human side of the screen. We laugh about the comments, the wild DMs. Talk about the real when the screen goes down. What keeps you strong when the pressure's high? How do you heal when the love runs dry? What's your why? What keeps you moving still? What's the joy the algorithm can't kill? The wins, the losses, the lessons learned, and the moments where your spirit burned. Then we open the floor, let the people say hi. They've been watching your journey, now they see why. It's more than content, it's connection too. And today's the day they meet the real you. Cause behind the post there's a beating heart. Behind the numbers there's a work of art. Brunch with my creator, that's the space. Mask off, let me see your face. Brunch with my creator,
we're just having some fun.
Relax,
sharing the moments
when the cameras
are done.
Real you, real love, no filter,
No show. Sit at a table,
let the world know. Brunch with
my creator, can you see? It's the human side of the screen. Brunch with my creator, girl.
He said, I can't stand first grade nursery rhymes.
Hey, 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 hey.
Brunch with my creator.
Listen, someone said, dang, that's a whole song. Yes, literally, Brunch with My Creator, Sparring with Santana, and Late Nights with Santana. All three of them have unique songs for each live, and you have to be able to get here at the start of the live normally to hear them. All three of them have their own individual intro song. What'd you think, Carbon?
I like it. Somebody said it got nursery rhymes, but it fit. It worked.
Listen, it's a bop. It's based off of the premise about Brunch with My Creator, which is a like a fire style chat interview where we sit down and we interview different content creators and we talk about like the reason they do what they do. We get an understanding as far as what motivates them and like just all those other things, right? And so that's what Brunch with My Creator is all about. So, yeah. Carbon, are you going live?
Right after this.
Okay, I've already got YouTube set to head over to you. So guys, if you're not following Carbon, go ahead and hit that follow button, and Carbon is gonna go live. So if you're over on the TikTok, just make sure you follow him, and once he's live, we'll do a Santana raid. If you're over on YouTube, I got it set up that he's already live on YouTube, so it's automatically gonna redirect over to Carbon. All you got to do is hit the accept. That's all you got to do. No stress. You don't have to go search for him. You don't have to do all. Listen, I did all the work for you because I am kind. I am loving. I am caring. I want to take care of you. So we got to set up. We're going to go ahead and get out of here. Not going to lie. Not feeling the greatest tonight. I played through the pain. I'm not feeling 100% at all. I don't know what not.
All right, we're going to go start the live now. If I motherfucking can. My phone is going slow right now. Okay, there we go. All right, we're good. We'll start with a few gifts. Do settings, video quality, we'll turn that down. Do our effects and our regular background, why are Trump supporters so soft? And then we'll go live. Let's do it. All right. Alrighty. big special shout out to Lori. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lori. Thank you for the $20 super script. Karen, Carbon, I assume you meant. I just subscribed. Everyone in here, hit like, please. Thank you so much, Lori. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support of the stream. We got a Santana raid incoming from both TikTok and the Tube. What's up, everybody? Welcome in. Santana raid, let's go. How's everybody doing? Clover, thank you for the heart me. Judah, thank you for the heart me. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Sad I miss you on Santana. Well, you got me now, okay? Tigger, thank you for the rose. Who was that? Who was the other one? James, thank you for the mic. Welcome in, everybody. Who else we got in here? What's up? Annie, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing fantabulous. We're gonna start bringing up our guests, get some shit started tonight. Don, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, 24.
You a Trump supporter?
Sure.
All right. Okay, cool. What do you want to talk about today?
I'm kind of open to talking about whatever you'd like to talk about. I'm just here for a conversation.
Yeah, sure. Background says Trump supporters are soft. Usually about very trivial things. So I'll see if you. I got a list of things I keep having to add to the list. So if you want to contend with anything, hit me up. There's January 6th, burning the American flag and banning it. Pride displays, gay people, drag queens, trans people, tampons in men's bathrooms, whichever one you want to talk about, man.
Well, the debates that I'm most interested in personally would have to be pro-life versus pro-choice.
Mm-hmm.
Is a pretty hot button issue for me, and then Christian nationalism. Oddly enough.
Okay, sorry. I'm making sure. But okay. Yeah. Well, so a lot of these topics are pulled up in Christian nationalism. A lot of Christian nationalists would, take issue with a lot of the issues I brought up. Are you a Christian nationalist?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that?
In that I believe that theology in general is a net positive for society. I believe that the Christian God is a good God, and that in terms of national identity, I think it's important that we have one, and that Christianity is a good national identity.
Okay, so we'll get started there. So first things first, do you think that if Christianity were false, we should still have a Christian nationalist nation?
Yes.
Okay, so are you taking it from the perspective of its what you think are benefits to society, or are you taking it from the perspective of the fact that it's true?
Both.
Okay, which one do you want to talk about?
I'll let you control that.
Okay, yeah, I
So
think
where do you
Christianity
want
is
to go?
like obviously false, and if your God is good, then our moral perceptions are way out of line with what your God believes is good.
Okay, so what is exactly out of line with what my God believes is good?
Yeah, so your God believes, for example, all things considered, that when there's like a case of, let's say, a torture of like a child, right? Your God believes that shouldn't be prevented, right? He doesn't believe that it's a good thing for him to intervene in those cases, right? But you think you should intervene in those cases. There's a mismatch in what God believes is a good thing to do and what you believe it is a good thing to do. So the question is, if you believe that God is the standard of goodness, then it's actually not a good thing for you to intervene in those cases. It's actually a good thing to allow those things to occur.
Well, God gives us free will, and we do with that with what we do.
Yeah. But like, if giving somebody the free will to grape and torture a child is a good thing to do, then why don't you give rapists and torturers that free will?
Because he says it's bad.
Well, if he says that it's bad, then all things considered, like, I'm sorry, let me rephrase it this way. Is it a better thing to violate the free will of a rapist or a torturer than to allow them to grape and torture? Which one's better?
Well, it's better to enact justice and law and order.
What specifically with respect to preventing it from happening, if you can?
Well, absolutely, you should prevent it.
Yeah, but when you say should, you're indexing something about Christian ethics, which traces its steps back to God. But God doesn't think he should stop it. So why do you think you should stop it and God doesn't think he should stop it?
Right, because we have the free will. He's given us the free will. It is on us to enact and act out what is good.
Does God have
right?
free
It's
will?
not his job to make us be good. It is our job to say, okay, these are the ideals you have set before us. It is now our job to act out these ideals and be good.
Wait, why do we... So God doesn't have to do the good thing?
No, it's on us with free will. Like, that's
So
why we
God
have free
doesn't
will.
do... When God sees an action, he said that would be a good action for me to do, all things considered. He could just be like, I'm not going to do it.
No, he's saying, this is my intent for you. This is what I hope you will do, right? But you do ultimately have the choice. You have the choice to love me, right? And be close to me. Or you have the choice to separate yourself from me in sin.
Well, I'm sorry, like, do you understand the objection that I'm raising?
What, that God doesn't himself interject?
Yeah,
in
you're
act of
saying
evil?
that that would be a good thing. Okay, so what does good mean to you in Christian ethics?
Christ-like.
Christ-like. Okay,
Yeah.
so if Christ was there and he was watching a rapist about to grape a child, would Jesus just sit by and just watch it happen?
No, absolutely not.
No, so it would be Christ-like to intervene,
Yes.
right? But does God intervene?
Well, in the hypothetical situation where Christ is walking the earth and he does intervene, then yes. Because
Well, I
Christ
mean, there's
is
nothing that
the
Christ can do
Son.
that God can't do, right?
Hypothetically.
So why does God not intervene then? If it's the Christ-like thing to do to intervene.
Right, because Christ isn't walking the earth. We are, with our free will. And
Why do you
our...
need to walk the earth in order to protect a child from grape?
Okay, but why do we need the choice to love and be good, right? Because it is a choice, and that's the only reason it is good is because there is bad. If there is
Yeah,
no bad, there is no good.
but you're allowed to prevent bad things from happening. That's perfectly consistent with you as an agent having free will. You have free will,
Right.
the rapist has free will, the victim has free will. You all three have free will, and then you say it's a good thing for me to use my free will to violate the free will of the rapist to protect the free will of the victim. So if that's a good thing to do, God obviously sees that that's a good thing to do, and he chooses not to do the good thing. And that's just consistent with him being either morally indifferent or evil.
But no, he tells us this is what you should do because it is good.
When he says, okay, because it is good, right? But good is what God would do, right? He said it's
Right.
Christ-like,
And he's saying you should do this.
right? In virtue of what?
In virtue of what?
Yeah, he said you should do it, right? But like, if there's nobody around to do it, like if there's just the rapist and the victim, right? And there's nobody to stop the rapist from doing like attacking, violating the victim, then why wouldn't God stop it from happening if there's nobody around to stop it?
Because that he charges that rapist with the idea that he has to choose whether to do good or evil. And if he does do evil, he separates himself from God. And that is the crux there, is that it is a choice to love God and to be good.
Well, I'm sorry. So he sits by and watches it happen. He watches the entire thing happening, right? And he says, after you're done violating this victim, sometime down the line, I'll judge you. That's what he's saying.
Right, because if I don't have the capacity to be evil, then I don't have a choice to be good.
Understood. Okay, so it's a good thing, and so should we have our justice system better model that? Because currently our justice system at least tries to compel a police officer, right? If you're riding down the at night and you look down an alley and you see somebody about to grape someone, right? You don't just sit there and record it and then just submit it to the judge for judgment. No, the police officer is going to try to prevent it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But why is he justified in doing that? If it's a better thing to do to just watch it happen, allow this guy to exercise his freedom as an American citizen to grape people, right? And then just judge him later.
Right, but you have to separate the idea that God gives us our free will and the choice to be good. And so he gives that to us and we say, okay, you have given this to us. I am going to choose to be good. So when I'm driving down the road and I see this, because I know it is good, because you tell me it is good, I'm going to act it out in worship of you.
It can't be good. That's the whole point. It cannot be good to intervene if God does not intervene, right? That's the whole point. We could put it as a syllogism, and I think you would just be accepting of each of the premises of the syllogism, right? Premise one, you would just say something like, it would be a good thing for a sufficiently capable agent to stop the grape, right? Premise two, God is a sufficiently capable agent. Conclusion, therefore, it's good for God to stop the grape.
Okay. Well, we are getting a little circular here. Let me ask you a question, right? If I follow the teachings of Christ and I come to the conclusion that it is good for me to stop on the side of the road and prevent this action, then are my Christian ideals a net positive for society?
Well, that wouldn't be a Christian ideal, because then you'd be violating the Christian God's ethics.
Okay, but if Christianity, as a majority, like the majority of Christians, accept that God charges us with the choice of being good and that we want to choose to be good, so we do good things, is it net positive? Yes or no?
In my worldview, that would be a net positive, right? But that's not Christianity. That's people rejecting the entailments of Christianity and choosing their own ethical system that they just call Christianity, right? Christianity entails allowing people to exercise their freedom to grape, murder, and things like that, and then judging them later. It also entails that we're allowed to punish people who do not deserve that punishment. For example, children. And we allow people, for example, just like Jesus Christ, to take the punishment for others, right? That's the system of justice that is the commitment of Christian ethics. But a lot of Christians don't like that because it's so counterintuitive. So they create their own ethics, right, that are secular to Christianity, and they just call those ethics Christianity.
So wait, God doesn't tell me to be good?
Well, I'm saying, what I'm saying is there's a contradiction, right? The contradiction is that if the Christian God exists, right, then there wouldn't be any gratuitous child grape or child torture examples, right? But there are gratuitous cases of those, therefore the Christian God does not exist. So Christianity's false.
But wait, in Christianity, there's the garden, right, in the beginning, and we as humans ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and we condemned ourselves.
I was absolutely not involved in that process.
It was two people, right? So that's not we as humans. That's two people who are not yourself. Why do you get the punishment for what other people did? Is that justice to you?
It's just what happened.
I didn't ask that. Is that justice to you to get a punishment that other people got? Is that justice in your view?
Yeah, because Christ saved me from my sins.
Okay, so it is just to punish person A for the crimes of person B. That's true in Christian ethics?
No, in the specific example, it was made just by the sacrifice of Christ.
And why is there still evil?
You can make... Okay, so I'm sorry. Can moral responsibility be transferred from one person to another? For an action from that one person?
In the specific example where Christ undertakes the burden of sin, yes.
How does he undertake it? What did he do? How does him dying and resurrecting do anything for your sin? Does that take away your moral responsibility for the sin?
No, right, but it gives a pathway to forgiveness and
Why? How does it do that?
entrance into heaven. Well,
How does
through
it do that?
repentance.
Well, like, then it's the repentance, not him dying. He didn't do anything. Listen, like, okay, here's the analogy, okay? You're a mafia boss, you've done a lot of like horrid things, right? And then now you get caught and now you're before the judge. And the judge says, "Okay, I want to give you I don't know, 20 years in prison." Right? And some random guy off the side of the street, never done anything wrong in his life, says, "You know what, Judge Carbon, right? I want to take the prison sentence for him." Right? That's what he deserves. But I don't want him to get what he deserves. I want you to exhibit grace. So I will go to prison for him, right? Now, you might say that that guy is a great guy, right, for wanting to do that. But is it a good justice system to allow him to do that?
I hear what you're saying, and I'm more interested in your replacement. So if we deny, say, Christianity as a society, and we decide to move towards something else,
Yeah.
In your eyes, what does that look like?
Probably closer to some of the Nordic countries. They're pretty secular societies, and they've been trending that way for a long time. And yeah, I think you should have like strong ethics with respect to protecting people's rights, giving people their freedom of expression, and protecting people's rights from each other, and making sure everybody's uplifted. If you take this view of like,
Is it just the vocabulary that you're saying that those rights and those values come from? Where is that coming from?
Us as a society.
Our capacity to reason. We're able to appreciate reasons for not doing certain things. That's where those rights come from. That's where morals come from.
So you would live solely based on ideology, just an ideology in general, just reason.
If by ideology you just mean like, I don't know what you mean by ideology.
Right, that we kind of just create our own.
That's what we did with Christianity too, Don.
Yeah.
Well, I would disagree.
Well, yeah,
It's based on
because
an
you're a
ideology.
Christian, but like as external critique, right? Like it's men that created Christianity and created their own ethics. In your view, it is an internal critique. You think it was God that did it, but it's just one person creating the rules versus like it's still a person creating the rules. Right? It's no different.
So when I say every single person, say you line up a very diverse group of people in front of me, 100 people, and I look at them and I say, every single one of these people there's some kind of echo. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but every single one of these people have intrinsic value of some degree, right?
Mm-hmm.
In your ideology, that comes solely from rational thinking?
Well, value is a subjective concept, right?
Oh, and that's a very slippery slope for
Wait, where does
society.
your value come from in Christianity? What does
That's
value come
God
from?
given.
Is it like a thing that he gives you, or is it just something that he thinks about?
It's intrinsic.
So how is it intrinsic?
Right, and the fact that we all have a value, that's just what
That's just
it
begging
is.
the question. Like, you're not telling me, like, you're just saying that. I can just say that, right? It's just like, oh, we just have value and we don't need God. And you'd be like, how do you know that? Well, we just do. It's just intrinsic. That doesn't answer the question.
Okay, so Genesis chapter 1, verse 27. So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. And then...
I'm sorry, let me ask you this. What property, under Christian ethics, what property do humans have that gives us value? What's the property?
Well, first of all, that we're made in the image of God.
Okay, so if you're made in the image of your creator, then you have value. Is that the view?
Okay, so created in the image of God, loved enough for Christ to die for us. We have a unique role in God's plan and are destined for eternity with God, and it gives people value in saying that you are created in God's image, you are uniquely created, and you are loved by your creator.
Okay, so does God have a creator?
No.
Okay, so God has no value.
No, not necessarily. Are you aware of necessary and contingent truths?
Yeah, I'm aware of those, but I'm just saying, like, you're saying that it seems to be that you're saying you need a creator in order to have value. It's not the case that God has a creator, so God
Well,
has
he
no value.
transcends that, right? So
He's
are
special. He's a special case.
well, obviously he's God.
Yeah, that's called special pleading.
He is he is the giver of value. He is not.
Well, what's the argument for that?
That we are made in his image.
No, what's the argument that he gives value? What like if I were to say like my son is made in my image, right? You wouldn't accept that that's what gives my son value, right? So there's something that differs from me and God. Somehow when he gives you makes you in his image, somehow that gives you value. What's that property?
Okay, well, maybe it is, in your eyes, simplistic thinking to say that I was created in God's image and Christ died for me because he loved me. And that for me is God giving me value and Christ saying that you are valuable, you are unique, and you are created in my image. I would ask you then what your counterintuitive plan is for giving everybody value.
Yeah, again, when I think of value, that's a judgment, right? A judgment is just what an agent does, a mind does, right?
Based
For
on what?
example, yeah, so for example, I can disprove that. Like if your grandmother or your mother or somebody very close to you in your family passes away, right before they pass away, they give you something, right? A necklace or something like that, maybe like a watch, right? Now, let's say it's like some like a wristband or something like that. You'll never throw that wristband away, would you?
No, it has sentimental value.
Right. And if you saw it on the ground, you'd pick it up. But if somebody else, random person who never knew that family member, saw it on the ground, they'd just step all over. They'd just walk right past it. So it has value to you. It does not have value to them. But it seems like just the fact that she gave it to you alone is what gave that thing value to you. You didn't even need to talk about God in those sentences.
So you're saying in your view, right, if the wristband has no value to you, then who's to say you shouldn't just step all over it?
Yeah, so if it has no value to you, that's where value comes from. Value is a judgment. When that person is walking down the street, when that person is walking down the street and they happen to see your wristband just on the side of the sidewalk, right? It holds no value to them. It doesn't have any context. So they just keep walking by it. Of course, that's like now, like there are people like that when it comes to humans. Those we call people like those sociopaths and psychopaths, right? When they just see another person, and they just don't hold any value to that individual. But you and I, we hold value to these individuals, right? Because we judge, we appreciate reasons for protecting their interests and things like that, right? So I don't see where God comes into nothing about what I said mentioned God at all. I don't know how God is a role, and it seems kind of minimizing of human value to say that it has to come if God doesn't exist, right? It just has to come from him specifically and alone, because all that tells me, Don, is that if you woke up tomorrow and you just lost your belief that God exists, you would just believe that you have no value, and that's depressing to me.
Okay, and so all right, you walk past that person, like you said, we both say that person has value. Where is your value in that person coming from?
What do you mean? What did you say?
Where is your sense of value coming from when you say I value
the value
that
of
person?
myself or the value of that other person?
Yeah, you see that person, you say they are valuable. Where is that coming from for you?
Yeah, it's coming from my capacity to reason and consider their interests. It doesn't come from anywhere else. It's not like a thing that they're wearing. It's not a type of shoe. It's just something that I perceive about that individual.
Okay, so I'd caveat on this. First, I want to point to an interesting comparison to Christianity, and then also offer you as something to think about is that you appeal to your own reason. Something interesting in Christianity is that the law of God is inscribed on our hearts, and in a way that when we reason and we think about our conscious experience and things that we perceive to be good, it is because it is good and God is good, and that is kind of inscribed in our souls and in our hearts. My follow-up question would be, if you're appealing only to reason, what's to stop somebody who is less reasonable, right? If you're just saying to a whole society, for example, on a large scale, everybody just reasonably think about how you should act, right? What is to say that somebody less reasonable doesn't step all over that wristband?
Yeah, that's what happened. What do you mean, what's to say? Like, we're not like, of course, some people fail in their reasoning. That's why we have these moral atrocities. People fail. Like, Christianity has this. You think the devil or Satan is unreasonable. You think he's failing with respect to being able to reason, right? And be able to do the moral good, right? The same thing is true for people, right? Some people, they fail to reason, or maybe they do reason, but they let their desires get in the way and overcome that and try to violate that contract and value that they have for an individual for some other desire that they have, right? Like, yeah, and that's people fail to reason. And that's why my view is I think people should become more reasonable. We should teach children how to become more reasonable. Like, we should have that in our schools and things like that. And you're not going to like it, but I think that'll make a lot less Christian nationalists.
Okay, so you don't think that Christianity, for example, can help somebody who doesn't have the capacity to think for themselves in a reasonable manner think more reasonably?
I don't see how. I see how it will it can give them hope and things like that. I don't see how it makes them more reasonable.
Well, say they just don't really have an ability to reason very well. Things just don't click very well in their head.
Right.
Well, you could point to the law, that is one thing, and saying these are things that you can and cannot do. Mostly things that you cannot do.
It's easy things for them to follow, right? And they
Right.
they don't reason outside of that, right? Like, if you were to ask that person, well, why? Because you've stipulated in this hypothetical that this person has some sort of failure to be able to reason in a more advanced level, right? They're always just going to want to follow those rules. But yeah, I agree. That's what a lot of, not just Christians, but a lot of religions do, and not just even non-religious people. There are people who can't reason well, who are atheists. They just want to follow the rules, right? They don't want to think too much about things.
Well, I think we definitely agree on that.
Yeah, but what I'm
on
saying
that
is,
piece.
all these rules of Christian nationalism, right? They're just unreasonable. You guys want to ban gay marriage and stuff like that. There's no sense behind them. There's no reasoning behind them. You don't want women to vote. There's no reasoning behind that. You're just doing it because Paul said it in 1 Timothy 2:12, and even his reasoning was flawed.
Can you quote that?
1 Timothy 2:12. He says, a woman should be quiet. She should not hold authority over a man. The reason why she shouldn't hold authority over a man, he says, is because Eve, who happened to be a woman, did the first sin and was deceived, right? So he's making an invalid inference that therefore, because Eve was deceived by the serpent, somehow it follows that all women are more likely to be deceived than men. That's just like a association fallacy. That's an ecological fallacy. It's a non sequitur. It's just so many things wrong with that. And Paul wasn't a philosopher or logician. So of course he failed.
That's the incorrect context.
And that verse 100% is the reason why I've spent the last 25 years studying the Bible.
The context is incorrect.
What's the context?
Paul is addressing the chaos in Corinth's worship gatherings.
Yeah, well, no, he's saying that women shouldn't have authority for that reason. Did he not say that? Whether it's in church or not, it doesn't matter. He's saying that women shouldn't have authority for that reason, correct?
Well, it's not about silencing people. It's about stressing order and not speaking on something that you are not knowledgeable
of. There's no good reason to believe that a woman wouldn't know anything about being able to have authority in those contexts. He doesn't cite any good reasons for that. What's the reason?
And I mean, statistically, women are better in these situations.
Yeah, I mean, most scholars have unilaterally concluded that Paul was prohibiting disruptive questioning or chatter. So I would urge you to more dig into the contextual.
Oh, I have.
Yeah, but he said women should not hold authority.
We saw against that thing.
Do you agree with
Right.
that? Do you agree
For the sole purpose of prohibiting disruptive questioning or chatter. The context is
Yeah, because
important.
they
He's
didn't
not
like
saying
women
that women
speaking
should
up
never
against
speak.
the hypocritical
In
bullshit
fact,
that's
that
happening within the Corinth church. Are you kidding me? It's misogynistic as fuck.
Gretchen, by the way, thank you for the $3.11 for the lo-fi. I'll turn that up for you. And also, Rochelle, thank you for the $2 super chat over on YouTube. I appreciate you. Go ahead.
is Priscilla helping teach Apollos, a gifted preacher, teaching him how to be a better preacher and being accepted as a teacher, misogynistic?
Wait, so I'm sorry, say it again. I was reading something. Sorry, go ahead, say it again.
Priscilla, for example, was a woman, right? And she was very knowledgeable, right? And she was a teacher for Apollos, who was a very gifted preacher. And she taught him many things, right? In that context, we say, okay, this woman knows what she's talking about. She's not being disruptive, and she is fulfilling a teaching role. What is
But you
I guess
understand that the
misogynistic about that?
context of saying that it's the women's fault that there is disruption, that is misogynistic. That they're inherently disruptive.
You have to read the story.
I have.
Do you think that women should have authority in the church, Don?
I believe that they do serve important roles.
Like, do you think a woman
Can a
should
woman
be a
be a
pastor,
lead
for
pastor?
example?
Specifically the lead pastor, the head pastor of the entire church.
Well, I don't necessarily think any of that is conducive to being a follower of Christ. It is the institution.
Do you think it is, though?
I'm not really arguing that society as a whole should buy into the institution of Christianity, but they should be followers
Are
of
you a
Christ.
Christian nationalist?
Yeah, you're a Christian nationalist. You don't think a
So
president
you-
should be like a woman, for example, correct? No president would be able to be a woman in your worldview, correct?
Crickets.
Well,
Hello? Yeah. And should women be able to vote in your view? Annie,
I'm
there's
I'm
like an
curious.
echo, Annie. Like you
Well,
gotta
hold
mute
on.
whenever.
I am curious to see what Christ himself says and not necessarily the rules placed on an institution. So give me a minute.
Christ doesn't say anything about voting. In fact, he really doesn't say much about women. I'm gonna drop and come back.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, is that your view of a ideal Christian nationalist world? Can women vote in your world?
Well, I'll say this. I think we should be followers of Christ. So give me a second. Right, so you want me to kind of like bend my worldview around a set of rules that an institution has come up with. I'm not necessarily interested in the Christian church in the way that I'm interested in the word of Christ himself.
Okay, but you can. Okay, do you institute those? Just to be clear, like, we're trying to make some connections here. Do you institute the words of Christ in a Christian nationalist world into law?
I think some discernment would be required, but mostly yes.
Okay, and currently you're agnostic about whether women voting would be consistent with that. Is that what you're saying?
It depends on whether or not Christ.
Like, if you
says
found out that
women
he said
cannot
that,
vote.
then your Christian nationalist world would ban and take away that right to women to vote. If it said that, if you took that as the interpretation.
Well, if I also interpret that Christ or God is good, then yes, I'd have to take that stance.
Yeah,
But
I'm
Christ
saying,
doesn't
like,
say
that's-
that, does he? But
Well,
does Christ
I mean,
say that?
I'm asking you. Most Christian nationalists don't believe that women should vote, so that's why I'm asking you if you believe that.
Based on that 1 Timothy 2:12 verse specifically.
What about authority, like in the presidency?
Well, honestly, everybody should vote, even if you're man or woman.
Yeah, but he's a Christian nationalist, so we're trying to get his view. So, Don, do you think, for example, a woman should be able to be president and run the country?
Yes, I do believe they should be able to. Because I don't think Christ says anything that contradicts that idea.
Okay, so Now,
Christ
like,
himself.
just to be clear, now you're a heretic in the Christian nationalist space, right?
No, I'm a follower of Christ.
Well, that's what they're gonna say, right? And you're also gonna say that, but this is why there's so many different denominations, right? You'll be like, I want a Christian nationalist nation. Women can vote, women can be president. And then all these other people that are running the Christian nationalist space, disseminating their views, are like, what the fuck? That's not Christian nationalism. They're gonna call you like a bleeding heart liberal or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but the whole idea, the whole premise of my idea is that we can point to Christianity or Christ in specific and say, hey, this is a solid moral framework we can build a nation off of. And our nation was built
slavery
as Christians, you know? And so
slavery. Not only was our country built off slavery, but Christian ethics entails the permissibility of slavery, Old Testament and New Testament.
And the G side of many indigenous cultures.
And the words of Christ simply.
When did Christ ever condemn slavery? Ever?
Well, he does tell you that everybody has nobody is more valuable than anybody else.
Yeah, but
God does complain.
No, he doesn't.
So in Ephesians 6:9, you have Paul saying, "Slaves, obey your masters." Right? He says that. What you're talking about, Don, is Galatians, which again is not. That's not Jesus. It's Paul. But Paul. And he says there are neither male nor female, slave nor free, and then something. So he's just saying like anybody can be a Christian. That's all that means. So if you believe that that's an abolition of like. So if you believe that that's like an abolition of slavery, then you just also believe in gender abolition as well, where there are no male and female roles, correct?
W.
Not in that context, no.
No, of course not.
Well, not when the context is giving value to everybody across the board. He's not saying that there is no male or female.
That's not what that's
He's saying that
regardless.
He's saying regardless of male or female, you have value.
No.
He's saying regardless of slave or owner, you have value. He's not saying those categories do not
where
exist.
you can't. Where does he say that you can't be owned as a slave? Nowhere does he say that. In the Old Testament, God says, "Listen, free the Israelites because they're actually my slaves, right? But that when I free them, they're allowed to own other people as slaves." If he actually valued somebody and says you have value, then in Leviticus 25:44, he wouldn't say that you can buy slaves from another country and own them as property for life and transfer them as chattel slavery to your property to your children.
Okay, but is owning slaves not a direct contradiction to Galatians 3:28?
No, because all he says is that anyone, whether you are a slave or whether you are a free person, or whether you are a male or whether you're a female, whether you're a Jewish or Gentile, you can come into the body of Christ. That doesn't say anything about the abolition of slavery. No Christian theologian even interprets it that way, because then you would have to be saying that Paul is also advocating that that men should not have authority over women, and Paul very clearly believes that the men should have authority over women, right? Which, I mean, that's going to be consistent with saying that slave owners should be able to have authority over slaves, right? It also says in Ephesians 6:9, slaves, obey your masters. You very clearly believe that slaves should not obey their masters. So,
what about love your neighbor as yourself? Is it loving my neighbor to enslave him?
They didn't see their slaves as neighbors. We know this because there's the laws that said, like the eye for an eye law, that only applied to people who were your neighbors. So, for example, if you plucked out the eye of your neighbor, your eye would have to come out. If you pluck out the tooth of your neighbor, your tooth had to come out. But you could see in, I forget if it's Exodus or Leviticus, where they specifically say that if you blot out the eye of a slave, well, no longer does your eye need to come out or your tooth need to come out. You just free them. Right? So that very clearly shows that there's a distinction between being a slave and a neighbor.
Okay, well, I would say that on the topic of debating Christianity, I feel a little outmatched here, but then I would, in sake of myself, for my own viewpoint, I would move to a nation's identity and whether or not it's important for a nation to have an identity, and what your proposed identity is outside of something like a Christian nation. What does our identity become, and is it important to have an identity?
Well,
What's
I
an
gotta
American?
I gotta know what you mean by identity, right? Like, you just mean like a state that has defined borders and defined values or something? Is that what you mean by identity?
Well, I think borders are important, and then a shared set of values is, I guess, a part of identity.
How about culture? How about culture?
So I would say like the nation's identity
culture?
is very clearly should just be something like, respecting the individual expression and freedom of individuals, which Christian nationalism, by the way, rejects, from at least most Christian nationalists. And looking at harm principles and things like that, and being able to foster like a good society where we have the maximum amount of happiness and things that actually allow people to live a good life. I think those are just like general values. I don't know what we like. Identity just seems vague to me. Like, I think, yeah, shared set of values. I can just go on and what those values would be, right? But yeah.
Okay, so and then you would say it's important to kind of reach that level or that status.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we have people who are advocates and do protests and things like that, because they think that somebody is failing with respect to the values that they think we should have. For example, the No Kings protests and things like that, the protest against Donald Trump, there's a value that, hey, you should respect democracy, you should respect the voter, you shouldn't like encroach the government on individual liberty and things like that. And they believe that Donald Trump was abdicating that duty. Therefore, the protest. We want to change that so that way the current government fits our values.
And I think that is what our identity is, because that's how we started, was that protest. We came here for religious freedom. We came here to be free of the oppression that we saw from the Church of England and the harm that we saw being shoved into one specific box of an identity and culture. And that's why we came here, to be a melting pot of many, many different identities, of many, many different cultures, of many, many different beliefs and ideals. And we come together as a society, as humanity, and we work together in spite of and because of said differences. And that's what's supposed to make us so much greater than the rest. But unfortunately, because Christian nationalists think that they're better and superior, they have ruined this at every fucking opportunity. We weren't alive for this, but the way that we came together during the end of the Depression and World War II, we put all of these things aside and we did what we had to do to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. And we put all of that aside. Why can't we do that again? Why do we have to put our identity in our personal belief system and not in the furtherment of humanity as a whole? Who cares if you're Christian or not? That should not be the basis of it, because it's never been the basis of it. That's not what our country was built on or founded on. Even though I know Christian nationalists are so uneducated on this, but that's not what we were built on.
Froze. I didn't see that. Sorry.
Okay, I'd like to respond to Carbon. He did bring up a couple of interesting things.
Yeah, good. I got you.
Okay, so you brought up the idea that a shared value is something we can point to as a national identity, and that it's important that we do have a level of shared value. If so, how do you ensure that the value is accepted and lived out in reality, and it is shared amongst your population, especially considering the fact that you would hypothetically be integrating a large amount of immigrants into your society who may have different value structures?
Yeah, so, well, usually it starts young. Like, usually you teach people these values young. It's harder to teach an adult to change their values than it is to change a kid's mind and give them, like, the correct values that they probably should have, right? So, yeah, I mean, those are the good things. Like, so we see, like, for example, with respect to immigrants, they may come here, they have different values, but then when they have kids, their kids generally assimilate whatever their values was. I mean, we just see this in
Correct.
states. If you're born in a city, you tend to have like the views of the people in that city. Like that's just how it happens. But listen, Don, I do got to get on. Somebody did pay to kick you. I just now saw it. But thank you for coming up. I appreciate you. Thank you, Gretchen, for the $25. Sorry, Gretchen, my YouTube chat froze on my browser, so I did not see that. I'm so sorry. But thank you for that $25. We're gonna move on. I'm sorry, Alpha. Were you opposition?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, were you a Trump supporter?
I ain't a Trump supporter. Are you?
Nah, bro. All right, well, appreciate you coming up. I'm looking for some Trump supporters. You have a good one, my man. All right, if you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on in that guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Again, Gretchen, thank you again for that.
Well, here's the thing. I was just kind of saying this in chat, but I think it's incredibly frustrating that this idea of the American dream, this search for freedom and separation from a church, was built on the backs of indigenous people, on the backs of the BIPOC community. And Christians have just come in and are trying to erase it like, nah, we don't need that anymore. We don't need that American dream anymore. Fuck that shit. We're moving on to something else. Like, why are we putting that in vain right now? That is insane to me that we just are like, whatever. How many BIPOC people unalived to make that dream? Don't let it be in vain. Are you fucking kidding me? We're here. We might as well make it fucking happen.
All right, if you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on in that guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Everybody else, thank you so much for very, very, very swiftly and quickly getting us to 100,000 likes. Thank you so much for everybody. Go ahead and gift the panel. The panel's awesome. Also, Bread, thank you so much for the $1 over on Venmo. Let me see the note that Bread left over on Venmo. Yeah, pay links, by the way, in bio. Cash App, Venmo definitely helps keep the lights on and helps you support the stream. Appreciate you. Bread says, first time catching you on stream, really digging it. Thank you so much, Bread, for that $1. Also, big special shout out to Carol over when I was on Santana's live for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Carol. I appreciate you. Thank you for that, Carol. Santana. I did get that. If you're watching, appreciate you. All right, again, if you are opposition, go ahead and hop on in that motherfucking guest request. Let's keep the ball rolling. New guest, can I get your age, please?
49 and a half.
All right, what you got?
Yeah, I'm really concerned about same-sex marriage being reversed.
Oh, being reversed?
Yeah.
Why?
Worried about Supreme Court possibly reversing that.
Oh?
Yeah, I think a lot of gay people are too.
You think so?
Yeah, people who are married probably want to be married, right? Like you're just saying, hey, you can't marry somebody because my religion doesn't like it. You know, that's kind of stupid.
Wow. The superiority complex.
You know what the divorce rate in the United States is?
Divorce rates of what? Straight people? Yeah, it's like 50%.
I think it's like 65.
It'd be higher for straight people if women were taught to not tolerate bullshit and abuse. But unfortunately, our society has taught women and femme-presenting folk to tolerate abuse and accept it as love. Therefore, women stay in heterosexual relationships much longer versus when you're in a queer one, you know that you don't have to tolerate it. And the moment it's there, gone.
That community seems to have lower bars, though. The standards are so much lower.
Yeah, there's abuse, we're done.
For what?
Sorry. That's a high bar to have. We don't tolerate abuse.
That community has the lowest standard. Almost they accept anybody. It's like how
for like what do you mean? Like who, anybody?
It's like if you're looking for like communities, that's the easiest one to get into.
Oh.
Then be gay and join it right now.
But that's what people do. Vulnerable people do that.
Cosmo, be gay right now and join it. It's so easy.
That doesn't apply to me.
Yeah, of course you
be gay
because
and
you can't
join it.
change that. It's not easy. It's the way you're born. So sorry, buddy.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's how people are born. People are born with the predisposition towards being attracted to a particular sex or gender. People are born with a predisposition towards being cisgender versus transgender. People are obviously born intersex, right? Like, so yeah, there you go.
So if they're born like that, why would you hyper force it on the opposite?
Nobody.
Only
Did anybody
individuals that
force
try
you
to
to be gay?
force anything are the individuals that support conversion camps. By the way, those are
Yeah.
straight people.
The conversion camps are it's just everything today in the culture is a conversion camp. You can't go anywhere on the planet without running into a rainbow flag, right?
Well, okay, so you think that if you see a rainbow flag, that somehow turns people gay? Is that your position?
No, I think it's just a
That's
constant.
not your position. So how is it converting anybody to being gay?
You said that. I didn't say that. I don't think that's a
When we
conversion.
talk about conversion therapy,
The process.
we're talking about when we're talking about conversion therapy, what we're talking about is somebody intentionally trying to change you, for example, from being gay to being straight. They don't want you to they want you to no longer be attracted to somebody of the same sex. So they torture you and abuse you. Yeah, so they torture you and abuse you until they believe that that you're attracted to somebody of the opposite sex, right? Now,
that's very fractional.
What?
That's fractional.
What are you talking about? That's fractional.
Conversion. Where do you see that in the United States? Is it all over the United States?
So that is a version of conversion therapy. That's somebody who is actually trying to convert you and convert your attraction, right? When you see a pride flag, that doesn't change your attraction, does it?
No, it's what it is. It's almost like a subliminal,
that's not
constant hyper reminder of it. Like in New York, it's like that. Like
so when you watch a movie and you see Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie kissing, is that not just a constant reminder of people being straight? Is that not just a constant reminder of that?
Yeah, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah, what's the argument for that?
There is no argument for that.
So you don't have an argument. Okay, you just made a claim. So do you concede that you just made a claim that there is no argument for that? You have no justification for it. That's how it should be.
No, the claim that I'm making is that's normal.
Yeah. So are you making the claim that is how it should be?
You're making a claim that
I don't know why you're over talking me. Are you saying that is? I don't know why. I still don't know why you're over talking. Why are you over talking me? So are you making the claim, right? Are you affirming the position that we should have those in society or movies and commercials because they're normal? Is that the position?
Hetero is normal in my view.
I didn't ask that. I said I agree that the average person is not gay, right? That's what normal means, average, right? Matt, thank you for the raid. I appreciate y'all.
In my view,
what we're asking is how you make the inference from the average person being gay to therefore it should be the only type of relationship. The average person being straight to that being the only type of relationship that's represented in, for example, the media. What's the
I think the media should be representing what's normal.
Okay, so that's just to restate. That's just to restate the claim. I'm asking you to justify that claim. Why should they do that?
Because
so, for
it's
example,
normal.
Okay, is being 6'6" average?
No.
Okay, should the media represent 6'6" people?
Apples and oranges.
I'm gonna ask the question a second time if you don't answer it.
Apples and oranges, bro.
That's not an answer to the question. All right, we're gonna go through the reasoning again. The media should only represent that which is normal.
You're speaking in
I don't know why you're over talking me. The media should only. I still don't know why you're over talking. The media should only represent that which is normal. Being 6'6" is not normal. Therefore, the media should not represent that. How does that not follow, Cosmo? Go ahead.
It doesn't follow because you're comparing apples to oranges.
Okay, so then it's not true. Then it's not true to say that if the media should not represent things that are abnormal. That's not a true statement because you very clearly believe the media should be able to represent things that are abnormal, right? So now you're going to need a new argument. You weren't able to justify that one. So let's go back to the beginning and tell me why is it the case that, let's say, a lesbian couple should not be represented in the media? Thank you so much. You ran. Okay.
By that logic, we should represent in media that the majority of people have HSV, because the majority of the population of adults do have HSV. Just, the herpaderp. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that word.
Verillion, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I appreciate you. Also, Melanie, thank you so much for the $6.66 over there on Venmo. Appreciate you so much, Melanie. Thank you for that.
Also, Grandmaster did pay a whale for kick.
All right, I'll pay that forward, Grandmaster. I want this guy up here because he came up last time and it did not go well for him. CK, you're alive. How you doing today, buddy?
Good, man. How you doing?
Doing fantastic.
Do you know Carbon tonight or not?
Do I know what?
Do you know Carbon or not
You
tonight?
know me
Or
now?
are we gonna pretend like you don't
I
know
know Carbon. I know Carbon now,
Okay.
yeah, for sure.
Okay, okay. Just glad we figured that out. Now the third time
Yeah,
around,
sorry to
I
offend you
finally
last time,
remember.
Anna.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
making sure, 'cause you
what brings
played
you up
that
today?
Let's see. I just finished a 6-hour stream, but I have enough energy, I guess, to come on here. So, why are Trump supporters so soft? I guess I'm curious what your biggest critique of Trump is.
Oh, that's hard. I can give you like my biggest 3, maybe. I don't know if I can pick like a top one.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'll hear the top 3.
Yeah, so his well, on a personal level, specifically his he doesn't seem to have a duty to consent, specifically with respect to women. It does seem like we're justified in believing that he did rape a woman. He's made multiple different statements that it's permissible, or at least not harmful to rape children sometimes. I can give you those clips. So that the consent argument, and that actually carries over to number 2, which is his dereliction, or I wouldn't say his dereliction, his disdain for democracy when it does not count in his favor. January 6th, the fact that he pardoned the January 6ers, the fact that he did try to overturn the election illegally in 2020 with the fake elector scheme. And I would say number 3, probably like the leaning towards fascism more generally, and him putting like other people like Christian nationalists in his administration, or at least like cozying up to them. Those kind of things. Appreciate you. Thank you for the galaxy, Alexandra. So those would be like my top 3 things.
Gotcha. Okay.
Also, I'd add one final thing. He's just non-American. He's just not at all. He everything he stands for is against what America stands for.
How so? Like what?
Oh, his like blatant like disdain for like democracy and the Constitution.
So now leftists care about America.
Always have.
Yeah, it's kind of why they're leftists, right?
Kind of like FDR did, you know? FDR stood and really liked America and made it into what its
Like
greatness was.
we just got out of Labor Day, which was started by socialists.
And
But
y'all
anyway, what's your
hated
objections?
FDR.
I mean, my main objection is obviously going to always go back to how you ground your what's your epistemic principle for like what's good and why anything's bad. I don't think you have any basis to make moral claims.
Well, I mean, we've already been through this with you, with the problem of evil. You weren't able to get around that with Christian ethics. So I'll start by saying Christian ethics has no grounding. But 2, it seems like an essential feature of being able to make moral claims. It's just grounded in reason, your capacity to reason. It seems like
But what is reason?
Yeah, the reason is being able to use reason, like laws of inference, like, for example, the laws of logic and argumentation to come to conclusions that are true. Truth being like correspondence theory, something like that. You might take a deflationary model. But nonetheless, that's being able to use those and being able to come to conclusions, rational conclusions. Yeah, I think that's where it's grounded in. So, do you agree or disagree?
I mean, obviously I disagree because it's like, how do you know that's real?
How do I know
if you don't have, how do you know like your reason and logic is real? Like, how do you know the thoughts in your head are real?
How do I know the thoughts in my head are real? When you say real, what do you mean? Like
how do you know that it's not just all an illusion? Like, how do you know like you're actually reasonable? You haven't grounded.
Like the laws of logic are just like necessary.
Yeah, but just by saying I'm using the laws of logic, that's not grounding anything in terms of your epistemology.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. So do you agree that the laws of logic are necessary truths, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think they fit into my moral framework. Yeah.
It wouldn't matter whether I'm being deceived or not. The laws of logic would hold in every possible world. They're necessary truths. So even if I'm being deceived in a brain in a vat, it's not the case. It's still the case, no matter what, that if A entails B, A therefore B. Right? That's going to be true in every possible world.
Okay, so quantifier shift fallacy. Okay, gotcha.
Hemlock.
Okay. I mean, so how can you make
But this
more?
doesn't sound like an objection to any of the three things that I gave you.
Yeah, I mean, it's an objection because I don't. Again, you haven't really grounded any of your moral claims, and shifting it to laws of logic isn't really giving me much. But I gotcha.
Wait, how do you ground your moral claims?
Again, in God.
Well, how does
Like,
that ground you?
Because it's an actual epistemic principle for my moral claims. It's a starting
It
point.
can't be proven.
Okay, so when, so do you does your moral perceptions perceive the world accurately?
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you see, like, let's say a child being raped or tortured, do your moral perceptions say that all things considered, all ought to be the case that be prevented?
Yeah.
Does God perceive it that way?
I don't know what God perceives.
Do you think that when he thinks something is morally impermissible and all things considered it ought to be prevented, that you're also perceiving that?
No.
Okay, then it's not the case that your moral perceptions are being perceived correctly, CK. That's why I asked you that question. If they're viewed correctly, then they're going to be consistent with what God views as to be the moral principle, what should or should not be done in that given situation.
Well, the moral principle's there, but I'm just saying it applies to me as a human. It doesn't, again, it's a genetic fallacy because it doesn't mean that it automatically pertains to God. Like God doesn't operate on.
When your ethics does, well, then you're just saying your ethics is not grounded in God. That's all you're saying.
Well, no, it is, but I'm saying that God doesn't utilize the same ethics that humans use. He's not a created being.
Wait, so there's two different ethical systems?
Yeah, I mean, sure, you could put it that way if it helps you understand. Yeah, I'm a created being. God is outside of time and space, so how can he operate on our ethical system?
Okay, cool. So when you say it's good for CK to stop the rapist from and protect the victim, that's a good thing. You're saying God is not good in that sense, correct?
Wait, how does that come over? What do you mean God is not good?
Okay, because God doesn't think it's a good thing for him to do that, right?
To grape?
No, to stop the grape. I'm talking about you as a third-party observer and God as a third-party observer to a grape that's occurring or about to occur. You think, CK, that it's all things considered a good thing to step in, if you're sufficiently capable, to step in and prevent it from happening. So you have that moral perception, but God, when he looks at that exact situation, there's nobody else to stop it but him. He says, actually, the better thing to do would be to allow it to occur for some other reason, right? So there, very clearly, what you mean by good is not the same thing as what God means by good, because he's not doing that thing. So you're just equivocating when you say that there's two different moral systems here.
Okay, so you're saying God isn't good because he doesn't intervene, right?
He's not good in the sense of what you mean by good, right? When you say it's a good thing to intervene, because you're going to say good is like referencing God's nature or something like that. But God's nature drives his actions, and God's action says don't intervene, right? So there's some contradiction going on there.
Well, who said God's nature drives his actions?
That's the only thing that can drive his actions, CK. What else would drive his actions?
So?
Yeah, because like if to act outside of his own nature is just a contradiction.
What do you like? Can you give an example? Like, I'm not.
When we talk about the nature of an entity, right? We're talking about the set of things that are maybe like essential to it, that drive its, maybe that I'm trying to get it in like the right words, but like if I say the nature of, I don't know, I'm trying to give you an analogy. If I say like the nature of like the sun is to burn, right, and conduct nuclear fusion and things like that, that's the nature of it. That's what it means to be a sun, right? And then you were to say, well, what this sun is doing is it's just like not burning, not fusing hydrogen and helium at all, and it's never done that or something like that. It's just like it's actually just cooling things down, and it's not heating things up. It's not causing like heat or anything. I don't know what you mean by calling it a sun. It's not a sun at that point, right? So if you're saying God has a nature, and then he can take an action, and that action is inconsistent with his nature, right? But what you're saying is that good is grounded in God's nature. That you're saying that he's taking an action that's not in accordance with the good.
Okay, I gotcha. I mean, I think you tried there, but that doesn't really follow because you equated that to the sun burning. So that's obviously that's the verb. That's the action.
Yeah,
when we talk about
the
nature, so
of the
something
sun.
Christians often say, for example, is God is triadic or he's triune in nature, but that's describing his essence. And the way that we believe that God works in the world, obviously, is through his energies. So there's a separation. His nature is essence, and his essence is unknown. So I think that it's actually, I don't know. I mean, maybe you're using the wrong word, but I just don't think it follows.
What does good mean to you, CK?
I would say what aligns with what God says is good.
What God says is good?
I'm sorry. What aligns with Christian ethics would be good.
What aligns with Christian ethics?
Yeah.
And how do we determine what aligns with Christian ethics?
I think there's a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Through church tradition, through the Bible.
Okay. So does God determine that?
Yeah, ultimately, yes.
Okay. And in virtue of what does he determine that?
I mean, I don't think that's something that we know.
Why is when God determines something to be the case, why that's good, but when CK determines something to be the case, it's not good? What's the property distinction?
Well, the property and distinction is the source.
Very clearly, you are not identical to God. I'm asking you why would I accept God over CK, over Carbon, over Annie, over Demi? Why?
Yeah, because again, God is the source of good. So
yeah,
his nature
I'm asking you
good.
to justify that claim, CK. How is he the source of good in virtue of what? What's the argument for that?
I mean, there's a lot of ways that I could go about that. But are you just asking why I believe God is good?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would say through creation, he's proven he's good.
Okay, so prior to creation, he wasn't good?
No, I was just giving you one example.
Okay, so that's an example, but that.
I'm
sorry. So if God created, then he's good. Is that the view?
Well, I'm saying creation in itself is good. It's proof that God is good. Yes.
Okay, so what's the standard of good that you're judging against creation?
Well, again, I'm trying to have this conversation with you, so I think we can both agree life is good, right? Like one shall not take another's life. So I'm saying that the fact that we have life is good.
No, I don't think the little worms that bury through your eyes and like cause you like imaginable death are good. It's good. No, I don't think that. Do you think that?
I mean, that's not what I said.
Well, that's a life, right?
I mean,
I value a tree more than most human life.
I don't know. I think that.
Yeah, but when you say life is good, right? There's a standard that you're judging, and you're saying like your standard. That's just like a circular argument. You're just saying your standard is God, but you're like begging the question and the premise, right? By saying that God is good in virtue of the fact that he created. But then you switched over and then said, actually, we can make an inferential statement that's saying that the creation is good. Therefore, whoever created is therefore good, right? Like, I don't know, I don't know which one I'm supposed to accept first. Is creation good because God created it, or is God good because creation is good?
Yeah, well, I would say God's glory, and which is equivalent to his nature. And again, that's not saying him making nature. I'm saying
like,
God's.
This is bad, bro. Like,
God's nature is
I don't
good.
know why you're making like I like this is a political live, and you decided to want to turn this into like an ethics live, and then you're doing very poorly. Like, do you want to go back to political?
Also wants to use his kick.
Grandmaster. All right. Just come back.
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue it, so you're gonna kick me. It's all good. It happens all the
25
time.
to kick. Yeah, 25 to kick. You can
That's what I thought.
to
This is
come
what
back
happens. You always then.
Yeah, you're crashing out. Now
really
he's trying
bad
to.
At this.
Now he's trying to puff his chest because somebody paid to kick him. He's pretending that the reason why he's being kicked is because like the way the conversation was going. Right? You can pay 25 to come back up in literally 1 minute, and we can keep it going. Or you could just come back in on the next live. But this is democracy. If somebody wants to pay 25 to kick you, you got cooked on the theology debate, but that's fine, okay, buddy? Come back on the next one. Don't try to run. Okay. All right.
Really quick.
Yeah.
R9, I'll let you up if you apologize to me for being a douche waffle.
R9 has a year-long ban. Also, Berillion
Apologize
paid
and say
25 as
we'll do
well. I bet you never saw this coming, don't you know? Berillion, thank you for the 25. I will pay that for the next one. Appreciate you. All right. If you are a Trump supporter, go and hop on the guest request. Get you on up here. Let's go. 250 and he can come back. Yeah, he's like following me to every fucking live.
R9, don't worry. I got you, boo. Just apologize and I'll let you up.
All right. Hello, new guest. Can I get your age, please?
Hello, I'm 24.
All right. You're a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
All right. What do you want to talk about today?
I wanted to talk about that. Although I support Trump, right? Kamala is also a great person. I feel like if maybe a couple of her standpoints were a little different.
I'm not doing it. The fucking smacking is too much. I can't do it. Next. Cyber, can I get your age, please? Cyber Junk, or whatever your name is. Can I get your age, please? Hello? Okay, I don't think he's here with us. All right, we'll get to the next person. All right, R9, get up the guest request. You got a year-long ban, bro. Evan, can I get your age, please?
21.
All right, you're a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Why does it say you're 18 in your bio?
Yeah, I need to update my bio.
You haven't updated in 3 years?
Yeah.
I don't know if I believe that. What?
What do you want to talk about?
Whatever you throw it at me.
Yeah, I got a few things that Trump supporters are soft on. It's up to you. January 6th, losing elections and accepting the results. Burning the American flag and banning it. Target pride displays, gay couples, drag queens, tampons in men's restrooms, all that kind of stuff.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good list. We got burning the flags. I'll go off of that one.
Yeah, I think that's a protected freedom of speech, and it should be an expression of freedom of speech. You don't have to agree with it, but it looks like a lot of Trump supporters go further than just agreeing with that type of speech, but also banning it and using daddy government to come in and say, I don't want to see that, and you should be arrested for it. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with people being arrested for it. I agree that there should be some sort of like social stigma, I guess, against it, but I don't agree with the actual act, but I agree that it should be a First Amendment protected activity.
Yeah. Looks like you disagree with Trump there, because he wants people to go to jail for it. Good stuff.
But I don't think that will actually hold, because I don't think he can make real laws, and whatever courts will probably just shoot everything down.
I mean, we have a different court than we had in 1980s when that Supreme Court, they've shown themselves to be pretty on Donald Trump's side on even like some of the most core fundamental issues that we have in our society for all this time. For example, him being immune from certain crimes. So I don't put anything past them, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think it.
And kids, remember, when you think the government wouldn't do that.
And that veteran that was arrested, everyone keeps bringing that up.
Yeah, he was arrested. He was on my stream a few streams ago.
Was he actually arrested for burning the flag, or was it because of like arson, because he was burning it in public?
No, it was for the flag thing.
Because that's the part they don't talk about. I don't think anything's actually gonna happen. I think it'll just be like a couple days in jail.
But we're talking about but what we're talking about is the mental states of a lot of Trump supporters and Trump himself, just simply wanting that. Whether it'll happen or not is I don't even think it's relevant to the argument, right? Whether they'll fail or succeed is the thing is that they want it to succeed. They want it to be banned, right? That's a taking away of somebody's freedom of speech, like very blatantly.
Yeah, I do. I feel like I'm a good First Amendment. I would try to stand up for the First Amendment, which makes it hard because I do support a lot of the stuff that Trump does, and I like some of the things he says. Obviously, I can't like everything he says. I'm not going to sit here and defend every single thing he does just because I agree with some of the things he does enough to feel like he should be in office.
Yeah. So why'd you vote for him then?
It's mostly just because her campaign was so bad, and Joe Biden's 4 years were so bad. I just couldn't see myself voting for him.
What was so bad about it?
First of all, Kamala Harris's campaign, what was it, like 2 months long or 3 months?
She didn't choose that.
Biden dropped out.
Yeah, Biden dropped out. It just felt like a disorganized mess because
she did the best that she could within that many
anything
days.
disorganized.
Biden was literally dying. Like, Biden could not. He did so bad at the debate. They just all of a sudden decided to replace him with his vice
They
president.
both did bad at the debate. But what I'm saying, what I'm saying
Compared
is
to
like,
Trump.
Yeah, compared to Trump. But like, she did. I mean, that's not her. That's not on her. That has nothing to do with her ability to lead. Right? She's a vice president.
Has to do with,
her
like, the
boss
DNC.
dropped out, and so now she, within that week, she called all the delegates and was like, "Can I get your vote? Can I get your vote?" Yada yada yada. She got their vote, right? And then she ran a campaign. She ran on issues. She released her policies. She debated Donald Trump, destroyed him, right? Like these things. I don't know what she did that was wrong in that campaign that signaled to you she specifically would be a better leader than Donald Trump.
I think there's a lot of things that she did. It's not that she couldn't be a better leader. It's just that she couldn't get people to vote for her. That was the issue.
Why didn't she get you to vote for her?
Because her campaign was like, she would just say a bunch of random stuff. She had her laugh that was kind of annoying.
Okay, so you don't have any actual reasons to believe that she wouldn't
Did
be
you read?
a better president than Donald Trump?
Policies.
Did you read her 80-page document of all of her policies and her plan?
I saw all of her policies, and then I also saw how the last 4 years were going and how much of that stuff that she could have done. Because I feel like she was probably
couldn't do a whole lot as a vice president. She's a vice president. She doesn't really have a whole lot of power.
The literal president was not in his clear mental state. And all the people trying to act like he was perfectly fine and healthy and push him out onto the debate stage against Trump for him to lose against Trump somehow. Even though he should have never lost that debate. Like, he actually lost the debate.
Trump did? Yeah, we're aware. Trump has never been able to do a single debate.
Biden lost the debate. That was the only debate Trump ever won. Look it up. It's true. Then after he loses the debate, a week later, Kamala Harris is the new person. They spent $2 billion on her campaign. She went through $1 billion in basically 1 month. Trump only spent $1.6 billion, and he still won the popular vote and the Electoral College.
Yeah, because people didn't want to vote for a black woman. That's
yeah.
the majority reason why people didn't vote for her.
That's the kind of rhetoric that makes people not want to vote for her. If they act like you don't vote for him, you're a racist. Like, that's just such a dumb argument.
So you prove that you're a racist?
Prove?
What?
If you don't vote
I don't want
for
people to
someone,
think
you're
I'm a racist, so I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to vote for a black woman.
Yeah, if people keep calling me racist because you're not voting for someone, that's not going to make me want to vote for them.
You should vote for them because they're the best option.
Here, let's make this simpler for you. Name one policy that Trump had that was better than what Kamala laid out.
We could talk about some of the ones Kamala copied after Trump said no tax on overtime.
Bernie Sanders started that one in 2016. Next.
And then Kamala copied it after Trump did it. Kamala never.
They copied it from Bernie. Did they not?
They copied it from Bernie, but Bernie was never going to be the president. Because they won't
still copied it.
Because the DNC is terrible.
Still copied it.
The DNC actually just let
popular
Bernie
among both Democrats and Republicans. Like, give me
Bernie
something
would've had a better
specifically.
chance.
I'm sorry. Hello. Give me something specifically that both Democrats and Republicans, like both a Democrat president and a Republican president would very obviously pass a bill that says no tax on tips. Right? They would both do that. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump would. So give me something that Trump would have done that Kamala Harris would not have done as president.
That Trump would have done that Kamala Harris wouldn't have done?
Yeah, or vice versa.
Tariffs. On trying to get Apple to start manufacturing more stuff here, trying to get more of the... Technically, Biden did start the CHIPS Act, which was, I guess, trying to help with, as I care a lot about semiconductor manufacturing in America. And I just feel like...
Yeah, I'm sorry, is Apple going to be making their iPhones here anytime soon, Evan? or ever?
They're making their glass here. They're like panels for their glasses. What they agreed to, and like a $500 billion investment. But right now it's just a promise until we could see if anything actually plays out. But it could well just be, it's all probably political theater, but it's still good theater.
Yeah, so we know, I mean, he's tried to do tariffs in his first term. We know how bad that was, right? That caused a lot of job losses. We know what it's doing right now, right? It's very slow death that's occurring right now. We have shipments not coming in. We have things starting to rise in the price. That's starting to be passed over to the consumer. And yeah, there's no evidence, generally speaking, in the economic literature that's going to increase manufacturing, right? In fact, it decreased manufacturing his first time around. For example, his steel tariffs caused a couple of steel manufacturing plants in this country to shut down and lay off all their workers, right? So these kind of things, especially these blanket tariffs, I would like to see some sort of research, peer-reviewed research, economic analyses, how somehow that they're actually good for the economy on net. Nobody's been able to cite that to me. In fact, we've had those studies. We've had those studies prior to the election, right? And it showed it would have been better if Kamala Harris's policies were implemented as they were expressed compared to Donald Trump's.
And you actually gave an example of Democrat policies being better because, yes, Biden did implement some tariffs, but they were relating to semiconductors, and there are national security reasons as to why we'd want to be more advanced in the AI race, whereas that one didn't apply. Didn't Trump stop the semiconductor tariffs, or did he reinstate them after he stopped them?
The tariffs, I don't know specifically, but a lot of the things that he was doing with respect to the CHIPS Act, taking funding out of that, that's pretty bad because that did help a lot of chip manufacturers start implementing and boosting manufacturing in the United States, which is the one thing even Trump supporters sometimes give credit to Biden for passing that bill.
Yeah, that's you got the CHIPS Act, you got but my issue with the tariffs, Trump has been trying to do the tariffs and
it's dropped his approval rating by 18 points, I believe, when it comes to tariffs.
Yeah,
everyone said the market would crash.
Huh?
Everyone said that the market was going to crash in within a couple months or something, and all the.
Well, I mean, if he kept them, but what he's doing is he's implementing them, and yeah, of course they would if he's volatile with them. He just reverses them. That's why they call him Taco Trump, right? Because he implements them. And then he realizes the stock market's crashing, companies the fucking ports become empty and things like that. So he just takes them off because he backs out. Right?
He delays them, but he's doing it. I think he does it for a reason, as just a negotiating tactic.
So I've got a question for you. Since you seem to think that Trump has this overall he's doing these amazing things. So we can hit these one by one, or I can just read them off for you. As of August, his job, what he's doing for jobs has a 40% approval rating. His second term is only a 42% approval rating. Highest job approval rating to date is 47%. Lowest job is 37%. President averages to date is 41%. Highest job approval rating first term is 49%, so he's down 15% on that. And lowest job approval rating in the first term is 34%, so he's trying to beat his own record.
He's already beat all of his records for when he started. His approval rating, I think, was higher than Biden's at the end of his term.
Did you not listen to a word I said? All his approval ratings are in the gutter.
Yeah, maybe right now, but he started off this term better than he was last term.
Yeah, and now he's lower than his first term.
Yeah, and that's called a honeymoon period. Every president has that, and it can be higher or lower.
I think
right? But regardless,
he started. Sorry, Carmen, go ahead.
Yeah, regardless, right now, I think his approval on inflation is now where Joe Biden's was at the peak in inflation in 2022. Right. So all the promises that he had when he ran on his campaign, he's broken all those promises.
with the.
I'll stop the war in 24 hours. Yeah, that happened.
The war will stop in 24 hours. It's been almost a year.
I think most people knew that was
Slash the prices completely.
No, most people didn't know that. They swore up and down that was going to happen. That was one of the reasons they voted for him. And also, as far, give me 2 seconds, Andy, and then I'll give you the floor. I'll be quiet.
You're good.
But as Carbon stated, honeymoon period. Yeah, people were dissatisfied with Biden, which made Trump look glorified. So his approval rating was high. And now that Trump is in charge, and not only is he in charge, but he has a supermajority, he's failing on every promise that he made, which is why his approval rating is dropping at an exponential rate.
What was the highest? What was Biden's lowest approval rating?
It's probably somewhere in the 30s. His highest was in like 52, 55% somewhere.
I think it was 38, 37. I can look it up.
Yeah, I think 36 or 37. Some people would get lower poll. I mean, he did take us through COVID.
Listen, all right, listen. So all these things, like when you talk about like tariffs or like taxes or whatever, these are things that can just be implemented by the average conservative. I don't understand why you voted for a person who had this other extra baggage and you chose to accept that baggage of like the right-wing authoritarianism, the blatant disregard for consent of women and things like that. I don't see why you would choose that. I don't see why you would choose that over like given like some tariff policy. I don't understand how your values are aligned there.
My problem with one of those points is I don't think Trump was never actually held liable for like rape.
Yeah, he was held liable for sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll. Yes, he was civilly liable.
Yeah, but it wasn't rape.
Oh my God! First of all, that's semantics. What he did to her, you would call grape, but in the state of, can you not overtalk me? What he did to her right now, you would say that's grape. But the reason why he wasn't held civilly liable for grape is not because he didn't grape her. It's because they were going based off of the definition of the New York penal code for what grape is. And that penal code in 1996, you could only grape another person if you put your penis inside of their, if you put your P inside of their V, right? If you put your P in their A against their consent, somehow that's not grape in New York in 1996, right? That's just SA, right? So, Donald Trump, he graped her, SA'd her, same thing to me, right? With his fingers, right? So I think you currently semantically would just call that grape, right? So it's just saying that he wasn't held civilly liable for grape and somehow it's just SA as if SA is any better. That's not going to be an argument or even an objection.
So like, I'm not trying to defend his actions. I'm not saying what he did was good. It obviously isn't a good thing what he did, but it also can't really call him. He wasn't actually held liable for it.
I can call him something that he would. Listen, if you saw your friend graping someone and they got out of court, you would still call him a rapist, would you not? Even if they were never charged.
If it's under that new definition.
If you walked into a party and you saw your friend directly, unequivocally graping another one, let's say a child, right? And he just somehow is not guilty, you're still going to say that person's a rapist, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, it has nothing to do with whether they're legal. I'm saying you voted for a rapist. Whether he was held civilly liable for grape is a different issue.
Well, especially because
also,
he's not
we
the
went
only
to
one. There have been 27 other women who have allegations against him, and there have been several that are minors. I'm sorry, but if it's like, I believe the one, but if there's 27 plus, I feel like something's not adding up somewhere, right? We start to believe the consistency and we believe the pattern.
I don't really like that line of thinking either, because just like, he's famous, so obviously there'll be more allegations against him.
Let's take. Okay, so first of all, if you just have a famous person, all things considered, and no context, That's the context in which you would deploy that argument. But given the fact that it's already been through court for at least one of these women, and is held civilly liable for sexual abuse, does that not raise
Liable,
or at least
not liable.
I don't know why. I don't know why this guy's like over talking me. Can you be quiet?
Shut up.
So given the fact that he was held liable for those for a essay of a particular woman, right? Does that not, under your view, drastically increase the probability of these other, what did you say it was, Annie, 27 women actually having been telling the truth? Does that not raise the probability relative to any other rich person?
Raise the
probability of the hypothesis that they were telling the truth, the 27 other women.
It probably raises the probability, but it doesn't prove anything.
I mean, when you say proof, I mean it's strong reason to believe it. I would say you're probably more justified in belief. And then you get other data, right? This is how epistemology works. Like you, for example, in 2012, when he said like certain kids are not harmed by grape of their teacher, right? And he said it again. He also said it before in 2004. He says those kind of things, right? And he hasn't apologized for any of these things. That also drastically raises the probability that those women were probably telling the truth.
I believe patterns, and he has shown a consistent pattern of being harmful towards women and children.
But like, it just seems like you accept that he did grape E. Jean Carroll, or at least sexually abused her. So why'd you vote for him?
He was not a rapist. He did not.
I really hate grape apologists.
Bro, if you went over to another country where, let's say if there's a country where if you went to a country where marital grape is not a legal thing, and a husband were to like forcibly have sex with his wife in that country, would you call that grape, or would you say it's not fair to call that person a grapist because there's not a legal classification of marital grape?
I would just interpret it under our laws still. If I would do it.
Why would you interpret it under U.S.
laws
law?
were different at the time. It wasn't the same thing when he did it. So
then let's go back in time. Let's say that, because there was a point in time where marital grape wasn't in law at all, where marital grape was just generally legal. At that point in time, if you were to rewind time a few hundred years, would you then not call that person a grapist?
If I was alive during that time, and if that was just how social stuff worked, that's just how people saw things back then.
Well, I'm not asking descriptively. I'm saying, would it be right to call that person a grapist?
I feel like if you're looking at it through a perspective through today's laws, yes. If they violate what the laws are today.
Oh, by the way, critically, just so you know, marital grape became fully illegal nationwide in the U.S. in 1993.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty recent for it to be classified as that.
I mean, I don't know whose fault that is.
I don't know about the whole world, but I'm willing to bet that over the entire world, not a single country had it in law a couple hundred years ago.
Chat still working.
And obviously, I said I'm not going to defend like every single thing he did, but I still think the stuff he was running on was just better. Like, it was just what people wanted. And he just seemed more, he actually did podcasts and he talked to people. He answered questions. Kamala didn't do any of that. Or she did like
interview and podcast after podcast. First of all, that's a lot. But like, just to be clear, would you describe Donald Trump's actions as described in the E. Jean Carroll case as grape?
Yeah, I guess you could describe the actions as that, but he's not legally. He's not.
I didn't say legally. Would you just describe it as that?
I would describe it as that if you're looking at it through today's laws and.
So today is today, right, Evan?
Yeah.
So morality
we're not
is
talking about law
subjective.
whatsoever. Hold on. So we're not talking about law or whatsoever. I'm just saying, if you saw it, you're like, that bro's a rapist.
I mean, yeah, that could be reasonably assumed.
Okay. So we can reasonably assume that you voted for a rapist.
I mean, not illegally.
I didn't ask you about legal, Evan. I didn't say anything about legal.
That's all that really matters.
Nowhere in that sentence did I say anything about legal. Can we
I don't
reasonably
like
assume that you voted for a
I'd
rapist?
like
Yes or no?
to say innocent until proven guilty.
I didn't ask about legality, Evan. I asked, can we
Well, I do
reasonably
things through
assume that
legality.
you voted for a rapist?
He's innocent until proven guilty.
I didn't
He hasn't
ask you
been found
about, like,
guilty of it.
did you?
That's the
I'm
only
sorry,
time
do
I've
you believe
accused-
that he raped E. Jean Carroll, Evan?
I guess if you look at it through today's.
Oh my god. Yes or no?
That's a yes or no question. I don't want to hear anything other than yes or no. Do you believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll? Or you can say, I don't know.
I mean, I don't really know. I wasn't there. I haven't
Okay, so
seen
you
the-
don't know. So you don't hold a belief. So you're agnostic as to whether he raped E. Jean Carroll?
I think what he did obviously wasn't right, and he probably did, but he.
Why wasn't it right? Okay, so he probably
he got
did.
convicted of it.
So you believe that he raped her
He was
because
never
you
proven
think he
guilty.
probably did.
I mean, he wasn't found guilty of it.
I didn't ask if he was found guilty of rape. Is
Do you
that the
believe
question I
people are
asked you,
innocent
Evan?
until proven guilty, or guilty?
I didn't
until
ask you.
proven
I
innocent?
didn't ask you whether he's innocent of it in the court of law. I asked you if he's innocent of it under your belief system. You can unmute.
So obviously, what he did wasn't right. So I would say he's not. He
It
is.
wasn't right because it's great.
It was. I guess if you look at it through today's lens, it would be.
Through your lens, through the Evans lens.
Yeah, I would consider that.
Okay, so you agree. Okay, so premise one, Evan believes that Donald Trump is a rapist, right? Premise two, Evan voted for Donald Trump. Conclusion, therefore, Evan voted for a rapist. Do we agree?
I mean, yeah, you could say people who voted for Joe Biden voted for a racist too.
Okay, so you do agree that you voted for a rapist, correct?
If you agree, you voted for a
And
racist.
that has nothing to do with the argument. What
It
I
does.
what I agree with has nothing to do with the argument.
The amount of deflection you have to do just to not admit that you voted for a rapist is scary. Somebody go check this individual's hard drives.
If you admit you voted for a racist, I'll admit.
That's not what was asked of
Why
you.
would me admitting anything have anything to do with the argument?
Did you
I'm
vote
sorry.
for
Did
Joe
you vote
Biden?
for a rapist? Yes or no?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay, so you don't believe that Donald Trump is a rapist, correct?
At the time I voted for him, I didn't know. So
I didn't ask if currently you did. I'm asking you, did you vote for a rapist? Yes or no?
no, not legally.
Oh
I
my
didn't ask legally.
fucking
Stop
god.
running from the fucking question. You know you're being a weasel right now. Did you vote for a rapist? Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay, of course not, because you're scared and you know the answer to the question. So, anyway.
Also, if you're choosing between two characters, I would say that Donald Trump is a racist too. So you have a racist and then a racist and a
Oh,
rapist.
really?
if
And
you
you're
take
putting that
into
forth?
account.
What was that? You have a what?
If you're doing a cost-benefit analysis, only one candidate had the trait of being a rapist, but both of them were racist, if you want to say that. And I think it was pretty obvious that Trump was actually more racist than Biden, but
I don't know about that.
Oh, I know about that for sure. Trying to only throw out ballots in majority black cities in 2020 after losing. Saying that Haitians are eating cats and dogs because of propaganda that was being deployed against them by Nazis, literal Nazis who were marching in Springfield, Ohio. Barack Obama saying that he's actually here, like born here. He was born in Africa. Like, it's just, the list goes on and on and on. I don't know. Like,
Wasn't there something about who he hired in Trump Tower also?
And
I got
not
you,
renting
brilliant.
to certain people.
Oh, it was renting. That's what it was, Ian.
Yeah.
Oh,
For
yeah.
Central Park 5.
Okay, I'm not going to keep defending him.
I know you are. Anyway, Brilliant, thank you for the $25. I'm paying that for it. Thank you so much for Brilliant. Jesus Christ, that was so difficult, bro.
If you didn't know these things about Trump, you didn't do your due diligence in looking into the candidate you voted for, which means you immaturely voted. You voted off of fifis and not like factual things. You didn't look into the candidates fully. Because
Do you
when you look
expect
into them,
anything different from MAGA?
No, but like, it's so sad how in the last 10, 15 years, how devolved this whole thing has just spiraled into just, I mean, I remember the 2008 and 2012 elections. There was some of this shit, but I feel like it was a lot more decent. I mean, the candidates that ran against Obama still held him at like a place of like, hey, you're not going to talk shit on him. You're not going to sit here and do this. I mean, McCain openly did that. He said, hey, we're not going to do that. He is still a great guy. He is still a good man, a good American man. We just have a difference in policy and we view things differently. Trump's never been able to be that kind of a man. And that's weak. A weak man resorts to that.
I swear these individual... Oh, sorry, Carbon. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I swear these individuals don't know what pleading the fifth actually means, because that's what you just did up here, Evan. You plead the fifth because if you say anything, you're going to incriminate yourself further. That's literally the point of it.
If you are a Trump supporter, go and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Everybody else, keep tapping the screen. We're almost up to 200,000 likes. You guys are destroying that screen right now. Tap that screen. Tap on the left side of the road. Appreciate you. Yeah, again, if you are a Trump supporter, go and hop on the guest request. Her Creation did say, Verillion, thank you. Her Creation wants to give Verillion a big open mouth kiss. Verillion for paying to kick that guy. So I saw that comment. That shit was funny. All right, we're gonna get the next person in here. If you're a Trump supporter, go and hop on the guest request. Jonathan, can I get your age, please?
I'm 19.
All right, what you got?
How Trump supporters soft.
All right, let's go through the list. Let's pull up the low list. Okay. January 6th, gay people, drag queens, tampons in men's bathrooms, male cheerleaders, pronouns, the Little Mermaid, Target Pride displays, Dylan Mulvaney. Take a pick.
I mean, I think tampons in bathrooms shouldn't be in men's bathrooms, only in women's. Or why do men need tampons?
Well, there's trans men, there's butch lesbians who might use the men's restroom. There's some women who don't want to use the women's restroom. They might need it. So you just put the tampon in any restroom where somebody who needs it might need it. It is the case that somebody who might, I don't know why you're talking to me, but it is the case that some people in men's restrooms want to use tampons, whether they're a man or not.
I don't think trans men should be in men's bathroom.
Well, that's just your view, but nonetheless, like, they do use the men's restroom, and they still need it.
Well, you can't, because they don't have the men body part, so they shouldn't be. Don't use it.
So they can't go in.
Some of them do.
Yeah, so you can't go in the stalls and use the bathroom. What's impractical about that?
Stalls, sure, but I only shouldn't be in there just like for men only. Because for men only.
Okay, why?
With genitalia.
Well, that's just a semantic dispute. Like, what about
semantic.
What about their genitals makes them excluded from the bathroom?
It's preserved for men, right? It's for men only.
Yeah, well, like, why? You're like, can you give the argument? Like, why should?
I mean,
presumably you think a man is a male, and you think a male is what?
A man. Man or male?
Good one.
Can you be born a man, Jonathan?
Yeah, a male.
You can be born a grown ass man. A man is an adult, right?
Not a grown.
I was born a man.
Benjamin Button. Listen, what is a male? What does it mean? What's the difference between a male and a female?
I know what a man is. A man's like a social norm, like the social norms we set for like.
Oh, so it's just social, it's biological.
I mean, I would say it's like both. Like it's like a mixture of two.
Okay, so what is the biological part that necessitates being a male or a man?
The genitalia or
okay,
the
so
eggplant.
The genitals. So if somebody got the what?
I said the eggplant. You know what that means, right?
Penis, be an adult.
I'm not gonna. I can say on
Anatomical
live.
name. You can say penis.
On live, I can say that.
Yes, it's an
It's an anatomically correct body part.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
you can
No
say
different than
it.
arm or leg.
My bad. I'm not trying to get you banned, so I'm trying to be respectful and censor these words. My bad. I got you. Why do you have that filter on?
Because I can.
It's kind of fun. It's distracting me.
Good. That's what Galfieri does. Confuses men.
Sorry, what makes somebody a male?
Penis.
Okay, so if you do not have a penis, you are not a male?
Yeah, that's simple.
So if you remove your penis, you're no longer a male, Jonathan.
Wait,
Contradiction.
Whoa.
So quick. That was so fucking quick. It was so easy.
Trans women are women. Woo! Accidental ally? W, Jonathan.
So if you get bottom surgery, are you a male?
He's still a transmedicalist, though.
Can I explain that? How's that reasoning flawed? Now, I thought you meant born. You have to be born with
so now we're going from if you have it to if you're born with it.
I thought you meant born. You said that before. You said that.
Okay, so cool. So if you're born with a penis, then you are male. That's the position, correct?
Yes, it's that simple. If you're born with it,
now
yes.
why is it the case that if you're born with a penis, that's at all relevant to whether you use the men's restroom? Why does that?
Because males are using men.
If you say it's for male, that's just begging the question. I'm asking why.
Males are okay. So we usually determine men by males with the term men, right? So that's what I mean. Most people do. Like most society do. You don't determine males and men. Like, what are we talking about, man?
No.
It's not my fault. You can't tell the difference.
If you ask Andrew Tate, he's gonna be like, "No, that's not what a man is. A man is like."
It's not my fault. It's not my fault. You can't tell the difference between like a woman and a man, and a male and a male and a female.
You can't. But like, regardless of that, like, I'm trying to figure out what if a trans man who is assigned female at birth goes into the men's restroom. I don't understand what he's doing wrong.
A trans man isn't a true man.
Yeah, well, they're a man. Like, that's just a semantic discussion.
They're not a man, bro. Like,
what are they doing? Are you saying that the only thing that they're doing wrong is violating the sign or something like that? Is that what you're saying?
Kinda, yeah. That too.
Oh, okay.
And
well, that's just like that's not a moral issue, right? Maybe like a black.
And they're just not men. No, they're just not men.
Yeah, like a black person goes into a whites only restroom. He's not doing anything wrong in your view, is he? He's not white, right?
Yeah. Why? Are you assuming my?
What? I'm asking you, if a black person goes into a whites only restroom, is he doing anything wrong? Now you're off the app and we can't hear you, buddy.
He's got him. I was born with this sick stash. Do I get to go to the men's restroom?
Oh, also big shout out to W. Evan in the chat. I don't think this is the same person that debated. Evan, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Evan. Thank you for supporting the stream. I appreciate you. Thank you.
W. Evan. W. Galfieri's stash and goatee.
Maybe it's the same Evan and he had to change of heart.
Oh, and there he goes.
Oh, he's gone. Okay.
Galfieri strikes again, confusing men since 1993. You're welcome.
Come back. We are about to beat you up.
Where you go, Jonathan?
Come back.
Turn down his mic. Yeah, his mic was kind of loud, Loki. Yeah, I'm gonna turn up my mic. There we go.
You always got to bring in the what's that one guy? He's a transmedicalist, so he's not great. But that one trans dude who's looks about as masculine as The Rock.
Oh,
yeah.
Buck Angel.
Yeah,
Buck Angel. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Even he uses the men's restroom. It's like he can't. It's like if I go in the women's restroom, I'm not like So you see what it is, but all of a sudden when it comes to trans women, the logic doesn't apply somehow. I don't know what's going on there.
Galfieri uses the men's restroom just to piss off men.
Yeah, it seems like if it's based on categorization, you say booking Angel should use the weapon or the women's restroom, then and if you're appealing to something else, then it seems like categorization doesn't matter in the first place, and you care about pragmatics. And it seems pretty obvious based on pragmatics that trans men going in the women's restroom would cause problems and vice versa.
Romano wants to threaten people. Interesting, Romano.
What happened?
Get up here and be so tough. Shows how tough you are, what you're going to do to a woman going into a bathroom.
What did Romano say?
Yeah, what's good?
Okay, when my
what'd you
daughter
say?
is in there, try me.
you say?
We'll see.
Yeah, go on. I mean, it would never happen.
It would never happen.
Yeah,
What?
you ain't tough enough to do jack
If
shit.
my daughter's in a public bathroom, there ain't gonna be no grown ass man going in there.
Well, if there's a
That
woman
include
going in there,
Angel?
so just to be clear, Romano,
a
let's say
woman.
there is a grown ass woman who goes in the restroom with your daughter, but you misperceive them as a grown ass man. What are you gonna do?
I mean, I'm not blind. I could tell the difference between a woman and a man. But yeah, go
Are
ahead.
you sure about
No,
that?
in
Yeah,
the
kind of.
hypothetical, you weren't able to. So
Yeah.
answer the question. What are you gonna do?
Oh, then if my daughter comes out telling me that there was a man in there, I'll go sort it out. Simple as.
Why is
Yeah,
she
so
in
you'll
there
just
alone?
beat up. So you'll beat up a woman.
You want me
for
to go into the
daring-
female
So
bathroom?
you, just to be clear, you would beat up a woman if she looked like a man to you, correct? Is that
Are
the
you
position?
stupid?
Is that yes?
See,
or no?
Carbon,
Is that a yes
you're
or is
used to
that a
being.
no? I don't care about the meta. I don't
Shut
care about
up.
you
I'm
dodging the
not going
question.
to touch a
I'm
woman.
going to ask the question again.
Are you
Here's the
dumb?
question. This is a woman
Are
that
you
you
dumb?
misperceive as a.
Are you dumb?
You think that they're a man. Don't
Are
crash
you
out.
dumb?
I know you're very emotional. This is why I say
No one's crashing
that Trump supporters are soft, right? Because you ask them very basic questions, and they start getting soft and emotional, and they start crashing out, and they start like spam unmuting their mic and things like that. But you'll never win there when it comes to that, Romano, because we'll always mute you faster than you can unmute. Okay, we'll always mute you when you try to talk. All people will ever hear was slur, slur. That's all they're gonna hear. Okay, so Romano, so I need you to answer the question. This is the question that I have for you. If you misperceive a woman as a man, would you beat them up? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, cool. So it doesn't matter what they actually look like, but if you found out that they were somebody who was a male, right, then
Yeah.
you would beat them up, correct?
Then it's game over. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the argument for why you should violate their rights? Go ahead, give the argument there.
Yeah. No one's using the same bathroom. No grown man is using the same bathroom as my
That's
daughter.
not an
Simple as.
argument.
I don't care, bro. I can come to
Oh,
Hawaii.
so
we
you,
can sort it
so
out.
you don't have an argument for why you would violate their
I
rights?
just gave it to you.
So you don't have an argument. You just
Yeah, I
said
just
no
gave it
one's
to you.
going to do it. That's not an
Yeah.
argument for why they shouldn't do it.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'll sort them out.
So you don't have an
Simple as.
argument?
Simple as.
So Romano, this person
It's
go to the
literally
bathroom with your
simple
daughter, right?
as.
Yeah.
Are you deaf?
Listen, you're unintelligent and you're not able to produce an argument.
I mean,
Here's
I can
how an
come to
argument
Hawaii.
works.
We can have
Here's
this
how
chat,
an
bro.
argument works. Here's how an argument works, okay? Premise 1, A, or something like that. A entails B, right? Premise 2, yeah, there you go. Oh, there he goes. Now he violated. Yeah, so anyway. I got a fucking flag.
Also, buddy, you'd have to get laid first in order for you to have a daughter. So maybe try working on that before you start like having weird hypothetical fantasies about beating up women.
Yeah.
Protect your daughter and some weird.
That's what we mean
hypothetical
when we
made-up
say
idea.
conservatives are soft. They cannot debate. They cannot defend their position. They are intellectually weak, and that's why they crash out like that. That's what happens, guys. It will happen every single time they come up on the stream. Anybody else? If you are conservative, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Let's keep it going. Let's go.
Also, I just have to tell you, my brother told me to say that and was spam texting me, Annie, say it. Annie, now. Annie, say it now. Over it. And that's why I was giggling so much, because I was just getting text after text after text after text telling me to say that.
We got 600 motherfuckers in here. Okay. And if we have 600 motherfuckers in here, at least one of those motherfuckers, statistically, are Trump supporters. So go ahead and hop on in that guest request. Only if you have an argument. A lot of you don't have arguments today. So hit that up. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get up to 200,000. And I don't know what the fuck is going on with the gifts, but get them to 1,000. 168, 26, 14. Let's get them to 1,000. Let's take care of their company. They are awesome, and it's a lot of work and pain that they have to submit themselves to dealing with these absolute buffoons that they have to talk to on a daily basis. So gift the panel, gift the co-host. They are awesome. Appreciate you. Everybody else, tap the screen. Let's keep it going.
I think we're all masochists, to be fair.
I get a great workout for my fingers tapping that mute button. So, ladies.
So Annie, can I put that to the test?
Oh, I talk a big game, and then a pretty lady talks to me, and I'm like, ooh ooh.
All right, if you are a Trump supporter, go and hop on in that guest request. We're to talk to you. Let's go. Let's keep it going. Thank you, Ez, for the heart me. I appreciate that. All right, let's get some debates. Again, only if you're a Trump supporter, join the guest request. Appreciate that. I don't remember if I shouted out Real King Kong. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. We're live over there too. Appreciate that. All right, we'll let our next guest up. Oliver, can I get your age, please?
30.
All right, you're a Trump supporter?
Well, yeah.
All right, what are we going to talk about today?
Well, I think Democrats are soft. They're the ones always crying,
Yeah, I mean, let's pull up the things that Trump supporters were crying about a lot. Lost the 2020 election. Still haven't accepted it. And still haven't accepted it. I don't know why you guys still haven't accepted the 2020 election loss. 5 years later, are still crying about it. And January 6th and all that. People burn the flag, and then you just guys immediately want to start banning it. You have. I don't know why you're over talking me. I still don't know why you're over talking. You're still over talking me right now. There's drag queens. You guys get triggered by that. It's like nothing. Cracker Barrel. Gay people, trans people, male cheerleaders, tampons in men's restrooms. Like the list just goes on and on and on. The Starbucks cups, happy holidays. Like what's going on there, buddy?
My heavens, you're just speaking all kinds of blasphemy.
This is funny because you're right. Like, I don't really like trans. I don't like immigrants. I think there's only two genders. Like, you're right on.
Soft. Yeah, you're soft. You guys, listen. It's not bad to be like soft on things. Like, listen. Like, if somebody is dying because they can't afford their health care, right, that's a good thing. To really get offended. I don't know why you're over talking me. I don't know why you're over talking. It's fine, like you can be offended by those things, right? Yeah. But you guys get offended by like the most trivial, non-consequential shit imaginable, and you have absolutely no rational basis for it whatsoever. Which is the stuff I just.
But that's not true. That's not true.
Okay, talk about one of the things.
But then you don't get sensitive about.
Well, can I give you an example?
This ought to be good.
For example, like there's a big thing about trans, right? The big thing about trans.
Yeah, why do trans people trigger you? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, but it's like 91%, less than 1% of the population, way less. And the Democrats want to talk about it all the fucking time. And the thing is, we don't want to talk about
it. We care about marginalized communities that are being oppressed and harmed. Yeah, we absolutely care about that.
There's two genders.
Why don't you care about marginalized communities who are being oppressed and harmed?
Because there's only two genders. Trans is a mental disease.
No, it's not. No, but regardless, like, if well, I mean,
I'm not welcome.
I'm sorry. Are you a Christian?
I'll go.
Are you a Christian? No, don't run. Are you a Christian? I just want to check off a couple check marks. You're gonna run?
No.
You're gonna run?
I don't want to run. I just want to.
Okay. Are you Christian?
Am I Christian?
Yeah.
Well, you're asking for information about me, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. Like, I'm Protestant. Okay.
Do you believe snakes were ever able to talk, Oliver?
Exactly. That's where you're gonna go to. Like, I'm not gonna
have snakes been able to talk. Do snakes used to be able to talk, Oliver?
But the thing, if you were smart, you would make.
I'm gonna keep asking the question until you answer the question. Have snakes ever been able to talk? Yes or no?
I'll answer that question. Can you let me talk? Then can I go?
You answer it. Go ahead.
Okay. Because the difference between the Protestants and Catholics is that we don't believe in the Old Testament. It's for the Jews, right? So no, we believe in Jesus Christ. We erased the Old Testament.
Do you believe that Jesus turned water into wine, Oliver?
Like as a Protestant, like kinda, yeah.
You think that that's what people can do? You think people could just turn water into wine? You think he
It's a
walked on
miracle.
water and then he died, and then 3 days later he came back from life?
Can I
came back to
just
life?
go out of this?
No, I'm just saying, like
you guys
you're
believe,
calling
like,
trans people
that
whatever
they're,
argument
you know
that you're
what,
gonna give me.
I'm
I'm sorry.
having a
Hello.
debate.
Hi.
You
Mouth
gonna
is
mute you if you
moving.
don't stop.
Okay,
the
so
Bible.
just to be clear, like you're over
No,
here
no,
calling
I'm
trans
just-
people, like whatever argument you have for like how trans people are like mentally ill. I don't see
I-
why
I
somebody would
never
just
met-
apply
you
that to your
mentioned the
beliefs.
Bible. I never met.
Yeah, but I mentioned
Quit over talking.
You mentioned the Bible.
Yeah.
I was talking about science, and there's only 2 genders.
Yeah,
That's
so
it.
does
Goodbye.
science?
Good night.
Okay, can science say that a human being can walk on water, and now he runs because he doesn't want to be subjected to criticism? Right? He doesn't want that view evaluated. That's why he ran. Too easy.
Did he not get
I
banned?
mean, I was just going to ask if Chris Angel was the second coming of Jesus then, because Chris Angel did it too.
Yeah.
I think it's actually pretty crazy that that he said that the Protestants don't believe in the Old Testament. Because what the fuck?
What? All denominations do. Your standard of saying that being queer is wrong comes from the Old Testament. Your idea of it comes from the Old Testament. It's not an actually biblical thing, but your interpretation of one verse, misinterpretation, stemmed this hate. So be so fucking for real right now.
Yeah, and say that you don't believe in the Old Testament, but Jesus did. Like what?
I mean, better yet, I really wanted to know the science that classifies trans people as a mental illness. Was that what he was going
Never
with?
justify it. They can never justify it. Any definition that they've tried to use to try to include trans, just the simply being trans into like some sort of mental illness, just includes like trivial shit like being smart or like just basic shit that they would never accept. Like it just like they'd have to broaden the definition to this unimaginable and just like
Oh, that's right. He said a
useless.
mental disease.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
All right, if you are a Trump supporter, and only if you're a Trump supporter, go and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Keep tapping that screen, everybody else. We're almost at 200K. I appreciate you guys. Let's go. We got our next person in here. Mark, you are live. Can I get your age?
I'm 28.
All right.
Mark?
Trump supporter?
Bit of a stretch. I did vote for him, but I do detest his character, but I do appreciate some of the things that he's passed as far as the EOs go.
The EOs?
Mm-hmm.
Like?
14168.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware?
Do I know the number of the executive order? Is that
Yeah,
what you're asking me? Why would I know the
signed-
number of the executive order? Just tell me what it does.
January 20th of this year, it was signed into effect. It makes the government recognize only 2 genders. I know that's
brother.
It's done.
Yeah, so the government only recognizes 2 genders.
Yes, for ID purposes.
Okay, so so you voted for him to do that, or you're saying that's the reason why you currently support him?
It's one of the biggest reasons because it for the trans movement closes the door to reality and opens the door to delusion. And that's really bad.
Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and get some justification for that claim. What's the delusion?
The delusion is that a man can become a woman and a woman can become a man.
All right, cool. So, a lot of people will use this argument. So I'm gonna put your argument into a syllogism, and I want you to tell me if this is your position. Okay. So let me type this out. Okay. Are you saying something like, if a trans person, or let's say a trans woman, right, believes that they are a woman, then they are delusional? Is that the view?
That is the claim.
Okay. Okay, cool. Premise 2, trans women believe that they're a woman. Conclusion, therefore trans women are delusional, right? Something like that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so here's a magic trick I'm going to show you, okay? So you said, if a trans woman believes that they're a woman, then they're delusional. And premise 1, what does woman mean?
A woman is defined by chromosomes, the inherent nature ability to get pregnant, having ovaries.
Okay, so an adult human female, something like that, but the female
Yeah,
is
an adult human female. Yeah.
okay. So an adult human female. I don't
Chromosomes aren't mentioned anywhere.
just let
I'm
them have
sorry.
it. Just give it a second. Adult human female. Okay. And by female you just mean what again?
Set of chromosomes, the inherent ability to get pregnant by nature and having ovaries.
So XX ovaries or ability to have to get pregnant.
Sure.
Okay. All right. And now, okay, if a trans woman believes that they are a woman, which is an adult human female, then they are delusional. Okay. Now we're going on to premise 2. Trans women believe that they are a woman. Okay. What does woman mean in premise 2? Is it the same definition?
Adult human female, yes.
Okay. Okay. So in order for premise
It's
2
over.
to be true, you would have to be committed to the view that a trans woman believes, for example, that she has XX chromosomes.
A trans woman believes that they are a woman.
They believe, when you say woman, you mean female, which means you believe that a trans woman believes that she has XX chromosomes, correct?
I think that they
Ovaries,
most
or that they can get pregnant. One of those 3.
I believe that most trans women would probably agree that they have none of those characteristics.
Okay, then premise 2 is false. Then you're denying that trans women believe that they're women. You're not. What happened? If you're saying that if a trans
I
woman
must have lost you
believes,
somewhere there because my thought was,
wait, hold on, just real quick, Mark. I'm sorry, Mac. I've been calling you Mark. Can you hear me? Are you good?
Marky, the funky bunch.
yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. So premise 1 says
Is my connection safe?
it was, but it's good now. If a trans woman believes that they are a woman, then they are delusional. Now, we're just going to swap out the word woman with what you mean. If a trans woman believes that they are an adult, a human, and a female, right? Female being that they either have XX ovaries or the ability to get pregnant, then they're delusional, right? Now, premise 2, you're affirming that they do. You're affirming that a trans woman believes that she has XX chromosomes, that she has ovaries, or that she can get pregnant. Do you think that trans women believe that?
No, I don't think that they do.
Okay, then premise 2 is false.
I would hope so.
And so it follows that trans women are not delusional.
I mean, as long as a trans woman believes that they are not an actual woman with woman
No
characteristics,
trans
then yeah,
woman
they are.
believes that they can get pregnant. Just
So they-
inherently, no trans woman believes that.
So trans women don't think that they're women.
Well, the way that you're defining woman, trans women do not believe that. No.
As long as they can, acknowledge that, then they should understand also that they're not a real woman.
Okay. Well,
that's,
when you say
a
real woman,
real
you're
woman.
just saying that they do not believe that. Okay, so you're just conceding that trans women are not delusional, correct?
They are delusional if they think that they are a woman.
Yeah,
If a
but
trans
do you
woman
know
says
that
I'm a
there's
woman,
any
then they are
yeah, if
delusional.
they say I'm a woman, they have to, in order for them to be delusional, they have to believe that they are female. And female being specifically what you said, they have to believe that they have XX ovaries or the ability to give birth, correct? That's the only way in which they will be delusional in that sense, correct?
If they believe that, then they're extra delusional.
Yeah,
like
okay.
extra
Well,
delusional.
Okay, so if they say I'm a woman, but they don't mean what you mean there, they mean something else, then that's consistent with them not being delusional. That wouldn't be a delusion, correct?
That specific trans person, as long as they are acknowledging that they are not a real woman, they are not delusional.
No, they're acknowledging that they're a real. I'm sorry, they're acknowledging that they're a real woman, right? But the word woman means something else, right? Than what you're defining it as.
Right, so that's where I say it's delusional. Is that if you believe that woman is defined by anything else besides XX chromosomes, that's what a woman is.
Wait,
if you believe
why,
that, if you
so
believe that a
do
woman
you
is anything
believe that
besides that,
definitions are like descriptive, or do you think that they're prescriptive, Matt?
It's really simple. If in order to be a woman, you have to be XX chromosomes.
All right. If I were to say, in order to be a mother, you have to have given birth, what would you say?
In order to be a mother, you would have because I mean, there's also foster mothers.
They're not mothers, and if I say that, there's no definition in which you can create a definition in which it would include foster mothers under your view, right? So I would say that
it's kind of mother.
No. Under that definition, it wouldn't even be a kind of mother because they didn't kind of give birth if they'd never given birth, right? So if I just strictly define this thing based off purely biological terms, and I see an adoptive mother who has never given birth, and she says, "I am this child's mother," right? And then I say, "Well, you're delusional because you didn't give birth to that mother." That's not what she's saying when she says mother. She's using a different definition. There's no objective definition of the word mother. We just mean different things. When a gay couple says we're married, and some Christian says that's not a real marriage, well, that's just semantics. You're just saying that's not my definition. They clearly have a different definition. In this case, it's two consenting adults who are in this romantic relationship with each other, right? Irrespective of their sex, right? Versus the Christian who might say, well, it's two consenting adults who are of the opposite sex. Those are two different definitions. Y'all can go ahead.
Annie, you were first.
So
you know where I'm going with this.
This is a question I've never asked, but it just came into my brain because we were talking about chromosomes. I have a condition called broken X syndrome. You ever heard of it, Mac?
Does that make you intersex?
No.
Okay, then I've never.
And that's not what I asked. Have you ever heard of it?
I've never heard of it, but I would like for you to tell me what it is.
Cool. So the little extra leg on an X, on the second X, it's broken, and it's not fully formed. Does that make me not a woman? I have a V. I have my ovaries. I have tatas. I've given birth.
You're a woman.
But the little leg on the X, this side of the X, an X? The little leg over here, it's broken.
Do you have the ability to give birth?
I already said that I've given birth.
So you are a woman.
But my second X chromosome is broken.
Only women can give birth. So yes, you are a woman.
But did you hear what I said? My second X chromosome is broken.
And my definition of a woman was either XX, you have the inherent ability by nature to get pregnant, or you have ovaries. So because you have some of those characteristics, you are a woman.
So when I get my ovaries taken out in a few years,
then you
and my uterus taken out,
you still would have at least held one of those characteristics, is that you inherently have the ability by nature to get pregnant at some point in your life. So yes, you are still a woman, even if you don't have your ovaries.
So then I'll let Glitch take it over because I think it'll go into what he's going to say.
Yeah, he changed the definition. He went to single factors instead of making them stop talking. Instead of making them requirements, because my original question to you was going to be: so individuals born with Swire syndrome are not women to you?
I gave 3 characteristics of what a woman is. And as long as you meet one of those 3 characteristics, you are a woman. If you meet none of those characteristics, you are definitely a man.
So an individual born with XY chromosomes, although they're phenotypically female, are they a woman or a man?
If you are born with XY chromosomes, you are a man.
Okay, so men can give birth by your definition?
You'll have to back that up for me.
Do you know what phenotypical characteristics are?
Explain it.
Phenotypical characteristics are the primary and secondary sex characteristics that we can typically see. This also includes your reproductive pathways. So an individual with female reproductive pathways born with XY chromosomes has the capacity to give birth. So by your definition, what you just said, an individual with XY chromosomes is a male. You would have to admit males can give birth.
Are you defining an intersex person?
I'm defining an individual with XY chromosomes, although they're phenotypically female.
Are you defining an intersex person?
I'm going off of your definition.
I know, I'm just trying to figure out what you're defining. Are you defining?
Yes, it would be an intersex condition.
Okay, so that's a totally separate issue than male and female, because there's male, female.
Were your words not just? Your words were was your words not just if you have XY chromosomes, you're male. That was your words.
I said the characteristics. I was defining the characteristics of a woman. I said in order to be a woman, you need to have X.
You need to have one of them. You said XX, right?
Right.
Okay, so if somebody has
did
XX.
Did this individual not just? I'm sorry. I just need to know if I'm being gaslit right now. Did they not tell me that if you have, after I gave the example, say if you have XY chromosomes, you're male? That was their wording.
Yeah, XY chromosomes.
So by their definition, males can give birth.
Accidental ally?
He failed his own part because he said that He originally said that you only had to fill one of the criteria.
Right.
So he fucked up his own argument.
Yeah.
But
So just to be clear,
point.
if I tell you here's a person and they have XX chromosomes, from that alone, can you determine that they're a woman, Mac?
And I just want to back it up and say, intersex is a very small group. It's an
I
anomaly.
am intersex. I will talk about it as much as I need to. Doesn't matter if it's a small percentage. Guess what's also a small percentage? Trans individuals. You want to know what makes up a larger percentage of our population? Intersex individuals are a larger portion of the population than trans individuals.
Also, you came up here and stood on business saying there's two genders. And now you're saying there's more than the two?
Fact checking that. I'm pretty sure there are more trans individuals than there are intersex.
Answer my question.
Okay, go ahead and restate your question. I'll answer.
If I tell you that here's a person, a human being, an adult, or whatever, all that stuff, and they have XX chromosomes, from that alone, can you conclude that they're a woman?
Yes.
Okay. And I then tell you, I reveal more information, and I say they have a penis. Are they still a woman?
No.
Okay. That's going to be a
I'm
contradiction.
sorry. No. I'm sorry. I meant to answer yes to that question. Yes, if they are. Yeah, just because. Yeah.
Okay. So under your view.
Okay, so if you reverse it, you have to admit males can get pregnant.
A woman cannot have a penis.
A woman cannot what?
Have a penis. Someone with XX chromosomes is not born with a penis.
I didn't.
Yes, they are.
That's called De La Chapelle syndrome. It's called XX male syndrome. If you get XX
I'm
chromosomes,
talking inherently by nature, because we're going back. We're on the topic.
This inherently happens in nature, yes, friend.
Yeah, we're
that's how
around the.
Wait, Mac.
It's around
All
trans.
humans are inherently natural.
But we're on
unless I
we're on
missed
the
a whole
topic-
chapter and we
we're
started
on the topic of trans, and
synthetically
now we're
creating
including the
humans.
intersex people, and it's
Okay,
getting
listen,
away
there's
from
special.
the whole.
This is a basic special pleading fallacy, right? You said if you meet at least one of these conditions, XX, then you are a woman, and then there's people who have XX chromosomes who have penises, and then you say a woman cannot have a penis. That is a contradiction. It's a contradiction because it both is not the case that this person is a woman, right? That's just it's a blatant contradiction. There's no way you can get yourself out of it.
Because we're not on the topic of intersex, we're on the topic of
my
trans.
God. It doesn't even
Mac,
matter.
the point.
Anomalies to the way people are born.
Mac, hold on. Mac. The point that's being made here is that you said this is the definition of woman, adult, human, female, and then you laid out specific characteristics. What we're showing, because we said that there are other definitions of the word woman, you said, no, I don't like that, don't use those definitions. The problem is that if your definition is incoherent or struggles to be applied or has problems where you're not able to make it make sense in the real world, then one, why are you going to say that your definition is better than our definition? And then two, why should we accept your definition, period?
Because my definition is from inherently by nature, if you are born with the characteristics of being a male, then you are a male. If you are born with the characteristics of being a female, then you are a female. And that can never change.
So if you're born with XY chromosomes, you're what? Male. Hold on. If you're born with XY chromosomes, you're what?
If you are born with XY chromosomes, you are a man.
Okay, and if you can give birth, you're a what?
Now that would be an anomaly, and that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about
Giving birth is an anomaly?
Yeah, and an individual born with XY chromosomes that can give birth is an anomaly because it doesn't happen very often.
Right, but are they male or female by your definition?
They are intersex. They are intersex.
Wait, I have a really important question.
And we're not talking about intersex. I'm not.
Okay, so when you give
oh my God, you are so dense.
Intersex person, are they either male or female, even if they're intersex?
Repeat your question.
If somebody's intersex, under your view, are they either still male or female?
And now it is also in my interpretation that most intersex born people eventually choose one gender or the other.
That didn't answer my question. So I'm going to ask the question again. If you are intersex, under your view, are you either male or female?
If you're born with XY chromosomes, then you are inherently a man. However, my interpretation that most
so
people,
men can get pregnant.
Yeah. So because, for example, Haley Haynes is somebody who has XY chromosomes and has given birth. So is that a man that got pregnant? Yes or no?
It is an intersex person that.
Is an intersex person either male or female, Mac?
I mean, are they one or the? I mean, that's a debate that I guess we had. That's a separate debate that is totally different from where we started.
Included in the debate, are they either male or female? Yes or no? Or are they neither?
I would be more on the side of neither, but again, most people choose.
Then I raise a question. What do they put on their driver's license? Because you say there's only 2 genders, so what are they supposed to do about their driver's license or their IDs? Because you said, according to this, whatever the fuck it is, that they're supposed to, there's only 2 genders. So what option do people who fall outside of the 2 do? Do they just not get a driver's license?
Well, at this point, he's trying to classify that there's a third sex, and intersex isn't classified as a third sex.
It's a medical anomaly.
So what do they put on their driver's
If you want to get technical, so is being trans.
Being trans is a delusion.
We've already destroyed that argument. You've already conceded that they're not delusional. I don't know why you're going back.
No one is born trans. No one is born trans. There are people that are born intersex.
People are born trans.
You cannot be born trans.
Yeah, people are born trans. Nonetheless, that doesn't establish your argument, right? That they're delusional.
No, there's never been a baby.
I'm sorry, we've already destroyed that. I don't know why you're back to this. It's like you forgot the entire conversation in which you conceded that trans women are not delusional.
Your debate against me, your argument they're using are medical anomalies that hardly ever happen.
Okay, so
I got a question. Am I male or I just gotta ask this one, and then you can grill him until you're blue in the face. So I have 46XX/47XXY. Which one am I?
We're just gonna keep on looking at the medical anomalies that hardly ever happen. I don't.
The point is that if you have a definition, one, if you're saying that there's only man and woman, male and female, and you're not able to account for these human beings, you've got to say they're either genderless, which doesn't make sense because they live out gendered lives, or you got to recognize that your definition is flawed. Which one is it?
I think I can recognize that there is an anomaly in the way people are born sometimes, that they are intersex, while also staying true to my stance.
Meaning your definition is flawed? Because your definition isn't able to account for these things.
I think that's disrespectful to the intersex community, that there's flaws in definitions.
How does that relate to what I said?
Because y'all are stuck on this intersex topic for whatever reason.
Maybe because I'm intersex and your definition doesn't include us in any capacity.
Because it's a medical anomaly that happens.
All right, here I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this, Mac. Okay. Let's say I have a definition. I'm just going to make up a definition of woman right here. Okay. Someone who wears a dress. Okay? That's what I'm going to define a woman as. What's going to be your objection to that definition, Mac?
Because anybody can put on a dress.
Oh, that's just an anomaly. Those are very few people. Most people who are going to wear a dress are going to be women. That's just an anomaly, Mac. Why are you picking out the anomalies to try to disprove the rule? Listen. Exceptions don't determine the rule, Mac. Come on. You know this.
Mac, get it together. It's a delusion.
You don't like that reasoning, do you?
I tried to respond to it, but you muted me.
I muted you, not Carbon. Get it right.
Oh, okay. All right. It doesn't tell me who mutes me whenever I get muted, or maybe it does.
If you're getting muted, it's because I muted you. Carbon doesn't mute.
Well, don't tell me that I didn't like the response. I was trying to respond, and I didn't have
Mac, here's the question Mac. For you. Can I ask one question first, critically?
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, Mac, when were you karyotyped?
I had to realize I was muted again. So
when were you karyotyped?
When was I what? I'm sorry.
When were you karyotyped?
Karyotyped?
Yeah.
Would you like to explain what that means? Karyotype?
That would mean knowing what your chromosomes are. So I just wanted to make sure that you're a male.
I haven't heard of that.
Whenever I was old enough to realize what the difference between genitals were.
Oh, this is an interesting point here. So you bring up a very interesting point. About how old do you think you were? Maybe 3 or 4, thereabouts?
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember the specific day because I'm 28 years old, and 3 or 4 was a long time ago, but maybe somewhere around then.
Yeah, okay. This is super interesting. So I'm a doctor with a fucked up sleep schedule. So here I am. So I was just wondering if I could chat with you and introduce a little bit of nuance to your conception of some of these things. Would that be okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Also, I caught you on Matt's live. Very sorry about the whole wedding thing. Must have been a bummer.
Bummer.
Sex and gender are fundamentally different concepts. Although gender does kind of emerge from, one conception of sex. I'll get into that in a second. Right. But this is a very nuanced topic, right? You could, on talking about, like intersex people as though this is some, crazy anomaly. But what it really is evidence of the fact that sex and gender, are not really a binary. There's just a lot of nuance and a lot of kind of complexity to how humans develop and how, sex develops and how gender develops and how they develop distinctly. Okay. So most people, right, the majority of people are going to be born, 46XX or 46XY, right? That would be your genotypic sex. But even then, there is nuance because the thing that really determines male sexual development is something called the SRY gene. The SRY gene is typically found on the Y chromosome. And so if you inherit a Y chromosome from your father, you typically have the SRY gene on that Y chromosome, and that, causes you to develop as a male, right? However, things can happen, right? You can have crossing over events. So crossing over event is during meiosis, and particularly in, females who have, ova, right, eggs, they develop all of their ova like before they're even born. And those things are kind of halted in a stage of meiosis, which is the development of like gametes. So they're halted at a certain stage with all these chromosomes lined up next to each other, and little pieces of those chromosomes can flip around, right? You can have a crossing over event. So you could have somebody who is 46XX and has an SRY gene, and then they develop male, right? You can have somebody who's 46XY and they had a crossing over event where that, so the crossing over event with the Y would actually occur in the father. So, forget the ova thing, but, because, females don't have a Y chromosome, but regardless, you have a crossing over event, and let's say that SRY gene flips off of the, Y chromosome and onto the X chromosome, and then that Y chromosome is passed down. That is what most cases of Swyer syndrome are caused by. So it's XY gonadal dysgenesis. It's typically caused by the absence of an SRY gene, and then they end up developing, female genitalia. It's not always, it's often kind of dysfunctional, but sometimes it works, and you end up with cases wherein, somebody's 46XY, and they're able to have a child, have a child, right? So there's a lot of complexity when it comes to just genotypic sex. Then you've got phenotypic sex, and you can get a whole range of things that happen with phenotypic sex, right? So typically you got your 46XY, 46XX, and that leads to, based on like the kind of presence or absence of the SRY gene, to the development of, primary and secondary, male and female sexual characteristics, right? Your kind of internal genitalia and your external genitalia. But there's a ton of stuff that can happen, right? You can have, 46XY, and you can have complete androgen insensitivity, right? And so your 46XY, you typically have male internal genitalia. You've got, testes are typically cryptorchid, so they don't descend, right? But none of your cells respond to androgens, right, like testosterone. And so you develop female secondary sexual characteristics. So you develop like breasts, kind of what we call like a blind vaginal canal, or like the kind of lower 2/3 of the vaginal canal, et cetera, et cetera. And somebody looking at you wouldn't really be able to tell that you were 46XY. They'd have no idea. You would just have amenorrhea, like you wouldn't have a menstrual period and some stuff like that. You can be 46XX and you can have, blank on the term, congenital adrenal hyperplasia, where you have issues with the enzymes in the kind of hormone synthesis pathway within your adrenal glands. And some of those, kind of precursor hormones get shunted to sex hormones. And so you end up developing a lot more androgens than you normally would. And you have androgenization, and you kind of end up sort of androgynous, right? Like, these are not as uncommon as you would, like you claim that they are, right? So these are not just like one-off, anomalies. It's like a decently substantial portion of the population that has these various, kind of differences in sexual development, DSDs, right? So there's that, right? And then you have another sense of sex, which would be your kind of like neurobiological sex. And this is where kind of gender comes in, right? So, based on your genetics, and it's, there are genes that have been associated with it, but nothing's been kind of definitively tied to it. But it's, likely kind of multigenic, multifactorial. You develop kind of a neurobiology that is more aligned with sort of one sex or the other. This is where the kind of nuance of gender comes in, right? So gender, in kind of my conception, would be the kind of set of, traits and expectations and behaviors that are typically associated with, the female sex or the male sex for women and men, respectively, right? That does not mean that everybody in those gender categories has to be male or female. They're just like the category is kind of fundamentally based on those two sexes, but they're open to anyone who aligns with that particular gender identity, right? And a lot of that is coded by your sort of neurobiological sex, which is why when you were 3 or 4, you started to realize what genitals you had and found that you aligned with being a boy, right? And you probably engaged in a lot of traditionally sort of boyish activities, and then later on you developed into a man, and now you are a cis man, right? For some people, their neurobiological sex, right, their gender identity, and their genotypic and or phenotypic sex don't align, right? And so you maybe develop as a male, let's say, right? Because let's say let's just assume your genotypic and your phenotypic sex are in alignment, right? So you develop as a male, but then your neurobiological sex is that of a female. And so you have this, or that of a woman, really. And so you have this, woman gender identity. Your gender identity is that of a woman, right? And it is discordant with your genotypic and phenotypic sex. And those are individuals that we would call trans, right? Sometimes you don't really align with either, right? Maybe you're non-binary or something like that. But let's just say like you're a trans woman, right? And your neurobiology does not match your genotypic or your phenotypic sex, right? This is not some delusion. This is not, a mental disorder. This is and there are clear differences in, kind of the structure of the brain between people who identify as men versus women. This is not male versus female. This is people who identify as, men versus women, right? So this is your gender identity is tied to like neurobiological features, right? Like clear neurobiological features. So again, it's not like a mental disorder. And if you go and talk about gender dysphoria or something like that, that is not unique to trans individuals, first off. But really it just means that your, gender expression maybe doesn't match your gender identity, and you feel some sense of, discomfort because of that, right? You may be a, male, a cis man, right? Or a cis boy, adolescent, right? Who has, gynecomastia, during puberty, right? Which a decent number of boys get. They get kind of physiologic gynecomastia during puberty, right? And so you have like a decent amount of breast tissue, and if you're getting mocked because you've got breasts, and you feel gender dysphoria because your gender expression doesn't match, your gender identity. You identify as a boy, but you have, breasts, and that discordance would be gender dysphoria, right? So it's not unique to trans people. And so, this is rooted fundamentally in people's biology. This is not like just delusions. This is not something that they get, brainwashed into in school. This is something that develops at the age of 3 or 4, your gender identity, right? Long before you ever enter school. And it's something that persists throughout your life. So like all of your conceptions of this stuff are just fundamentally misguided. Hopefully that cleared some stuff up.
I mean, not to mention they answered my question. Not to mention they answered my question about karyotyping when they noticed their penis. We already stated that an individual can have different chromosomes than XY and still have a penis. So again, when did you get karyotyped so I can make sure you're actually male?
Oh my god. This is one of the funnier labs I've been on. I mean, you can talk.
Well, no, it's not funny. See, you're getting free education. This is free education, and you don't have the mental capacity to actually take it in and learn. Also, Doc, I want to know why the fuck you were so nice, because the SRY gene is so much more complicated than that. You didn't even go into the subsidiaries like the SOX9 and talk about active and deactive loci.
I mean, that's actually that's beyond me. You might know more than me in that respect. So
don't anymore.
Mac, okay, assuming you were listening, and you should have been, can you please just point out a particular issue you have with the section or division that he made, and what evidences those divisions?
You can unmute now.
I guess you can also mute me, and that I guess that won't,
Unamused, thank you for the 25 to kick. I appreciate you.
Bruh.
Unamused.
Damn.
It's not going anywhere.
I wanted an answer, Scam.
All right. Well, thanks for letting me rant for a little bit.
No doubt, Doc. Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming up, Doc. I always enjoy listening to you talk.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was very well laid out and very linear and well developed. Thank you.
I've been trying to develop.
You remembered on the fly the one I can never remember, which is adrenal hyperplasia.
Yeah, that one's tricky. And there are a bunch more that I probably should go back and review at some point, but I'm deeply embedded in some other facets of medicine. It was funny. So he was on Matt's Live earlier, and they were trying to kind of like figure out why he is just so hateful and why he dislikes trans people so much. And it turns out that a big part of his animosity towards the trans community is because he already held some bigoted views, and then his cousin uninvited him from their wedding because they didn't want an anti-trans bigot there. And that just...
Oh, so he's another Elon Musk who's
I thought
crying because somebody didn't want
than
bigot
that.
around their life.
I was really hoping he had gotten left at the altar because they decided to break their waiting till marriage the night before, and she realized that it wasn't going to do anything for her because it was this big. And so she's like, I'm out.
All transphobia, I'm starting to realize, it's just astroturfed from like personal gripes that they have with somebody in their life. It's not even a real movement. Like, it's crazy.
Right. Also,
Christy
thank
Pandora,
you,
by the way, I
Unamused.
sent you a request. Hit that accept button. Let's go.
Yeah, that's insane. Trans for Trump.
Okay. Shut up, everybody. Unamused, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Yeah, also, again, thank you, Unamused, for the 25 to kick. I appreciate you over there on Venmo. Thank you so much, Unamused. Appreciate you for that one. If you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We got 650 people in here. Hit that up. So, Christy, I'm going to send you one more invite. If you reject it, I am muting you out of the chat. All right.
I will say, I was a little saddened that he said, like, the only thing he said was, like, this is one of the funnier lives I've been on. And I was like, dude, that's straight up
not the point.
When I was in medical school.
Hi, boy.
Disrespect.
Hi, Annie.
Ugh, disrespect.
Hey, Doc, if you want to go read a good read, you can go read on my condition.
So you've got chimerism, right? It sounds like. So
I have mosaicism.
Sorry, mosaicism. That's what I meant.
I did not absorb a twin. I do not have a chimeric chromosome.
Yeah, mosaicism. And it's a blend of like 46XX and then like what would be Klinefelter if somebody had it.
Yeah. So I have in some sections or some when it's drawn some ways it comes back as female and then other ways it comes back as male. So I have 46XX and then 47XXY.
Yeah. That's definitely pretty fascinating.
Do you know? Do you actually know the amounts? Like, because I don't know how much they test or if they figure out the proportions, like what percentage is what? Or...
No, they didn't really go into that. I know they wanted to do extra testing on me, but they also wanted, because mine's one of the rarer chromosomal compilations, they wanted to do a paper on me, and I refused. I was in the military at the time, and intersex could get you kicked out. So I kind of kept that to myself.
I mean,
really quick, I can't be up here long. I just want to say hi, everybody. And today's really stressful. It's my daughter's first day of school, like ever.
Hey, congratulations.
Oh, congrats.
I'm currently making her lunch and trying not to cry.
Aww. I love the fact that someone in the comments said, so they're male. Honey, I literally just stated I'm male and female. I literally stated it.
Yeah, and actually, like, a mixture of female and a mixture of like kind of 46XX female and then 47XXY Klinefelter like male. That definitely would be a pretty interesting case report. I completely understand why you didn't consent to it, but that's definitely case report worthy.
Somebody in the YouTube chat asked a question. Has there been an increase in these cases since they stopped blood testing for marriage licenses in the 80s?
Probably not. I mean, I think that was pointing at preventing like incestuous relationships or something like that. I mean, I think that's rare enough that I don't think that led to an increase in any sort of genetic abnormalities.
Yeah, the problem with being a case study, even if I wasn't in the military at the time and it wouldn't possibly risk my service, was the fact I didn't want to be poked and prodded for months on end.
Totally valid. Totally valid. I would not want that either.
Wait, was there ever a point where they did blood tests for marriage licenses, like required?
I think that was a thing. Hold on.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was to prevent incestuous relationships.
I've never heard that it'd be required. I could see people getting it if they wanted or something, but yeah. I'm curious where.
I very vaguely recall.
Yes, for much of the 20th century, many U.S. states required blood tests for marriage license to screen for diseases like syphilis and rubella. I'm not sure if I'm saying that one correctly. Rubella. With laws like New York even targeting sickle cell anemia for specific ethnic groups. However, due to advancements in medicine and recognition of the test's ineffectiveness as a public health measure, most states have repealed these requirements over time.
Wait, was it
been pretty temporary?
Because they're two different things. Wait, sorry, what was it, rubella or rubiola? Those are two different things.
Rubella?
Okay,
rubella?
Yeah, well, because rubiola is actually the official name for measles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you see this ad? It was like this ad from 1940. Your blood is bad means you have syphilis. That's like the ad. It's the advertisement that they have here.
That's a solid one.
Yeah, or like some sort of public service, and now I don't know what it is. Like.
Wow. Okay, so I just found the piece. I don't know how many were left, but 2019 was the year that the blood test requirement for marriage was finally abolished in all 50 states.
Wow.
That's insane.
What was the last holdout?
What's that?
Montana, I think.
What was the last holdout?
Let's see if it says the last one here.
Let me guess. Conservative state.
Montana.
Montana? I would have thought it would have been more south.
Yeah.
So technically,
actually,
Montana
I thought conservative states would be the first to repeal it because they want that incest type stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Alabama, they had to get rid of that.
Arkansas was like, please.
They do the blood test to make sure you're in the family.
Oh, no.
So it used to
Keep
be
it in the
mandatory,
family.
I guess. I'm not quite sure. I'm reading it now. Technically, Montana had removed the absolute mandate in 2007, but the change would only allow brides to opt out after signing an acknowledgement of the pregnancy risk related to rubella, and only if the groom signs also. So both people had to sign to basically waive it. and now it's not needed at all as of 2019.
Interesting. I was gonna make an incest joke. I was gonna say, they saw that the Habsburgs had those really cool chins, and they were like, we got to have those,
Yeah, we have a lot of like.
It's really
not the ableism doctor.
Christian nationalists. Like, I was looking into the last person who was charged and convicted and thrown in prison in the U.S. for blasphemy. It was like in the late 1800s. It was like pretty interesting to see his case. Yeah, it was just like he was a heretic of religion, so they just threw him in prison. That was the last person. It's just crazy seeing how the laws evolve over time.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Goddamn, yeah. And then like I dug this article up from the 1930s. It was of this girl, but we don't know if they were a trans man. We don't know if they were a woman who was just wearing men's clothing in order to work. We don't know if they were like a bunch of lesbian. We don't know anything about them. But we have there's just like a little clip from this news article in New York, and basically it's what's going on in court. So in New York at that time, it was not legal for a man to wear women's clothing, women to wear men's clothing. Right? It was like a crime against humanity or something like that. So she gets arrested. She, in quotes, gets arrested, and the judge is talking to her, and the judge is saying something like, no moral pervert would do as you have done, or something like that. No moral pervert would wear men's clothing if you're not a man, or something like he was lambasting her. Like he was just like going in on this quote unquote girl for like wearing men's clothing. It was like the worst thing. You think she had just committed murder, right? So he sends her to like a woman's prison or detention or jail or something like that. But in that prison, she was also still wearing the way that she was wearing her clothes was more in line with what a man might do. So the judge took her back out and threw her into, again, her in air quotes, into a prison where they forced you to wear women's clothing. It's just insane, like when you can see stuff like that, like how these laws existed back in like these fucking barbaric times. It's just wild.
It's actually the first time I've ever thought about that. Like, I guess women prisoners back then wore dresses.
Yeah, they forced them. They didn't even want them wearing like jumpsuits. They had to wear like well, at least in that state. I don't know about other states, but they forced her to wear dresses in this other state that was in upstate New York or something like that. So yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, wild.
All right. Well, you probably have some debates and stuff. I feel like I've kind of like killed all of your debates. So.
Thank you for coming up, Doc.
You scared him off. That's all.
Okay, Doc. You can come give dissertations on my live.
Thanks. Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good one.
Happened? It was like in the early 30s or 40s. I forget the exact time period, but yeah. And it's really hard to find.
I was going to say, I forget the time period, but boys had to wear dresses up until, 12 years old when they got switched over to pantaloons?
Yeah.
It was either 7 or 12, somewhere in there.
Somewhere in there. Typically it's around like tweenhood.
Yeah, I was on a
tweenhood
ADHD binge, so I was like going through old articles of stuff that you can't just like Google. So it's like an archive of, people screen copying it, so you can't search for the words, right? So I'd go to like page 20 or something like that, and it's there. And then this German professor, professor in Germany, messaged me on Twitter. It was like, "Can I use this? What's the source?" And I gave her the source. That's pretty cool. All right. I don't understand why clothes have a gender in the first place. It's arbitrary. It's like, do what you fucking want,
I was going to say it's arbitrary and societal based, to be perfectly honest.
All right, if you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Last call. Go ahead and hop on in that motherfucking guest request. Let's go. If you're a Trump
He'll say that for the next 3 hours.
Shut up. Men used to play all.
Yeah, and people, I'm curious what criticisms people have of the doctor's conceptualization of things. There's got to be some conservative that's like, oh, that part of that doesn't make sense. Because if you think it all makes sense, well, you don't have a lot of good reasons to be transphobic.
True that.
I love how that last guest walked into it and then still could not concede because it broke everything they were saying.
It broke their brain. Like, it's so bad. Like, I just don't understand why you can't just, like, concede those things. We're like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Why do you have to, like, why do you keep going? I don't understand that part about human psychology. Like, I feel like there's a lot of times where I've been faced with that, like, especially early on debating. It was like, oh, this part seems unmotivated or inconsistent. I'm like, oh, yeah, I can see that. Okay, I'll change that. I'll look into that. And then I just changed the view. I don't understand why somebody could just see their view just says A equals not A and just be like, no. Like, I don't fucking get it, bro. It's fucking wild.
I don't know, because it reminds me of being like, I don't know, 12 years old, and I was like, no, I have to be right, and I would spin every word I could to try to make myself right, and then, I grew up.
And I think there's studies I cite these studies all the time. People who have these far right views have like lower cognitive ability. So I'm like, maybe it's not even their fault. And then I'm like thinking about it, and I'm like, oh, you know, like some of these people know how to fix a car. They know how to they're very competent in their jobs or something like that. So no, you know what to fucking do. You're just like stupid when it comes to like Donald Trump and like your religion. Like what?
Well, I think it's the fact that there's a concept called like the psychological immune system, which is the general belief formation is designed actually to protect and motivate all the actions that you've previously engaged in and are likely to engage in. So if anything creates complexity, that makes you less motivated to engage in a certain action. Like, if you believe that homosexuality is wrong, that gives you a sense of status and superiority. So it gives you a greater positive feeling when you affirm your heterosexuality or whatever. But if that calls into question, it makes you feel less motivated. So I think it's just based on that immune system that people have, that they want to protect the actions that they have established.
What is that called, so I can look it up?
It's just a psychological immune system.
Okay. I'll have to look into that. I've never heard of it.
There's like ways in society to like correct that kind of stuff. Like you can look at this, I forgot his name, Rawls or whatever. He has a contractarian view, but there's this concept called a veil of ignorance. So like, let's just, you want to build a society, right? You want to make laws and what's permissible, what's not. So to do so, you walk into this room, right, with a bunch of people, and you guys all come together and come up with like these laws. So it's a magic room, right? So what you do is when you walk into this room, you forget who you are, you forget your past, you don't know anything about yourself, you don't know your properties, you're tall, you don't know if you're short, you don't know if you're gay, you don't know if you're straight, you don't know if you're a man, you don't know if you're a woman, none of that. You don't know any properties about yourself other than the fact that you can reason, right? Okay, so, and then like, let's just make you like as rational as you could possibly be. Well, what kind of rules will those kind of people make up? Well, you don't know if you like say, okay, well, white people should be on top. You don't know if you're going to walk out and just be a black person. You don't know. And then like they're just going to put you under slavery. So you're like, maybe I shouldn't put black. So a rational person wouldn't do that because they're going to be biased. You could do that, right? If you're like a president and you like draft a law that says, well, the president should be paid $400 billion per month, and everybody has to pay for it, like that's just an unreasonable policy. But if you're in that veil of ignorance, right, like you might not write that policy because you don't know if you're going to be the president or the person who gets
I've heard of this under something. I've heard of this under something else. It's what is it? I think it's the spiritual equation. It's something along those lines. Is you are a ball of mass and energy, but you're allowed to dictate the laws of the world. So you have nothing yet. You've not been put into the world. So you're not gay. You're not white. You're not. I've heard this, but it just under a different. It took me a minute. I was like, why do I know this?
Yeah.
Also, I just want to give a quick shout out to all my other individuals that have been karyotyped and have different karyotypes out there, you are absolutely valid. And I hope your experience going through that and finding out you are, quote, different, was not as estranged as mine was. I saw a bunch of individuals in the chat, like, I have this chromosome compilation, I have this. I was like, I want to say hi to all of you. Yep, I saw someone with Turner syndrome in the comments. I think I saw someone with Swire. Not different, awesome. Yeah, it took me a while to realize that, you know, being born with atypical traits isn't a bad thing. I definitely was down on myself for a while, and I've talked with other intersex individuals that just like, what is that old phrase? Took it on the chin and kept going, and then other intersex individuals had like the feelings that I did, and they were like, "Oh fuck, now what?"
Hydrogen, PCOS, I'm gonna turn. Yeah, there's Turner syndrome. Well, if you're a Trump supporter, last call, go ahead and hop on in that guest request. We'd love to talk to her. Thank you so much. We'd love to talk to her. Let's go. Yeah, I love using that argument I used on the last guy. It's just like they never can justify why it's a delusion, so they use like this equivocation fallacy. So notice when I gave him premise 1, right? Like he was just like, oh, that's what a woman is, whatever. For premise 2, they're trapped, right? They either have to affirm that trans people somehow believe, like trans women specifically, somehow believe that they can like give birth or something like that. And that's what makes them delusional. And then, or they have to say, use woman in a different sense, in which case they're equivocating. I'm like, okay, you're delusional if you think like trans people believe that, right? And by the way, and like some of these people, they try to make other arguments. Oh, you're delusional. This and that and the other. Well, not just trans people believe that trans women are women. Cis people, a lot of cis people believe that trans women are women, right? I mean, it's probably like 40% of the population based on some inferences that we can make based off surveys. So you think 40% of the population is delusional, right? And then, you know, this other guy, he was like talking about how like trans people should like not have weapons or something like that. So you want to take away, you want to disarm like almost half the American population for simply believing that trans women are women. That's, I don't know if that's dictatorial. I don't know what is. That's fucking crazy. If that's delusional, that's wild. Yeah,
I've never used the premise argument you did, and I like that one. I usually use, because a lot of these individuals they'll unalive on the hill of one definition, one word. That's like right. Their thing. So I ask them very simply. So if I tell you there's 2 Mustangs across the street, can you describe them to me?
Well,
they'll go, oh, there's 2 cars across the street.
I'm gonna play it safe. They have 4 things that are touching the ground that allow them to move. Yeah, glitched.
You know what? That's a smart answer. Can you tell me the average? Can you tell me the average horsepower of a Mustang?
Well, 1. One, yeah, one
really? Oh, that's not the same thing. Oh, they get so mad at that.
It's anywhere between 1 and 450. Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Yeah, that wouldn't be giving me the average.
No, the standard deviation is within that 1 to 450 range. Yeah.
Oh, we're using standard deviation now. Okay, smart ass.
Yeah. Oh my god, critically, those fucking lives we were on last night. Dude,
refresh my memory.
There was one, it was just so bad. I don't know if you saw this one. It's this guy named Richard. He was just like, it was on that live where she was like talking about how women shouldn't vote. And I was like,
God.
Yeah, you saw that one. And then she changed the topic when nobody.
Oh my god, I watched that one.
Why women shouldn't vote. So I get up there, Richard, he's like so fucking confident and shit like that. gets absolutely fucking obliterated. I got muted. Yeah, like my followers get muted all the time when they're in there. But yeah, they never have a fucking.
Oh, that was when you were dropped on, right?
Huh?
That you got dropped on that one, right?
Yeah, she dropped me because we went to the abortion debates or something like that. I was like, well, if you have somebody that's violating your bodily integrity against your consent, whether they know it or not, to you, it might be like similar to SA or grape, right? And she was like, are you saying that all pregnancies are grape? No, that's not what I said. But you just said that's not what I said, and she dropped me.
Yeah, honestly, that's one of the reasons that I've been kind of more often in the abortion spaces, because even though I disagree with them, at least there's an attempt by pro-lifers to generate some arguments and be cogent. But oh my god, it is exhausting being in trans spaces or trans arguments, because it's completely all over the place and they've got really nothing backing them up. And especially it's exhausting being in the whole Trump conversation now. Yeah.
Tony, can I get your age, please?
Well, I'm 23, man.
All right, you're a Trump supporter, Tony?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I got a big list of things that Trump supporters, at least a lot of them, seem very soft on. So if you want to hear that list and you want to pick one of them out of the list, we can talk about it, okay?
Do it.
January 6th, War on Christmas, Happy Holidays, Target Pride displays, Cracker Barrel, gay couples, trans people, tampons in men's restrooms, and pronouns.
You got nothing about immigration?
That's not really a social issue that a lot of people are soft on. Like, people just have, that's just like a practical thing. It's not really like a culture.
Oh, because you're not like full on debating.
I am debating. That's why it says request to debate.
Well, that's what I was going to debate about. It was like, I was just happy he's getting all the homeless people and dry them off the streets, you know what I mean?
Okay, so you think, so you're not objecting to the background that Trump supporters are soft?
No, why would we be soft?
I just gave you a list.
You're basically stating that 60% of the U.S. is soft.
Yeah.
That's pretty sad.
I just gave you the list. Did you object?
That is so sad.
Well, you're not,
I would say it's more like 35%.
Whoa, one person at a time. What was that?
Well, first, you're not beating the allegations of Trump supporters being soft. Two, Trump supporters aren't 60% of the population, so I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, how did he win presidency?
Three, I gave you a list.
How did he win presidency? Does that mean?
You think he won by getting 60% of the vote? Do you think he got 60%?
Well, what do you think? Do you think he got less?
That's
than 50%?
a question I asked you. Did you think that he got 60% of the vote?
Are you
running from the question? Do you think that he got 60% of the vote?
100%.
You think Donald Trump got 60% of the vote?
Yes.
Where?
Why did I get muted?
In all states?
No, I never said that. What?
Or nationwide?
You can watch anything?
Nationwide?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the exact amount that he got a percentage of. Okay, so we're gonna pull up the 2024.
Why is he so
presidential? Why is this guy like over?
I don't think he got a majority.
They actually thought I was.
I don't know why. Why is this guy like over talking? Why are you still talking? Stop crashing out. Oof, that's a little.
No, I was just.
I don't know why you're over talking. Stop reading the comments. Read them in your head. All right.
Yo, you shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Okay? All right. So Donald Trump, he got 49.8% of the vote. Now, question: is 49.8% 60%, Tony?
Okay, sorry, my bad. I wasn't laid up to the facts, man. I didn't fucking chat GPT it. Anyways,
I didn't chat GPT it either. It's right
but
here. It's
did he win? Did he win presidency?
Oh, now we're going from 60% to 1.
Oh, that's what I thought.
Okay, so you think now we're switching to claim from 60% to he beat Kamala Harris, right?
Absolutely, he beat her. What do you mean?
Now, okay, so now I gave you a list of things that Trump supporters are soft on. Did you object to any of them?
No, stop fucking muting me. What's wrong with you? Anyways, I'm a Canadian, and I love it because he's destroying your dollar. He's destroying your dollar, and he's making Canada great. So go fuck yourself, bud.
That didn't answer my question.
You actually like him because he's bad for the U.S.? That's fair enough, I guess.
I love that. He's making Canada. why
you
I
like the
came
fact
up
that he
with
made
the
the other candidate win? You like the fact that he made the liberal
dollar's
candidate
going-
win?
The dollar's going down, chum.
Wait, this guy's kind of based. He's like pro Canada, and he likes the fact that he made the liberal candidate win in Canada and causing the U.S. to tank. Fair enough, honestly.
Wait, that might be the best
what I'm
argument
saying.
I've heard for Trump is
That's what I'm
individuals
saying.
from individuals from other countries saying Trump is based because it's making their countries better.
Yeah, there you go. It's the accelerationist position, you know?
That's what I'm saying.
Just caused the decline of the U.S.
Doing better for Canada. That's just can't complain about that.
Well, I guess we don't have an argument there. If you're just going to say, well, I like the fact that he's destroying the U.S., then okay, well, fair enough, I guess.
It's great.
He's doing that.
You guys are the ones who voted.
Who's muting him?
I didn't vote him.
Annie, are you muting?
You guys stop. You guys. Yeah,
Why is he being muted? So, hold on.
Someone keeps ripping
Because it's 5 a.m. and somebody's bored.
No kidding. You guys have
Wait, hold on.
shitty mods.
Tony, can you admit that you only like Trump because he's bad for the U.S.?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, because honestly,
I don't know how to argue that.
You can argue that because he's literally making our dollar worth more, which is awesome for me. So
I'm aware of this. This is why I said I can't argue it.
Yeah, like I like that Americans were dumb enough to vote him in, and then the fact that he's just like, I know it's shitty for you guys, but it's good for us Canadians because he's trying to destroy us, but at the same time, he's actually doing the opposite. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so you can admit that portion of the population that voted him in is soft and stupid. Thanks, cool. Concession.
Yeah. There
you go.
I think all Americans are pretty...
All right, bye-bye. All right. Except for the ones that voted for Kamala Harris. All right, let's get it. Can we get an actual Trump supporter in here? Thank you. Well, I mean, he's like an anti-Trump supporter. Like, it's weird. Pac-Man kind of thing. Horseshoe theory kind of thing.
I guarantee there is probably some like communist out there, or there's a few communists that unironically support Trump just because they think that he's going to accelerate the fall of capitalism or something.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, the KPD,
which, by the way, is not a good take.
What's the name of the Communist Party in Germany? They had like some seats in parliament. They had that same view.
The AL? Oh no.
No, yeah, like back during
Hold on, I'll look it up.
1940s, 30s. Forgot their name, but they famously said, "After Hitler will rise" or something like that. Like, that didn't work out too well. Yeah, is it KPD?
Yeah, that's why accelerationism is bad. Very bad.
Communist Party of Germany was a major far-left political party in the one. Yeah, was. Dissolved in.
Oh yeah, they got fucked.
Yeah, dissolved in 1946. They're like, all right, we'll let. Yeah, because they were attacking, and like, because the fucking what was the other party, the more center left one? They were attacking them more than they were attacking, like, it was a lot of infighting. They were attacking them more than they were attacking like Nazism, and it kind of fractured and allowed for Hitler to do some of the things that he did. It wasn't the main cause, but a lot of people think that is one of the causes.
Oh yeah, they bought into the pro-worker propaganda that the Nazis pushed too, which is crazy.
Yeah, what was that quote?
All right, Carbon, you are bad for my sleep schedule. It is 5 a.m. I am going to bed. As
right.
always,
you're East Coast. That's crazy.
For having me up here. Oh, nope, there's a guest. I'm staying.
Oh, okay. Warrior, can I get your age, please? Hello, Warrior? Warrior, you are live in front of 600 people. Can I get your age, please? Okay, all right.
Never mind. There's a sign. I'm converted. All the Christians can be happy. Oh, no, not happening. Anyway, I'm going to bed. Carbon, have a great night. Critically and Annie, always a pleasure to share the panel with you. Thank you so much. And y'all, make sure you double tap that screen. That better be at least 250K before Carbon ends the live, and show some love to the panelists and Carbon.
You're darn
Thank
tootin'.
you.
Have a good night, Demi.
Thanks,
Annie,
Demi.
you
Good
still
night.
there? Is Annie still even awake? Yes. Oh my god. It's that time where she's not talking. Alright, last call for Trump supporters. Hit me up. Let's go. True socialists aren't socialists either. They prefer to be called Truskies? I mean Truskies? Truskies?
Oh, Trotskyites?
Trotskyites, yeah. Yeah, I got a lot of people to watch, right? I got socialists, I got communists, I got like liberals, neo-libs, some people. It probably leans more towards like the Bernie area of people who like watch me. And so like I didn't really like this kind of fracturing and like fighting fascism. I'm like, I've never really understood that until like right before the election last year, where like a communist came up. She watched me all the time, and she came up and she was like disputing whether Donald Trump's not a fascist or whatever. I'm like, okay. So I gave like specific examples. I'm like, okay, trying to overturn election results and keep himself in power illegally, right-wing nationalism, the fact that he's using, the fact that he used the Nazi propaganda about Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, right? How are those not like fascists? And then like it was a lot of dodging that question basically, and so I had to like hone it in. I'm like, I'm sorry, is Donald Trump specifically saying that he's going to deport Haitians from Springfield, Ohio, based on Nazi propaganda? Is that not threatening of ethnic cleansing? And she was like, yeah. I'm like, are Nazis fascists? She's like, yeah. Is Donald Trump using that rhetoric fascist? No. I'm like, okay. It's like I don't understand, but you're calling Gavin Newsom fascist. Like, what's going on here? Like, if you want to call him fascist, cool. But why are
this was a communist?
This was a communist. I was like, what the fuck? What are you
What
doing?
was the point they were trying to make? Why?
I don't know what was going on in her head. Like, she seems very like very well informed, I think. And I was like, because this was around the time where Biden was dropping out and then Gavin Newsom was going to the White House. So some people thought that he was going to be the replacement for like a very short amount of time. It was really, so she brought his name up. And she was like, yeah, that kind of fascism and stuff like that. I was like, you're calling Gavin Newsom a fascist, but not Donald Trump. I couldn't fathom it. I'm like, you can say that he's but I don't, what is fascism that includes Gavin Newsom but excludes Trump? Like, I just don't understand. I didn't understand that. So.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's kind of just it's almost like a superiority thing where you can more easily, and it feels more empowering to compare yourself to a liberal and those that are seen as more acceptable and say, well, actually, no, contrary to your beliefs, that person is actually problematic, and my perception of things is good and proper. That feels more empowering than just saying that someone who's obviously fucked up is fucked up. So I think that's the issue. I think it's unironically around status more than anything, but
that's interesting. David, can I get your age, please?
You're 19.
All right, you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Do you even go here, bro?
Huh?
You even go here, or you just like mentally support him? You didn't even vote.
I voted. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, what do you want to talk about then?
What's so wrong? If I'm soft, what's so wrong with that?
Yeah, so you guys like get very offended over trivial things that you probably shouldn't be offended for. You have no rational basis for it. I have a big list of things that you guys get triggered over. It's fine to be soft. You should probably be soft about like people dying because of their health care, because of lack of health care and things like that. Not whether you saw a tampon in a men's restaurant.
I mean, I don't call people soft. I mean, in my personal opinion, there's like nothing wrong with being soft. I mean, aren't we all?
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's certain things that you should probably not be offended by, right? gay people,
I mean,
trans people.
like, nobody's actually really offended by anything. I mean,
Yeah, they are.
it's
There's a Buzz Lightyear
it's
movie, and there was
it's
1
just
second clip of 2 women kissing, and it was a massive boycott from conservatives.
it's
Don't think that's
just
soft?
it's just thoughts in your heads just telling you to think that something's like bad, but like it's not. It's just things that come inside your head.
Please do not come
I
inside
mean,
my head.
Thoughts. Thoughts are like the human mind. Nothing's like really.
David, what are you saying?
Nothing's like really soft and bad
Sometimes.
or good.
All right, I don't know. You're engaging in this like everything is equal.
Like really anything.
Okay, all right.
You're a Christian?
It's just a stasis
I
of
see
the
a
human
cross.
mind.
I see a cross in your bio.
I think he's
Are you a
trolling.
Christian? Probably.
Um,
Are you Christian?
I'm thinking. I am thinking of
Are you Christian?
I am thinking of
Do you
becoming a
believe
Christian.
do you believe that Jesus was resurrected after 3 days?
Maybe or maybe not.
Bro. Stand up for something, bro. He would never stand up for you in any confrontation, okay? Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong, okay? Get a spine, bro.
Yeah, is there a Christian with a spine that wants to talk?
Yeah, please.
I know he was doing like the Jordan Peterson thing.
What do you mean by the?
I don't know if I can call myself a Christian.
Oh my God, Danny. You're either a Christian.
Oh, that was
or you're not.
hilarious.
Which one are you? You're really quite nothing, aren't you?
Oh, so you're nothing.
This shit was fun.
I'm done talking to him.
What do you mean by believe?
Honestly, if you think about it, like,
yeah,
I would say Jubilee might be the main like funnel for the TikTokers, for the booze. I think that's like
hopping on there, like,
No, yeah, like the last one, there was like 5 people I knew just from TikTok, and they weren't even like big people on TikTok. They were like randos. So what the fuck?
Yeah, fucking monkey.
Not the last one, but that'd be funny. That would be funny.
Maybe the true soft is the friends we pet along the way. Yeah. So glad I made it to 19 without falling into the red pill. Yeah, I never really went full like the because I didn't even know what a Republican or conservative was, but like the 2015 election cycle ish, those Thug Life videos and like the responses to liberals, the Trigley all that stuff like that resonated with young me for some reason, right? And I was just watching them and I was like, you got owned, but I never really like thought anywhere outside of that. Like I was like, yeah, okay, this is funny, but Donald Trump's not going to win the election. He's an idiot. He's stupid. He's like, obviously we should choose Hillary Clinton over her. And then he won, and then that's what woke me up. So.
Yeah, I actually did have a very brief Sargon of Akkad phase, if you know who that is.
Mm-hmm.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, it was the Sargon, it was the Thug Life videos, it was those, the reaction videos where it's like it's like 2 British guys sitting next to each other watching a video reacting to something, but it's like cartoons or something like that. Those, I forgot what it was. What's his name? Steven Crowder. They would go on stage and do all those things, like debate and talk about stuff. Yeah.
No, it was weird because like it was very momentary for me because it was like this mixture of atheist / like skeptic, critic, like culture critic type figure that I was very briefly captured because I was deconstructing my belief then. But like as soon as I started deconstructing my belief, and as that became more final, it was like, oh well, all these other criticisms aren't making much sense either. So it was pretty momentary at that point. But
mine was just like maybe those few months towards the ending of 2015, maybe like towards summer, like to ending of 2015, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, it was pretty big. Like before then, I was just like, didn't even know what a conservative was, didn't know shit about tax policy, had no stance whatsoever like that was principled on abortion. And I was just like, oh yeah, that's murder, obviously. And then it's just like, that's it. You don't really think about this stuff because you're like working 9 to 5, you're working, or sometimes you're working like 12-hour shifts. You're hanging out with friends. You're not online at all and stuff like that. It's just like, yeah, you never think about some of this stuff, and then you think about them, and then your views start to like change a lot, like pretty radically.
Were you ever religious?
Yeah, as a Christian, but it was like, I wasn't one of those. It was just like, pray before you pray before you eat, kind of, pray if I want something, kind of Christians,
Oh
yeah.
No, I was big into it. Yeah.
Never thought being gay was wrong. I never really like considered. I didn't think the flood happened, right? I was like, oh Jesus. I don't even know if I do believe that Jesus was resurrected. I did believe that Jesus was resurrected, but I thought,
Freudian slip. He's a grifter, y'all.
Yeah, I thought that Jesus was resurrected, but I thought that was like one of the few parts of the Bible that was actually true. Like, I don't know how I was convinced of that. But yeah, that's one of those.
No, yeah. So you believed in evolution and stuff like that? Yeah. No, I used to listen to these audiobooks that would like, they were called Jonathan Park, and it was like this paleontologist and his son, and he would like take him to like different zoos, and it was just like a recording, role play or whatever of their thoughts and stuff like that when they're at the zoo, and they'd like explain all the quote unquote data for evolution that they thought, oh, actually, this is evidence. They say this is evidencing evolution, but in reality, it can be interpreted in this way. Like these fossils actually demonstrate this instead. Like full on propaganda stuff, kind of like Adventures in the Odyssey, but anti-evolution, I guess.
Why that part? I think it was just the resurrection. I think I believe the resurrection part because I understand. Like I haven't thought about that. I think. And this is how I understand why I'm debating most Christians. They're probably like thought about it as much as I do, right? As much as I did, right? Oh fuck, there's a slip again. So I think there was just maybe like a cognitive bias going on where the fact that you have to believe that he was resurrected and born and died on your sins in order for you to be a Christian. So I think my bias wanted that to be true in the Bible, and I just believed it to be true, and the other stuff was just like too much of a commitment. Like obviously, like there was no fucking flood. Like obviously evolution's true. Like these kind of things were like pretty obvious. So I didn't accept a lot of the other stuff in the Bible.
No, I had a full apologetic defense.
And there's like things that like I think back. There's like things that people say, and I was like. And I still remember how convinced I was when they said it. And then when I think about it, I'm like, why was I convinced by that? So like one time, I think I was talking to, I forgot a family member. I forgot who it was. I think it was my uncle. But he's like staunch Christian. And then we were talking about like if you can grow a human in a lab, like just a human with, like very strong and very tall and all that stuff, make them super smart. Can you grow them in a lab without being born? And he was like, yeah, you know what? You probably could do it, but you know what they'll never be able to do? They'll never be able to breathe life into that person. And so they'll always be like dead. And I remember when he said, because I was interested, I was like, oh, it seems like it's possible to build them. And then when he said that, I was like, oh, that makes sense. But then I think about it now, I'm like, he didn't say shit. What do you mean breathe life? Like it was so convincing when I was young. I was like, maybe 12 or 13. It was so convincing. And I remember how convincing that felt to me. And then I think back, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Breathe life? Life is just like, what are you talking about? And so now I kind of, that just knowing and remembering how well that convinced me makes me kind of understand how some people are just convinced by like sometimes just nonsense, because it just clicks somehow. You don't choose that it clicks, it just clicks. Like you're like, oh, that makes sense, but you don't know why it makes sense. There's no reasoning involved. It's like non-inferential justification, something like that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's the whole like developed enough technology is indistinguishable from, you know, magic, in the same sense that like scientific ideas that are complex enough are kind of indistinguishable from magic. So yeah, as a young person, it kind of makes sense. I also think there is truth to the phenomenon. I think it's well accounted in psychological literature that at young ages, we attribute design and creation to naturally occurring things. Outside of, and that seems to occur outside of like religious stimulation or direct information or indoctrination or things like that. So I think it's just us trying to make sense of things and extrapolating from our own experiences as much as possible. And
where, because like if you see rustling in the bushes, right, like as a caveman or whatever, well, take the person who believes that that's just a natural set of circumstances, there's no agent back there trying to like harm you or something like that, then he doesn't really care about the bushes, right? And if it happens to be a threat, then agent, like some maybe saber-toothed tiger, then he's fucked, right? Because he's not paying attention to that. He's not gearing his mind towards a strong possibility that's intentional, right? Versus his neighbor, who looks at that same bush moving and then has this predisposition to believing that is not natural design, that's intelligent design or intentional, right? He's going to be more likely to survive and things like that. Yeah, so it's an interesting hypothesis that I wish we could probably like test, and that's why like a lot of people are religious, because it's like some sort of survival tactic.
Yeah, I think it's also just a packaging thing. It does a lot. It's kind of why there's a lot of people that caught up in tag and stuff, because it's bullshit and it's circular and it doesn't make any sense. But it does feel like, oh, if I just assert that something, you know, grounds all of these things which I care about, which are difficult to ground, then there you go. Life feels better. Life feels easier. Life makes more sense, even though it's not really doing anything in the first place. Well, you also mentioned non-inferential justification. That's one thing that I hear. Like, I'm not even sure that I'm convinced about non-inferential justification. I don't even know if it's a thing. Like, I hear some people try and assert it, but
like you walk outside or you look out the window, you see a tree, and you just form the belief that there's a tree. It doesn't seem like you made any inferences. Like physically, it doesn't seem like you've used an argument or anything like that. It just seems like the belief just kind of forms on its own. So that would be like an example of a non-inferential justification.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. Also, Jordan.
Yeah. Well, I think.
No, go ahead, Craig. We'll get to Jordan.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I think that case is a problem because it seems like you are inferring from sensate, like there's the appearance of something in front of you, and because of that, it's likely the case that that there's something in objective reality that reflects that. So there's an inference going on there.
But are you making that
I guess the question is whether or not.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the difference is to say, is that justified? Is that accurate? Or is that just like an intuition that you just presuppose?
Yes, intellectual.
Because I feel like by saying it's justified, I don't know what that means in that case. I don't know what it means to say it's justified.
Yeah. Keena, thank you for the heart me. Jordan, how old are you?
26.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Absolutely.
All right, what do you want to talk about today?
Oh, I just thought the prompt was quite humorous considering what goes on the left.
What goes on the left?
Well, you know, they were crying about their pronouns and all sorts.
You just said they, that's a pronoun.
I know what pronouns are, but the left is always crying about their pronouns,
And every
not
time I
mine.
get somebody up here, I ask them what their pronouns are, they start crashing out. It's pretty interesting.
Because we don't do that pronoun shit.
You don't have pronouns.
I have pronouns, but we don't change them up. We don't change them up.
I feel like as a queer person, I'm going to say that you're actually a queer person yourself.
Yeah.
Am I wrong about that?
No, what?
Okay.
What did you call me?
No.
I ain't no fucking queer.
I ain't no fucking queer. Good one.
All right, Jordan. You're obviously a troll, but thank you. All right, I'm gonna give it like 2 minutes and we'll call it a night. Jesus Christ. I never changed my pronouns. I'm on my left. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just ask them what their pronouns are and then boom, crash out. He said it. Yeah. Oh man, 600 people. I don't know what was going on because I was on Santana's live and he had 1,000 people and there was nobody in the guest request. I was like, what the fuck is going on tonight? Must be a Monday. Must be a Monday. Oh, it's Labor Day. Ain't nobody working.
Yeah, people just might want to be chill.
Yeah.
What are the topics that get the most traction and attention from opposition?
This has been the most recent one that's been popping up. This one and the lesbian one.
Lesbian.
Yeah, why is being a lesbian wrong?
It's a fucking lesbian.
One time I bent my... Oh. Okay. I'm not reading that.
What are you reading?
Picture my YouTube chat. Sorry, I picture my...
He got distracted by his smut book that he was reading. Yeah, we know you're a Fourth Wing fan. Okay, all right.
The comment, and it was like, oh, I realized what kind of comment this is. I'm gonna stop reading it. Oh my!
What's the other one? Skull and Crossbones, Blood and Something Bones. I don't know. There's some weird books out there. Someone in chat knows.
It's been an issue on multiple lives today. Yeah, we'll get them, and then they just it's just gone. Well, I mean, when you start off. That's when the either the trolls or all the guest requests start rolling in. That's where most of the debates happen. There seems to be a threshold that once you reach that threshold, you just never run out of debates. I think it's like 2,000, 3,000 viewers. Once you have that, you just never run out. It'll be a lot of guest requests that you got to cycle through. Trolls, people who agree with you, people who want to shout at you and stuff. But then you'll never be out of debates. I have to moderate for free over here, Jim Furley. All right, you got 1 minute, and then we're gonna call it a night, guys, because I am starving and I want to eat. So,
what you get?
I actually don't know. It's 11:30 here. I don't know. I don't know. I'll see. I'll probably get some. I'll probably make something, honestly. Trump isn't soft. Cracker Barrel, burning the American flag, losing an election. Okay. Didn't he attack NASCAR for banning the Confederate flag? Oof.
Didn't he, while he was president, contact Twitter to get a tweet taken down? Seems a little soft.
Yeah, there you go. Anybody who doesn't use Gulf of America in their reporting doesn't get access to the White House press pool. That's soft.
He says that has nothing to do with being soft. Well, argue the point.
Come up here. Oh, he's talking about semantics, whatever. He's one of those that come up here.
Oh, well, if you're talking about physically, Trump is also physically soft, by the way.
Yeah. He's one of those people that'll come up, they'll be like, yeah, I'm a Trump supporter and I'm hard. Like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, where's his spine? What are you talking about, bones? You're right, rigor mortis should be setting in, yeah. Gretchen, I'm glad I was. Oh, okay. right, guys. All right, we are pretty much done. Here, let's just keep tapping the screen until we hit 250 because we're at 249. And I haven't hit 250 in a while, so let's just keep tapping and then we'll call it a night. Let's get to 250 for tonight. Tap that screen. Let's get to 250 as our final goal, and then we're gonna call it a night. And then, yeah, come on, let's go. We're at 249.3 or 0.2. Sorry. Yeah, he has like something on his over in his brow and his forehead or something. There we go, 250K. Let's fucking go. Oh, it's still 249.9. Let's.
So it's at 251 for me. So yours is lagging.
Oh, damn! How you get that shit before me?
It's because you're in Hawaii. You're in the middle of the ocean, man.
Exactly. I will be back on tomorrow. Today for you guys. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. We were on Santana's live earlier. Came over here. We had a lot of great debates, and we're gonna keep it going. I will be on Twitch and YouTube for the next couple of minutes to say goodbye. So if you guys want to go hop over there, drop a follow, all that good stuff, let me know, and play you guys a song over there too. But in the meantime, thank you for everybody who dropped a follow, everybody who liked and supported the stream. Thank you so much. Critically, Annie, thank you guys for coming up. You guys are awesome. Always welcome up here. And yeah, everybody have a
thanks, man. You have a good night.
Take it easy. Oof, my phone is burning up, even with the fan. Jesus Christ. Is he dead yet? Started following you? That's funny. Fucking Trump. These fucking liberals. Another great motherfucking night. Another great motherfucking night, y'all. Another great night. Thank you for the sub over there on Twitch. Thank you for the super chats over on YouTube. You guys are awesome. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything real quick before I end it. I think I got everything. Gretchen, I think I got the Star Wars. Yeah, I got the Star Wars one. Yeah, I got everything. Okay. Yeah, oh yeah, we'll see what that special announcement is for Donald Trump. Yeah, we'll see what that is. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate everybody. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't do anything I would. Y'all have a good one. And I will see you guys on the next stream. And, you know, as always, you are a bitch.